All right, let's get started. Game number 1, Ahmet versus MegD. This is PR number 3 for Europe up against PR 11 in North America. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a little bit of just slow gameplay to get us started as the two kind of feel each other out in this lane.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of vibe checking right now. Interesting pick on the side of MegD. He is on that Lin Fei, generally a pretty low strength legend. I'm expecting to be in the super stance. Yeah, he's in that super stance, so that's going to put him up into, I believe, 5 strength to give him some KO potential.
We're seeing a little bit of offstage action already. Just going to be the side air to push away. Oh, weapon toss off the backboard to get us started. I like the vision, Ahmet, for first strike.
Yeah, Ahmet, I mean, kind of just in the driver's seat of this one, has been knocking MegD around. MegD was able to pick up Katars, and I think he got, like, a Nair out. But other than that, it's pretty much just been the Ahmet show so far. And again, Ahmet just trying to deny MegD any sort of weapon.
And this is the thing, generally speaking, about players who are very good at slowing pace down and controlling tempo, is if you lose first stock, like, you have to change, you intrinsically have to change your pace, right? So being able to press the advantage right now, if you're Ahmet, is going to be very, very important. But what does MegD need to do to kind of pick up the pace on his side to get back into this game?
Well, he did a good job there with a couple Qatar reads. You saw him able to catch Ahmet, and that 5 strength, you're starting to see its face as not struggling as much to get this damage built up onto Ahmet. He switches over to the cannon for his KO tool just because cannon has a little bit more consistent KO potential, but he still needs to find that hit. He hasn't thrown out any downlights or even silent. There it is.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, we were seeing a lot of jumps to start us off too, so I wonder if maybe he was just trying to crash on top with an air or something along those lines. Still hasn't quite found the blast zone though, and Ahmet actually gets there first. A 3-1 stock lead already in game number 1.
Gauntlet players are looking for that. We've seen plenty of those in the 2 space yesterday, and they're definitely looking for that here in the single space as Ahmet. I mean, are we going to start today off with a 3 stock?
There's no way. There can't be. Oh, but the weapon's gone. Okay. Pretty ugly position there for the weapon spawn as well, but MegD does get the cannon in hand. We see the 2-piece though. It's going to force the edge guard position. MegD can't close it.
Ahmet was trying to go for that edge guard. You saw him reading high, but MegD actually dodged through him. That's the reason Ahmet wasn't able to get that Nair to keep MegD on that corner. Downlight Nair. Okay, denies him quick shot.
Okay, it's a long road ahead, Duke, but we've seen the impossible happen before. MegD is slowly running out of runway, though, with damage already being in orange, but this is a good string to get the momentum back a little bit.
Ooh, not able to get that opener. Good dodge there. Not a true combo on the side of Ahmet, but...
Oh, just lets it rock. Okay.
Interesting read. I mean, that's great recognition on Ahmet's part, because like you said, MegD's been doing a lot of dare approaches. He's been doing a lot of jumping, and Ahmet's like, okay, well, I have an uppercut. Like, I have the quintessential anti-air tool.
First stock was pretty nutty already, just to really set the tone right away if you're Ahmet. And there's a couple little things here I think that I'm sure both players are clocking right now, like the dodge patterns as well. We did see the recovery with the gauntlets on Ahmet's side not quite connect because MegD was mashing out with that dodge. Maybe we'll see that registered in game number 2. And yeah, I think the jump-ins were just getting punished pretty heavily if you're Ahmet, but we're already going into game number 2.
Got to hear the pummel before we got to see it.
Oh
Ahmet.
my God, okay. Get there.
Another one.
That's another. Oh, it should be sweat beads. He should be gone.
Yeah, dude, a perfect stock there from Ahmet. Huge start for him again here on Small World's End.
Yeah, really great showing. We didn't get to see the first couple of hits, but we heard it and we felt it for sure.
I mean, MegD felt it more than anyone else. Finally getting a hit onto Ahmet with that falling neutral air. MegD really had a split on his damage. You saw at the end of that last one, Katars and Cannon. So I'm curious to see what he's going to stick to right now. He needs to stick to not getting hit by Ahmet. Okay. Still controlling that ground space.
Watch the dodge. Yeah, okay. I think it was starting to come through a little bit, so I'm sure Ahmet's already clocking that one now. Just a little bit of neutral. It seems like neither player can really find their footing on this first engagement. Ahmet gets the action going. That time knows the dodge can't come through or does not come through and secures the stock. Once again, same position as game number 1, but Ahmet is way healthier on first stock.
That was really good movement on Ahmet's part to go for that turnaround neutral air, which really set things up for that finishing sequence. Now, like you said, final stock here for MegD again on the cusp of 3 stock.
Oh, MegD just cannot find these starters with the dares that you had pointed out earlier, Duke. It is just looking so brutal in the neutral. And Ahmet, I mean, we really didn't see the orb at all in the previous game, and now we're just seeing it do so much damage. Oh my God! Just put it away. We're going to game number 3.
Oh my goodness. And you saw Ahmet, yeah, he's smiling, he's cheesing because that was dirty. A 3-stock to start off our day here in our midseason championship.
Wow, that was street ball right there.
Yeah.
He was passing the orb back to himself a few times, gets the weapon toss to go. Really, really clean stuff. What a highlight.
And that's what's crazy about Ahmet is like he did so much with the gauntlets, but people who have been watching Ahmet knows he has some insane orb play. He's arguably one of the most aggressive orb players out there, and the fact that he was able to get like 3 or 4 neutral airs in that final sequence, like MegD should be worried right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the damage distribution here, and not to backseat, but I just feel like with weapons that are so good at connecting long strings, we're really not seeing a lot of individual neutral wins that are getting us there right now, and it's reflected in the numbers in this game number 2, right? Granted, the first stock was an insane 0 to KO, right? So it's contextualized a little bit by that, but yeah, I think maybe we need to change some gears a little bit. MegD's already putting the gauntlets on.
He's going to try to go Petra for Petra. MegD does have a pair of gauntlets. We talked about it just before this match. He does have that Val in the back pocket that he used to play. Going into super strength here. Okay, no, it is the defense stance. Going defense for defense.
Let's see, already like closer in terms of damage, right? And I do think like having Katar's cannon where you're just not winning a lot of your neutral exchanges, it did matter a lot. So this new weapon selection, this new weapon kit, hopefully does some wonders to put MegD on the board. It's already looking pretty close in this first stock.
He is a little too close to go for a down signature, so instead, yeah, he's going to go for something a little more standard with his gauntlets. Manages to avoid that follow-up nair. Yeah, that's a great recognition of Ahmet does like to go for more nairs instead of reading off of just one.
Okay, I love that stack position. You can just go for the M-Light. Oh, and Sidelight Sayer didn't connect, but Ahmet just picked up the pieces, found it for himself. Copied the homework a little bit, but MegD, a signature to get the first KO off the top blast zone. First meaningful lead for MegD in this set as well.
Good decisions on both sides. Ahmet did a perfect spot dodge to get through a side air from MegD, which got him that sidelight side air. And then on the other side, MegD saw that Ahmet burned his dodge on another gravity cancel sidelight. That's why he went for sidelight into neutral signature. A guaranteed KO there for MegD.
The gauntlets are already doing so much more work than the previous 2 games. If I had to give any critique right now, I think this is a really, really good switch from MegD.
Yeah, I think he's feeling this switch a lot better too. Again, a little too close to the corner. Goes a little aggressive there with that ground pound. Ahmet able to punish it, but you know what? Good damage built up on the side of MegD.
All right, we're jockeying for position. Pretty fortunate weapon spawn comes through on MegD's side, and the orb is in hand. This is pretty good positioning for Sidelight Sayer. We will see Ahmet just try to go over the top. Picks up a 3-piece on the go.
Ooh, caught the dodge there. Ahmet staying right next to MegD. Wasn't able to catch him with that gravity cancel sidelight.
Ooh, just trying to crash on top. Yeah, spent a lot of movement there. Just didn't want to really press a button. And I think the gauntlets have been pretty reliable, at least for stock number 1 for MegD. So it does make sense that we go back to this one.
But Ahmet's managed to equalize this damage a lot in the neutral signature catch.
Whoa!
Gravity canceled into the chase dodge neutral signature, and Ahmet now has the lead.
What a crazy call out from Ahmet. I mean, you got to use a lot of movement economy to just get over there. That was really sick. And just like that, the lead swung back. Ahmet could just potentially close this one out in 3.
And MegD needs to find a way to finish this. That neutral light, not even to put Ahmet off screen, so he's still got to build up a little bit more damage here. This is the sidelight. All of this is extra credit right now for Ahmet.
Oh, no weapon toss. Yeah, just tries to play around maybe the weapon positioning, hoping for a disarm, just looking for anything right now. But Ahmet, those gloves are still on, and he is putting it straight to MegD right now. A lot of damage. Disarm finally comes through, so MegD does get the starve on the left side.
You can kind of see MegD not the most familiar with Petra. You're seeing him a little nervous on the edge guards. Nice punish there from Ahmet. Gravity cancel downlight into the recovery. Tries to read the dodge there. Went for that follow-up neutral air.
Been seeing a bit of a pattern of burn dodge into just kind of not going for it. Maybe seeing, okay, so there's 2 in a row now, so I'm wondering if maybe that's how Ahmet closes this one out. But Sidelight Sayer, my beloved, will find the right blast zone. MegD's in the conversation to get one up.
MegD, he's got to be careful here. He is quite damaged as he goes aggressive, tries to get a falling sider onto Ahmet. Ahmet's done a really good job of outspacing a lot of MegD's approaches. MegD keeps going in with these aerial approaches, and Ahmet just kind of backs away.
Oh, waits for the dodge. That was nice, but MegD, yeah, running out of damage at that point, and it is just an Enlight to push that one out and take the 3-0 for Ahmet. That's crazy. It keeps going. All right, let's go first match starting up.
World's End.
Dragy already with a quick opener. Yeah, keeps a lot of position as well. Vemtenkilo can't find that first weapon quite yet, and he does sneak one through.
That is that Petra skin on the side of Vemtenkilo. Ooh, I like the attempt there. Vem really wanted to keep that edge guard going, but Dragy went under the stage and then caught him with the horizontal, the side air of the cannon a little bit stronger in the air-to-air.
Oh, okay. Little bit blind spotted there, just stack position. Oh, just lets it ride with the signature to get first strike. I love it.
Yeah, Dragy looking real comfortable. Still going to be sticking with that cannon. That's such a good option there on that stack up as well on the side of Dragy.
Okay, Vemtenkilo looking for the 4-piece. Can't connect the recovery to close that one out, but gets a little bit of damage to maybe stem the bleeding a little bit. No down air in sight, though. Dragy slips right through towards the left side to pick that cannon right back up.
Okay, nice punish there. Downlight into the down air. Trying to keep Vem on that corner, but Vem fights his way back up. Neutralite chases, but Vem gets to the side of it.
There's a lot of movement spent, and Dragy didn't touch either. Yeah, so we did see the sweat beads come online, but Vemtenkilo doesn't want to push on the gas, being a stock down right now.
A little off the mark. Ooh, barely managed to get that wall touch. You saw him sweat beating after that ground pound.
Oh, look at that. That crazy coverage from Dragy, but still nobody home right here. The recovery does disarm. Vemtenkilo looking for a raw recovery as well, just knowing the damage is well within range now. And we see it for the stock right back. Vemtenkilo not awfully hurt on second stock.
Yeah, you saw him just kind of jumping around, waiting for Dragy to whiff an attack so he could go in with that recovery.
Oh, nice wait. Once again, dodges are getting burned pretty early. Gauntlet players always going to be clocking that.
That's what they want. They want to see you burn that dodge early. They want to see how you react out of side light. Ooh, that quick neutral air on Dragy's side was dangerous for Vem.
Okay, that was a few dodges in a row burned from Dragy, but all told, Dragy's still hanging on to this damage lead so far. This is just one signature away.
Vem kind of recognizing he's behind right now. You're seeing him play a little bit safer, but misses two side lights, and Dragy able to catch him with that side air.
Side air from center as well. Pretty crazy. Seemed like an unassuming hit, but does result in the stock. Okay.
Disarmed. Immediate weapon spawn on the left side in favor of Dragy.
Oh, no whiff punish either. Okay. Dragging this one hard to the left side. Vemtenkilo just gets out and dodges. But now this is a really awkward position, Duke. Oh, we're way downtown. Somehow Vemtenkilo threads the needle on that one to make it back. But for how long? Dragy just brings it right back over to the right side now.
Yeah, Vem right now, he's just playing a survival game. He hasn't really been able to put out too much onto Dragy. Finally catches a neutral light, but it's still not enough. Dragy from below could be, yeah, he's looking for those neutral airs.
Wait, and that dip down from Dragy was genius. Okay. Does come through. There's no weapon in sight. Can just patrol around for the weapon spawn. Steal that one away. We have sword recovery. Nothing off the top from Vemtenkilo. Does find the stock. That is a crucial get for Vemtenkilo to stay in this.
Yeah, I think that was a slight misinput on the side of Dragy going for that neutral signature center stage like that. I think he wanted to turn it around. Could have caught Vem, or he was just going for a really hard read that Vem was going to dodge through.
All right, so we saw Cannon Sair KO from like center screen at around this damage. So maybe a hit or two more, and then it's all but guaranteed. Vemtenkilo's inching back into it, though. The chase dodge through, nobody home.
Crazy on Vem's part to not dodge after getting caught by that side light, but it was the perfect play.
Hang on.
Edgeguard opportunity, but he misses the ground pound.
Oh my gosh, I'm sweating. This is crazy. Dragy's kind of panicking now, just looking for the recovery with the sword. Can't connect the Sair either. That recovery doesn't KO.
But it also stops the ground pound from Vem. That could have been bad.
Oh,
no. A little too far.
This is insane. Oh, whip punish. That's it. Dragy sweated that one out, but somehow crossed the finish line. Surely the percent's gone up to at least 25% at this point.
It's got to be a little bit closer on that one. Dragy really putting in that work. You saw Vem, he kind of went for a Hail Mary on the end of that one with that neutral signature, and Dragy managed to avoid it, caught him with that side air.
Yeah, composed-ish, I would say. It looks like it got a little bit scary towards the end there, but kudos to Vemtenkilo for staying in that game for as long as he could. It was very, very close by the finish line.
And we're going to go over to Demon Island. Pretty much just a wider version of Small World's End. You talked about that side air on Dragy's part that KO'd them relatively early. Not going to see that happen here.
Gonna have to rely on a few more whiff punishes, a few more neutral wins, maybe some of those strings we were getting out of Dragy's cannon. This offstage has already been insane, and Dragy gets the worst end of that exchange with the disarm.
Okay, goes for the down air. Vem trying to catch him on that second one, but Dragy misses the anchor. Vem not able to get...
A lot of dodges are getting burned too, right? Like no waits from Vem10kilo just yet, but we do see the recovery. It'll still get there regardless as long as you hit it once.
Nice spot for Vem here. Plenty of health.
Okay, Dragy jumps over the top for that cannon. Also doing a really good job at priming the cannon, which has just been his basic weapon of choice for the most part, right? The sword was around for a little bit towards the end of the first game, but the cannon has been putting in an astronomical amount of work.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been the cannon show for Dragy. You see Vem sitting a little bit further back, not going to burn the dodge there. Dragy was looking for it. Sitting on this corner, a neutral light could catch Vem, but Vem, he gets up.
Yeah, this is potentially recovery online. I was going to see maybe a dip down into a recovery. Vem10kilo unarmed, pushes that one away, and that's going to be another stock. It's 3-1.
Yeah, complete reversal here. Dragy recognizing the situation. You saw him side air and just kind of drift off to the left side. Final stock here for Dragy versus the three of them. I think a down light there might KO.
I think it would too. Yeah, it's close, but now from this position, it's very, very close. Dare doesn't quite get the stock outright. It's a really brutal position. Sweat beads do come through though. Dragy, no recovery. Can't close that one yet.
Interesting option there with that side light. Weapon toss, not going to connect. What's he got? Ooh, this is the side light.
I mean, this is just any aerial at this point now with the cannon. We'll just get the KO, and there it is. First one on the board for Dragy in game 2. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he does deny the 3 stock. If he gets the right read here, Cannon can steal stocks away, but right now he's got to get away from Vem. It's one dare. That's all he's gonna get.
Yeah, starting to register a little bit more on the dodge patterns from Dragy, but just not getting the full juicy punish out of it quite yet. Ooh, tried to option into a gravity cancel, I think, just to cover the backboard, but Dragy can't connect.
That's twice now where Dragy's going for that ground pound read off of, I believe, a side air, and Vem just not giving it to him. He's been staying high. I think Dragy's got to recognize that.
This one could be game number 2, but Dragy just puts a hitbox out there to at least contest the ledge. Vem10kilo is in really good position, especially with the weapon spawn to his back. Dragy has to jump over the top to try to get there, but it's just not going to happen in game number 2. Vem10kilo evens it right back up.
Fantastic recognition. You saw those exclamation points come out. The second the third one came out, that meant Dragy was not going to get any jumps or dodges back on those wall touches, so he basically had to go for the low option, and Vem just covered it with the safest thing he could. Active hitbox there with the neutral light.
That unarmed string was really, really good too. And I think on the other side of this, we saw when Vem was in high damage and Dragy was trying to just convert an edge guard, the respect to just dash jump over towards a weapon spawn and just make sure you could try to get your reliable KO options. Vem10kilo just kind of threw the playbook out the window and said, you know what, I think I'll just get a stock my own way.
We'll just do it how the South Americans do. This is now, in fact, Dragy playing that sword a little bit more. He even had the option to switch over. The weapon spawn was in favor of him, but no, he definitely wants to play this sword. You saw that his cannon was not quite working out in that game number 2.
We go off stage. Oh, nice reversal hit. That's just the stock too. Okay.
Yeah, saw the stars come out. That was a stuffed recovery. That was actually huge for Dragy.
Hey, we are swapping over to the cannon. It is what is presented to Dragy right now, but he has a huge lead thanks to that reversal on the right side. So plenty of room to play with right now. Let's see how Vem10kilo can maybe find his way back into this game, but Dragy seems to be playing it a little bit safer so far, minus that side light stare. Off stage, tries to send it, not quite.
Turn it. Yep. Instead, opts to go for the safe option, get that wall touch. Disarm there, gonna dip past them, excuse me.
Oh, maybe dare recovery or something like that. Who knows? But Dragy's still looking around, getting a little bit more chip damage, and all this is gravy for him too, especially, again, contextualized by that early stock he got to get.
Yeah. This just helps give him a little bit of a bigger lead. A stock would be huge, but doesn't have to go for anything too crazy. I like that dash back jump side air and another
nice
side
coverage.
air. Yeah.
It is a pretty big change in overall game plan, just with the sword being the primary weapon in this game, right? A lot of low-angled edge guard attempts that we're seeing from Dragy versus these horizontal strings that we were getting out of the cannon from earlier. Good adjustment so far, and it's 3-1 in Dragy's favor.
I also feel like Dragy's playing a lot safer now. Usually when he gets that opener, he kind of just waits. Like, you're not seeing him try to go for the read until he has the chance to.
Ground pound
position, doesn't hit the down air.
It's going to be a lot of coverage. Recovery gets VMTenKilo out of trouble, but doesn't secure the stock, importantly. Finally gets it there, just to stem the bleeding a little bit. But look at how damaged he is on this last stock.
A little bit of a hope and a prayer there on that neutral signature. Nice, side light into the down air. Just keeping him from the wall.
He didn't touch.
Ooh, managed to get up there with that neutral air, chase dodge. Now it's Vem in the driver's seat for a moment there, but he can't afford to get hit by anything big from Dragy.
Okay, that's an easy whiff punish, but only got one aerial as a result. And Dragy closes it, finds the tiebreaker game, presents match point now with one more game here, going up 2-1 in the set.
Yeah, I need to see how Vem's going to adjust to it, because for a little bit there, Vem was kind of just immediately reacting, like he was just throwing out a hitbox on Wake Up, but Dragy kind of recognized that, and you saw him just go for like a side light, and then he'll dash back.
Yeah.
I think what Vem can take advantage, though, is Dragy likes to just throw out SIGs sometimes. Sometimes he's just hoping for a SIG to hit, and if Vem can kind of call those out, force those out, and get some more punishes, could be a Vem game.
Yeah, I think to your point as well, it seems like Dragy, you know, let loose a little bit, like played a little bit slower, a little bit safer in that game number 3. And definitely the sword did a lot of heavy lifting in that as well. So it's no question that he's just going to stick with it, at least for now.
Okay, active hitbox, Vem. Staying low there, went for the recovery, interesting play.
Yeah, I see what you're saying right away too, right? It's just playing a lot of whiff punishing. I think Vem's just trying to catch the angles that Dragy's drifting into, but they're just not quite finding a hitbox. Does get that one there, weapon toss down. Means Dragy does have to kind of hang out on the wall for a moment.
Nice, got the wall bounce there, but can't get much more there. You saw him pick up the orb and then immediately go, I'm just gonna hold on the wall.
Okay, VMTenKilo looking for the drift in. Dragy, no weapon toss, just gonna go for the dare, yeah, but doesn't quite get there.
Ooh, Dragy.
That was, yeah, ambitious, I think, but first strike is gonna go over towards VMTenKilo. Seemed like it was just a lot of scrapping in this early first stock. Off stage though, VMTenKilo tries to go for all of it. Oh, underneath the stage! Okay, touches. VMTenKilo back on the wall. Could have swat for a second. That's the third one. Okay. And 3 exclamation points, and you are out of there. Dragy doesn't get too hurt on that second stock. Only in the yellow now as we even it up at 2 apiece.
Great patience on Dragy's side. Saw those exclamation points come out and just sat on the stage. Then sitting on the wall again.
Okay, some of this spacing a little bit too far out from both players right now, but Dragy's been getting a lot of whip punishes after the fact. No ground pound connection.
Okay, punishes the whiff over to the orb, but Dragy gets a nice counter punish.
And it's basically exactly even now. Dragy's slowly taking a damage lead. Sair off the left side, basically at the edge, will just secure the stock into the blast zone, and it's potentially VMTenKilo's winner side bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this could be his last stock here on the upper side. Dragy looking pretty healthy here. Vem gonna get in, gets a side air. Dragy gets disarmed. This is a big spot for Vem, but he goes back onto the stage.
Yeah, I was going to say edge slip was about to come through. We did see first exclamation point, VMTenKilo trying to maintain as much priority as we can. The dip down into recovery won't quite find its mark. This is just a recovery, or any aerial will get there. So VMTenKilo makes it an even bout as he tries to find his way into a game 5.
Yeah, really neutralizes the lead that Dragy was able to build. Now it's over to the sword. We saw Dragy do really well with the sword in game number 3.
Off stage, nothing. Okay, just a couple of hits.
Yeah, that seems to be the sequence from Vem, is he gets the neutral air, goes for the dare, and then he's trying to catch Dragy on the wake-up recovery with that side air.
Still not quite finding the perfect extension that we want to see, but it's nickel and diming here until you eventually make $1. Kilo trying to get the high angle, not going to get there. A Nair comes through, the side air doesn't find anybody else. Dragy, Sweat Beads came through. We did find a pretty fortunate weapon spawn and the sword's back online.
Vem, though, has been getting those hits, like you said, nickel and dime, and getting that little bit of change. Punish, just a side air.
Maybe a little eager to try to close the set out, right? Like, you know you're right there if you're Dragy. And a signature will certainly do it now.
Recovery, but it's Western Air Temple, high ceiling here.
Another recovery KOs, though. Oh, or just sidelight Sair now, especially with that last hit.
Denying weapons. Wants to keep the orb.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You have so many different options just out of raw neutral, right? Sair will push off stage once again. You can go off the backboard. You can go for a weapon toss. Ooh. Recovery off. It's not going to be enough. And that wasn't a disarm either, Duke.
Oh, he still managed to get the wall touch. Yeah, going to throw out the cannonball. Wants some safety.
He got out of there.
The whiff recovery.
A Sair will KO. A Sair cannon Sair will KO with the Sair across court. Vem Kilo forces the game 5, and look at the way he reels back in his chair.
He knows how close that was. Just a brief sigh of relief. That side air KO'd. If he didn't, that would have been such a tense extension of time. But now we're going to game number 5. Great adjustment on the side of Vem. He managed to find a lot more aggression on top of Dragy.
Yeah, I think the edgeguard decision tree that you pointed out, oh my gosh, that's great. Oh, wow. That? I mean, the cannon Sair was super close to KOing on the right blast zone too. So it really was anybody's game once we got to high damage. And that's where I think, you know, having more options just out of raw neutral wins to win is so important with your weapon selection. So kudos to Vem to being able to force this game 5. We'll see how this last one goes.
Was a lot of gauntlet play. This is the first time they've gone back to a map. It's going to be Western Air Temple for game number 5, and Vem first one to pick up a weapon.
Maybe not seeing some of those raw aerials KO as early as we saw on some of the other teams.
Oh, no way! Bad. Yeah,
nothing. That's for stock.
Such a critical play on the side of Dragy. Caught him with that ground pound, and now Vem has to play a very big catch-up game.
But Vem Kilo, that same setup, okay, he extends it for the high angle. So there's already some adjustments to what you had pointed out earlier, Duke.
He tries to get that dodge up.
But yeah, big game of catch-up to your point. Has to be very careful. Doesn't want to take a lot of damage. This is not where you want to be, man. Oh my goodness.
He wanted the edge guard, but instead he just took so many blasts to the face there. Weird down sig, and he's going to get disarmed for it. Vem putting this one in a very bad spot for him.
And if I'm Dragy, I'm taking this to the bank, man. We're seeing more and more damage come through. That Sair connects, that would be even better. The disarm happens off the left side. Vem Kilo wants to secure this one out, but the weapon spawn kind of changes the conversation just a little bit. Dragy, sword back online. That's a whiff punish. We're going off the right. No ground pound in sight, but now you can just drown out the resources like we saw before. 3rd exclamation point potentially.
2. Okay.
Great fighting out.
Dragy went a little risky there. I think he was charging up a signature. Vem able to get that recovery, but he's still hurting. He's waiting to delay that weapon spawn.
He took a lot of damage, Duke. I mean, there are so many things Dragy can do to get that KO, especially after that whiff punish, but nobody found that. Dragy can't quite find his footing. Okay, Vem Kilo is going for the dodge up now to just try to you know, prepare for some movement on Dragy's side.
2. On the 3rd one comes up with a Sair. Dragy on the wake up, grabbing against the downlight neutral air. Final stock here for Vem.
This would be a pretty huge win for Dragy, I'm not gonna lie. Off stage, not yet.
Ground pound almost connected there. Vem able to dodge in time.
Okay. Recovery doesn't get some extra damage, but once again, early disarms have been the name of the game. Dragy finds the cannon in hand. Vem Kilo playing patient, affording a little bit more space. Okay.
This is the Sair. This is another one. This is
oh my gosh, the crowd's starting to heat up with us too, Duke. This is getting really tense. Vem Kilo tries to find the edge guard. He's way off stage now. He's reversed himself. That's a lot of movement. It's over. It's just over. There's no movement left. Dragy has closed it out in 5. GG's. But of course, to your point, Wess is a seasoned vet at this point. We are seeing the Cassidy to get us started.
coming in with the Cassidy, something that Anonymous Alex very likely was playing against Marckiemoo. So potential here for Marckiemoo to be either really annoyed with Cassidy's or have already warmed up against the Cassidy's.
Yeah, it's a tough push-pull, right? Because it is such a strong and potent pick in this new meta. Oh my gosh, what a three-piece from Wess. But especially with that Stomp Ensig just being true, it's very hard to deal with sometimes. But Wess already out the gate swinging with first strike, and we're seeing how well positioned this Cassidy Legend and the hammer as a weapon is in this meta.
I do have to correct you though, because Wess, I'm almost certain, is on that strength stance. He actually loses Stomp Ensig.
So it's not true.
But the trade-off is he just does Ensig raw, as you've seen a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay, nice ground pound there from Marckiemoo. He needs to convert this to a KO, but Wess did get that wall touch.
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot more of it just in neutral, to your point. Thank you for correcting me on that, because it looks like he's just scouting out jumps for Marckiemoo, which makes a lot more sense. How does Marckiemoo get back? Just that. Finds the stock off the top, and it's 2 apiece.
All right, Wess, did he prime the hammer? That's the question, and yes, he did. That's going to be the main tool here for the Cassidys.
Clips him out of the sky once again. That lasso ain't getting frayed anytime soon. We'll see.
That was a burn dodge there. Was reading a jump from Marckiemoo, but Marckiemoo stayed low. Caught the dodge there. Got him with the recovery into the down air. Wess in good position here. Uh-oh. Less of a good position.
We see the attempt at those classic Marckiemoo edge guards. Wess scoops him down, puts Marckiemoo to last stock right here. You said it has been an absolute battle for Wess to make it to this point in the bracket, so it would not be a surprise if we see this one go to game number 5 again. GCD light, but doesn't go for the ground pound after. Marckiemoo remixes it a little bit, but doesn't get hurt at all, so can't really say it mattered too much.
Yeah, I think he just kind of recognized the things he has in the tool belt there. Didn't have enough to get above for that ground pound, so he just went for that raw recovery. Or sorry, not raw, but recovery off of the down line.
Okay, Marky not getting as caught up by those lassos now from Wess. Maybe playing feet planted a little bit more on the ground. Tries to find the connection right there. Marckiemoo just in there on top in the stack position. Wess blaster is online. This has been the big question for the Cassies. How good are your blasters?
So far, not great. He's gotten a neutral air. Not much else. Okay, looking for a down air, trying to get that turnaround.
Okay, recovery comes down. This is tough. I mean, recovery could just KO. That weapon toss interrupts just in time. And Wess has that faded hammer back in hand.
Oh, Marckiemoo, gravity cancel side heavy, does get him that wall touch. And Wess actually disarms himself, trying to cover it. A nice spot dodge there. The recovery not going to quite do it.
Anybody's game. Wess got rid of his weapon, though.
He wants a hammer. Where's the spawn? It's going to be in the center. Wess is in position. Goes for a GC side.
No way!
Oh, what a gamble from Wess. The gravity cancel side sig tries to catch Marckiemoo, but Marckiemoo gets past it, gets in, downlight recovery.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you saw the bit of a stagger trying to pick up the weapon, and then I think a lot of us expected a big swing to come as soon as that hammer got back in hand, because it was a frantic scramble whenever the blasters were around, especially after Wess threw those away and had to fight it unarmed for a second. But Marckiemoo just barely outspaces it and steals away game 1.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of spaghetti on the side of Wess in this final stock. I think he was trying to show that he's not just one-tricking the hammer with his blasters, but in the end it was like, okay, your final stock, you should probably just go to the hammer and do something you're more familiar with.
We'll see. I mean, Wess had a ton of momentum, pretty early stock as well. It looked really, really strong. And again, we'll remind everyone at home, I mean, it's been a total battle for him to make it to this point in bracket, so game 5 is not out of the question. But we start one game at a time. Let's see if he can even it up in game number 2.
Wait, Marky's a lot of hits. Great down there on the side of Wess. Still needs to find some connections onto Marckiemoo. The side sig going to help him out. Goes for the offstage. Oh,
Marky's going to
it's a burn recovery.
This is going to be sweat beads coming up. Yeah, and Marky sees it.
He's still touching. Nice. Goes for the side air. Gives him that chase dodge through the weapon spawn. It's a really good play on Wess's part. Going to keep this stock alive.
Stomp Sarah, of course. We really didn't see it at all in game number 1, but it's still pretty good on the hammer. Marky, where are you going? This is crazy.
On arm, beating out the hammer of Wess in the offstage. Trying to cover Wess's landing there. 3 platforms can make it really hard to do.
That spacing just a little bit awkward there. Doesn't quite connect. Oh, snaps it with the weapon toss here. And Wess just frantically trying to get back. I think that was a dare that tried to come through with the blasters in hand, but Marky scouted it all out to take that first stock.
Weapon spawn on the left side. Wess going to make his way over there. Yep, nice neutral there. Gives him some safety for it. Scoop up. Ceiling's a little too high for that to work for him.
Okay, let's see how Wess enters the conversation to get this first stock off. Oh my gosh, Marky with that scythe is just such a lethal force sometimes, but Wess does close that one out. This is a great stage counter pick as well, which is something we don't really get to touch on that often. The soft platforms are in like really good spot to play the NSIG game if you're Wess. Just call out some of those jumps, make the landings a little bit more difficult for Marckiemoo.
It is something that's very interesting is like not a lot of people will go to the triplats. But it seems like this is something that Wess is a little bit more used to right now with the hammer, but he's struggling as he eats that weapon toss.
That's swept beats.
Can't touch.
Okay. Great turn from Marckiemoo, especially on Wess's counter pick. So the logic is sound so far, but we really just haven't seen the gameplay fully executed to what I think Wess wants. Namely, the N6 have just been not there, but look at this string from Marckiemoo. It just hurts every single time on the receiving end of it. Wess gets the touch.
Marckiemoo red high, didn't realize that Wess had burned a lot of movement, but it won't matter as Marckiemoo going for the offstage. He's just stealing stocks.
Yeah,
those were fast ones.
Dude, he's feeling himself. That was really clean. Even the GC down strong to just try to make sure you can just clip it into the wall. If you even get the hit, if you're Wess and you can chase dodge up, maybe I think you're still getting hit by that. It's such a checkmate position, and Marckiemoo goes up too.
And one thing that's really interesting about the kind of difference between this game 2 and game 1, besides obviously Marckiemoo just having a lot more success and getting those hits onto Wess, is like Marckiemoo was disarmed significantly less. He's coming in here on the strength stance on his Vortex. I believe he has like 3 dexterity. He was getting disarmed so much in game number 1, but this game 2, Wess not really able to keep him unarmed, and it's been a little bit of a struggle every time Marckiemoo was able to pick up some weapons.
Looking at the live stats, the unarmed actually did a decent amount of damage too, with all of that in mind. So yeah, crazy stuff. And I think it makes sense we go back to the second stage. We are seeing something,
slightly different. You gotta change up the skin, Glowbox game.
Yeah, you know. But yeah, I think, again, the logic is really sound to go here, right? Like, you just get such strong opportunity in neutral, especially when your hammer is online with the triplat setup. Your landings are just so difficult, especially when you can just push advantage. But it really just seemed like in game 2, Wess couldn't get an advantage state going.
What a good spot dodge there on Marckiemoo's part. Got through that side signature. Looking for the side air, and Marckiemoo with the gravity cancel gets past. Unarmed, Wess really wants to push this one, but Marckiemoo still managed to get above that downlight.
Reaching with the stomps, does catch the jump out of the sky. How does Wess react now? Okay.
Almost does it for him, the gravity cancel down heavy. Okay, just a lasso. Wess needs to find this stock. A scoop up will do it for him.
And again, I have a feeling for Wess's success, at least to get one game on the board and maybe start the reverse 3-0 march, we're going to be hearing a lot more of that N6 sound effect because the landings just have to be scouted out if you're playing this matchup.
Nice. I love the chase dodge there. Doesn't get that recovery. Okay, stomping to the side sig. Trying to chase there. Marckiemoo manages to get that side air.
Oh, and the drift back from Wess means he doesn't get picked up by Gauntlet recovery. That was pretty clean so far. How does Marky close?
Wess really doesn't want this weapon. It's a primed hammer, so he's going to try to play the rest of this stock out with the unarmed. You can see him. He's just dancing right on top of it. He doesn't want it.
Yeah, and in doing so, I mean, he did get a little bit more chip damage in, played it carefully, but to your point, very smart heads-up play from Wess to know that he can ensure his next weapon is that hammer, and there it is.
Great positioning. Goes for the ledge cancel stomp there. Unfortunately, went for the wrong direction. Oh! The active
to the head.
Weapon toss.
He's a genius, and IQ too high.
4D chess, man. All right.
Finally catch it, though.
Neutral signature. Unfortunately, that platform going to stop that weapon spawn, and that's really bad for Wess.
Okay. Does snag one away, though, so that old-reliable hammer is back in the mix. And Marckiemoo perhaps back in the mixer,
Wess!
but Wess ran out of movement and fell all the way down. There was no wall touch. There was nothing.
Oh, that's so tragic for Wess. He had a slight movement mishap after, I believe, like a recovery. But, man, to throw away that very healthy stock.
I mean, listen, the entry point into the set remains the same. Wess just needs to take one stock. He just has to do it a little bit more carefully now. But Marckiemoo, with a bit of a gift, tries to find some momentum in his favor, and those blasters are looking like a blessing if you're Marckiemoo in this matchup.
That was recovery? Okay. Exhausted recovery there. Will give Wess some damage. Goes for a second down air. No weapon spawns for Wess. He wants it. Yeah, immediately tries to get it, but Marky's there. Where's the weapon spawn? Where's the weapon spawn?
There
right in the center.
Tries to immediately end sig to catch Marckiemoo out of the sky. Looking for a whip punish offstage, weapon toss, no burn dodge, goes for the jump over.
Fast. Okay, the recovery. Not quite enough force just yet. The side air. Wess gets on the board just barely.
Okay, that was scary, dude.
Yeah.
That little movement mishap in stock 2 could have potentially been a 3-0 in Marckiemoo's favor, but now Wess has entered the conversation. 1-2. It's still going to be a tough road ahead, right? A reverse 3-0 is what's required for Wess to move on in bracket, but it's not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, man, that game was a pocket of sand, man. Wess almost let that one slip through his fingers. Still managed to get it here on that final stock.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of hammer gameplay. Did do a decent amount of damage with his blasters, 121. You saw him get a couple hits, but it's been about the hammer.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, and it's funny because you kind of mentioned in game 1, it's like, oh, maybe I have something to prove here with the blasters. I'm going to show this thing. And then I think what the real success in this game was, okay, let me just remove all shame from this at this point, and I'm going to use the hammer. I'm going to use the thing that's been giving me all the success. It's been doing so much damage. I'm kind of surprised Marky went back here. This is a really good stage for the Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working out for Wess for sure. I mean, at the same point, Marky did win first on this map, so
sure.
I think he's not overly worried about it. Oh, misses the end light there.
Weapon toss.
Spot.
CD light.
Got the wall touch. Oh, no. Doesn't have the height. You saw him going for that neutral air, trying to get a chase dodge up. Marckiemoo, very fresh stock.
And this is the activated version of Marckiemoo we have come to know and love right now. The scouting, the draining out of resources from Marckiemoo. There's no movement, it's over. Yeah, let's go. It might just be done. It might just be over, dude. This is Marckiemoo activated. He's online.
Wess did not get to have that second stock. Marckiemoo basically got 2 stocks for 1.
Okay.
Wess hasn't touched no weapon.
Dude, this is rough. And I mean, again, Marckiemoo is just so good at finding these punishes. This is a breath of fresh air for Wess. A KO with the blasters means he does get to prime the hammer as well. And he gets a little bit of an advantage state, but it is, again, a long road ahead in more ways than just the set count.
He misses the side light. Wess can't afford to miss too much here. Goes for the side sig again, reads high. Oh, just a little too close for that side light to hit. Yo, okay. Weapon toss. Marckiemoo went under the stage, made himself safe.
Okay, tries to play at a good spacing with the blasters, but this is really where you're going to get hurt now. Marckiemoo pushes it all the way cross court. Weapon toss in the magnifying glass, bro. What is happening?
Wess manages to get back safely. Downlight into the recovery. Ceiling a little too high. Oh, that side sig's crazy. The neutral sig's crazier. And Marckiemoo going to get it 3-1.
All right, it looks like we're finally in, folks. We're going to go over Small Fortress to get going for game number 1. This is Kyna versus Ahmet, the respective PR3s for South America and Europe.
All right, it is. I'm getting where he is in that dexterity stance, so wants to have a little bit more normalized stats. All right, little neutral light.
Yeah. And Kyna is just the neutral master too, right? Like so good at sharking positions, so good at being very patient, not pressing buttons until he absolutely has to. Very good, yeah, just immediate dash back, finds the stomps here, gets the guaranteed damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's really good at taking space away from his opponent.
Yes.
You can see the way that he shoves Ahmet off stage and then just controls that corner. Nice spot dodge through, doesn't hit the neutral air.
Yeah, perhaps a little uncharacteristic aggression from Kyna gets reversal by Ahmet for just a little bit. Recovery forces the disarm, and the second one takes away the stock.
Yeah, a little tough on Kyna's part. There was a couple times where he was really close to getting that single hit, like just like a falling neutral air, but Ahmet managed to avoid it.
Okay, how does Kyna get back in? Yeah, even there, you know, both of them jumped, neither pressed a button. Kyna wasn't going to be the first one to do it. But we'll see.
Dodges away. Falling ground pound there, and the weapon toss will hit. Ahmet going to get down to a second stock.
Oh, Ahmet stole away the gauntlet spawn as well. Good to maintain a little bit of parity off the respawn. Like what I'm seeing. And again, yeah, to your point, taking a lot of space, right? Kyna with the step backs have just been really, really clean. He's not overextending, but as I say it, just maybe a little bit too far spaced to the left with no ground in sight, meaning the ground pound from Ahmet will find the KO.
That was such a good play on Ahmet's part. Like, he was positioning for that hammer recovery, and Ahmet just caught him off guard, got him with that gravity cancel down like ground pound.
Once again, these step backs are being met with just kind of aggression now from Ahmet. Look at this string to get the disarm as well. Kyna does find another weapon spawn, but he is falling far behind in this game one.
Stomp, side air, still not enough here.
Does get the drift around, doesn't burn the dodge too importantly, but Ahmet able to touch ground safely, but for how long? Oh my gosh, look at the line in the sand with that weapon right there. Kyna was like, you want to take it? You want to take it, dude?
He's trying to cover it. Now he's over to the axe. Going to be a little bit harder for Kyna to get that KO here. Yeah, he wants that hammer.
I mean, Kyna needs a big hit right now, and that's going to do it. A stock off the top, but he's already in the red. With the gauntlets in hand, we could see a recovery taking away game one in favor of Ahmet.
Yep.
There it is.
Yep. You saw Kyna, he went for the opportunity there, tried to go for that neutral line off of the side light, but again, like you said, just not enough, or too much damage on Kyna for that to really lead into much.
Yeah, the gauntlets did a ton of damage too in that first game. 359 total. Just absolutely putting in work right now. And the conversions have just been insane. That reversal was wild from Ahmet as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the raw numbers, like their accuracy was relatively similar, 44% accuracy on Kyna's part versus the 45% on Ahmet's part. But you look at the number of light attacks thrown out, Ahmet threw out 71 versus the 54 of Kyna. So Ahmet just as a whole is hitting more light attacks.
Yeah, that's also just suggestive of the playstyles too that we've kind of been talking about, right? Like I feel like when Kyna gets his hits and when they do connect, they usually hurt pretty bad, but he's a lot more reluctant to act first in some of these slots. He's waiting for landings, he's waiting for resources to be burned, etc.
Okay, misses that sideline. Ahmet gonna take full advantage of that.
Oh wow, nice. Covers the high angle as well. Yeah, Kyna nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Ahmet tried to close that one out again with another hit to push off the right side, but Kyna with some stomps in reply.
That was a real awkward moment there. Kyna dashed forward, hit the stomp, but I don't think he was expecting it to hit, so he did nothing afterwards. Nice scoop, and there's the neutral air connection. That's something that Kyna struggled with a lot in game one, was finding those hammer neutral airs.
And a Kyna who is playing the Sharking game is a very, very scary prospect for Ahmet, but he is able to get down with only yellow damage so far. Recovery with the orb isn't enough to do it, but it does get the disarm, and the gauntlets, of course, will close the chapter on that for a stock.
Juggles weapons, likely will stick with the gauntlets. That's kind of been Ahmet's main tool.
Ooh, a lot of whiffs on both sides, though. Kyna, first one to get the action part and the party started a little bit. Step back once again. Disarm from Ahmet. Oh, double chase dodge from Kyna.
I like the angles he went for, wanted to finish it grounded.
Yeah.
So I'm going for that turnaround stomp. Ahmet doing a really good job of staying just on top of Kyna.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Off stage. Ahmet wants to go for it while he has the opportunity. There's the dare. The weapon toss comes through. Sweatbeat.
Oh!
The chase dodge up. Wait, they're both gone.
Oh my
Did Ahmet
goodness.
run out of movement?
I guess so. That gravity cancel downlight almost really helped Kyna out there. You saw Kyna reaching for a neutral air, but I wasn't following Ahmet's movement. I'm surprised he ended up falling there.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Ahmet start to slowly take the pieces off the board for Kyna. And I mean, it was a really wonderfully executed edge guard, but the stock trade obviously is not where you want to be.
But he wanted to take that stock without losing his.
But Let's see, as the dust settles, it's practically even again in last stock. See if Kyna can even up the second count right here. It starts with the offstage in the left side. Ahmet with the reversal. Nothing more.
Good spacing there on the side of Kyna. Swaps over to the hammer, trying to look for a KO now.
A lot of stomps again, but just not finding Ahmet. Again, I think you pointed out earlier, a lot of jumps over the top, especially when the gauntlets are aligned, but here's the orb, getting the side lights there. GC into the end light, just pushes off in the stack position. Oh, throws the ball away, and there's no weapon. Trying to dash over to it, but Kyna wants to punish on the pickup.
Oh, man, Kyna really not wanting to swing here. Misses the side air. Falling neutral air, not going to quite do it.
Oh, man, this could really be anybody's game now. Recovery could just KO. Endlight does force the disarm, and there's the recovery again. Ahmet, by the skin of his teeth, takes game number 2.
Kyna, man, was so close so many times. Like, I'm sure the wind just blew across Ahmet's face so many times because those hammers were so stinking close.
Yeah, scary, scary spot. Maybe we'll get to see it in the replay if there's time. This is looking like he did touch down. Yeah, and he reset again.
Weapon toss, goes up, reset. Gravity cancel down light, misses the ground pound.
Oh, maybe he didn't want to like drift to the left to give him a hit. I think it was just checkmated though at that point for the stock.
I guess, yeah. The only thing I can think of is he really didn't want to give the hit for Kyna, but
it was pretty far down too.
Yeah.
So even a chase dodge up maybe doesn't touch the wall, but either way, I mean, Ahmet still takes the victory, so can't really fault him for it, and can't really call it that much of an error if you take the win anyway.
Yeah, whatever gets you closer to the finish line. And it is going to be a swap on the side of Kyna over to the Azoth here for game number 3.
Yeah, it seemed like some changes were maybe in order on Kyna's side. Once again, we're in a position where the reverse 3-0 is necessary for Kyna to stay on the winner side of bracket.
Kyna's axe looking solid as he dashes into multiple neutralites from Ahmet. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
The wake up gravity cancel down signature. That's one of the reasons why you like the Azoth.
Okay, there's no weapon.
Oh, jumps into it.
Stare. Oh, a lot of respect from Ahmet though, trying to just jockey for position around that weapon spawn, and Kyna takes it all the way for stock 1.
Yeah, great play on Kyna's part. Saw that there was a burn dodge from Ahmet with that gravity cancel down light. And then getting the 3-piece, but Ahmet cleans it up.
All right, yoinks away those gauntlets. Kyna has to play unarmed for just a moment. Does find that bow. Okay, these stack positions have been going Ahmet's way quite a bit.
Yeah.
But they're not really resulting in super extended strings, except for there. We're seeing a little bit off stage. Kyna does get the reply hit. Ahmet able to touch the wall. The high angle of the weapon toss just kind of guides Ahmet back towards the ground.
Okay, another downlight there. Kyna just controlling that ground. Another down sig.
Yeah, and again, it's such an interesting position watching Kyna play around the weapon spawn. Ahmet jockeying for position, looking for the recovery. That was a lot of movement, and the sweat beads were online, but Ahmet didn't want to pull the trigger on an orb recovery.
Okay, weapon toss gives him some safety. There's a downlight. Down sig, not going to hit. Oh, I like that. The dodge forward there got him through that wake up from Ahmet.
Ooh, Kyna letting a lot of signatures fly right now, and none of them are finding their mark.
All right, the neutral air will work out. It was kind of an awkward edge guard there from Kyna. I think he was just kind of practicing some bow stuff, just because, like, Ahmet was hitting exclamation points.
And that stack position, again, has just been so Ahmet favored overall, despite him being down in stocks right now in game 3. But you simply cannot deny how good Kyna's axe is. Here's the offstage, sends it way down, it's just gonna be the stock gone.
Went hyper aggressive there. He had the chase dodge over the stage, so he had kind of burned all of his movement. He really wanted that side air to hit, but it just didn't. Still got some decent damage. Can he get on the board?
All right, Kyna turning on the Jets a little bit here with some more damage. Definitely taking a lot more initiative with the Azoth pick as well, like just going first in some of these spots.
Falling neutral air. Gonna take maybe 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you get any light hit, just a neutral air will just get the KO at this point too. Does find it. There it is. Kyna is on the board.
And it's going to be that bow that really helped him out there. The hammer, we saw so many times he was just off the mark, was not really finding the accuracy with his hammer. This time his axe leveled up. You saw him really pushing the ground coverage, and then also his bow was able to put out a lot of damage. Had it for about the same amount of time as his axe, 44% versus 43%.
Yeah, it also secured, I want to say, at least 2 of the stocks in that game, maybe all 3. But yeah, I think the swap definitely doing Kyna a lot of favors. I think just the playstyle changes as well. It seems like he's, just, again, moving first in a lot of these spots, and he's kind of matching the aggression that Ahmet's been presenting.
I think another thing that really helps him out is he threw out a lot of signatures.
Yeah.
That was 14 signatures thrown out on the side of Kyna, whereas with the Teros, I think he threw out maybe one across the first 2 games.
2, 1, brawl.
All right.
Can he get the game 5?
It's the same point as earlier, folks. A reverse 3-0 is what Kyna needs, but you take it game by game. Ahmet has 2 more chances to close this set out.
Okay. Ahmet not dodging there. Staying high. Kyna trying to cover the ground. Gets him with a neutral light. Just chipping away at Ahmet. Ooh, goes for the weapon tray or weapon swap there, and Ahmet takes advantage.
Tries to go over the top, maybe looking for a dare or a ground pound. Ooh. Was Ahmet. And these signatures from the Azoth are so scary to just go in on. You have to jump all the way over the top if you're Ahmet, and he is able to get just a single aerial as a punish.
This is the Sair. Kyna hasn't touched ground in a hot minute. He's close, but Ahmet goes real low for that one. Sidelight side air will disarm.
And we're in a spot where you can dip down recovery with Ahmet to get the KO with gauntlets now.
Might be a neutral light. Ooh, that's close.
He goes for it now. No, not quite.
Ooh, throws up the N-Sig. Doesn't hit the recovery there. Nerves starting to build onto Ahmet, and just a raw down signature. Ahmet just not knowing the spacing and timing of the Azoth signature.
Very deceptive, yeah. Just dives right in. And I mean, look, it seems like the counterplay has already been more or less ironed out from Ahmet's side. Like, he's just jumping over the top of a lot of them, but reacting to that situation is a little bit more difficult.
I mean, Kyna's borderline kind of forcing the movements of Ahmet, right? Like, his bow covers so much ground. You see him throw out so many side 6, down 6, and then he goes over to his axe, and he's got such strong anti-airs with those downlights and the neutral airs that he was doing. But right now, it's those down signatures that are connected.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a complementary addition to the way that Kyna plays, right? Like, he's so good at sharking with that axe in so many different positions. So if you can force your opponent to jump, that's a great place to be. Neutral air, gonna put him off screen.
Oh, that's a burn dodge, but Kyna not able to find the hit. Burn dodge on Kyna's part, eats a 3-piece for it.
Yeah, aggressing in kind of hard was Kyna. A slide through, can't find the weapon. Again, it's such a difficult position. The GC heavy does find it, and Kyna takes the lead in the stock count.
Optimizes the force there with that gravity cancel neutral heavy off the downlight. Oh, that was so close.
It's gonna be the offstage. How does Ahmet close? Tries to go for the low angle, and once again, that D-Sig you keep bringing up, Duke, is putting in so much work on Kyna's side.
Neutral light. Oh, not enough here.
Okay, you're in the air if you're Ahmet, but you do get the disarm. That's pretty huge. How do you get the stock now? It's just a Sair, potentially, with the orb. I mean, a lot of things can do it. You can kind of just do imagination, but he just keeps getting sucked into the vortex, dude. It's like a vacuum just every single time. Finally, Ahmet takes that stock away, but look at how much damage was taken on the way out.
Dude, he just like went to the store and just put in coupon after coupon. It was slow and steady, just getting that little bit extra every single time. He's in a great position to force that game 5 now. Weapon toss connects. Ahmet still has plenty of movement. Yeah, he'll get that wall touch safely. Down sig not gonna hit.
Maybe if you turn that one around, it was gonna be close.
Guard. This is the down sig, neutral light. Weapon toss not gonna hit. Ahmet gets above it.
Yeah, one more signature from this Azoth. One more in the air from this Kyna will make the game 5 possible. And look at this. I mean, the Azoth swap, and he has slowly been inching his way back into the set.
Yeah, and I want to give so much props for him getting that extra credit on that last stock. Like, he was deep red on his second stock when he got Ahmet to his final stock, but he still managed to get a lot of damage built up onto Ahmet. And so that was why I kind of was able to force that game 5.
Yeah, and I guess the question that I bring up as we're going to load in game number 5 is, I mean, what do you think Ahmet needs to do, right? Because it seems like I'm with you. Like, it seemed like he was kind of really dictating the movement. The down signatures were putting in a lot of work. Either you're getting hit by them or you're jumping over the top of them, but the punishes weren't exactly there on Ahmet's side. What do you think he needs to maybe close the door on this one?
I'm going to say a word that Brawlhalla players hate. It is platforms.
Oh, okay.
Because Kyna does such a good job controlling the stage, controlling the ground, right? Like, you saw those down signatures. You saw signature after signature just cover that main stage. Guess what? Platforms get you above that. They give you a lot more safety, and that's something that kind of can't cover everything with a signature kit.
For sure. Yeah, it gives you a couple more landing options as well. Not even defensively, you can hide underneath them. You can do a lot with it. I'm with you on that 100%. Let's see if maybe we get that on a swap. It looks like the answer is no. We're going to go over to a platform on the stage, and the Kyna, who is just so good at sharking these positions from the ground, is going to be a tough battle to face. Let's see if Ahmet's aggression can make this happen before the reverse 3-0.
Solid start on Kyna's part, but Ahmet, now that he's got the orb, he's starting to build up that damage. Actually takes the lead out from Kyna. Kyna barely gets that wall touch.
Well, I like that little dash through to try to get the side light into Sair on the left side. Good vision from Ahmet. We're keeping the action relatively closer to the left blast zone so far to maybe try to take a stock early there. Stack position again goes Ahmet's way, but Kyna did touch.
Neutral light didn't come out. Instead, it was a nair on the side of Ahmet. Tries to hit that recovery.
Okay. Kyna with an end light of his own. Swings it. Doesn't quite get it.
Ooh, just an unarmed falling side air on the side of Ahmet gives him the stock advantage.
And I think, to your point, without the existence of platforms in this game number 5, what we're seeing from Ahmet is already great, right? He's pushing the pace pretty early. He's taking a lot of scraps where it allows him to, and he's finding so much mileage off of these end lights with the orb in the stack position. As I say it, though, Kyna off the backboard makes it a 2-stock game.
Yeah, Ahmet has really taken the signatures as a sign to go in, right? Like, almost every single time Kyna throws out a signature, Ahmet is trying to jump over it and immediately trying to get Kyna when he's in that recovery frames.
Yeah, that time trying to go in maybe a little bit too early, gets clipped up by the down sig from the Azov. Stack positions have been really Ahmet favored in my opinion when the orb is online, not so much when the gauntlets are equipped. So let's see what the option is here. It just looks like raw recovery, but nothing more after that.
Okay, neutral light catches Kyna's movement. Ooh, but throws away the weapon. This is a good spot for Ahmet now.
Oh, Kyna.
Aggressive.
Sends it way downtown, maybe trying to just make a play happen.
Ooh. 2 down signatures. Ahmet didn't expect the second one. Neutral air, still not quite enough. You can see Kyna chasing up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually just straight up neutral air with the bow will KO now too, so it's very, very close. Yeah, definitely will now after that hit.
Down sig gonna whiff, goes for another one. Ahmet not gonna fall for that.
He's running out of arrows. He's shooting so many. Does get one though. Kyna swings the stock lead back. How can Ahmet get a reply to make this final game final stock?
Yeah, if you're running out of arrows, you can always use your opponent as one, and that's what Kyna did there with that bow recovery. Last stock here for Ahmet. Otherwise, Kyna, he's gonna get the reverse 3.
Okay, I mean, we're in position where side light Sair KOs. Recovery is enough to do it. We're going to last stock, folks.
Don't love that turnaround down signature. Ahmet was able to get the recovery off of it. This is very close. Not a position Kyna wanted to be in. Yep. Saw the green light. That missed down signature gave Ahmet the opportunity to get in.
I think this is the matchup Ahmet probably prefers right now, just given how much momentum he had in stock 1 with that orb. Let's see. How do you get over that signature barrage from Kyna? Looks like you're just able to jump over the top, find the end light, maybe a dare to go.
Like that jump right on top of Ahmet, disarms him. Not quite in the KO percent. Down signature.
Oh man.
Starting to add up here. Ahmet's in a little bit of trouble. Another down sig. Ahmet's running out of health here.
Next one will do it. And Kyna knows it. Look at the patience now. We are seeing patented Kyna at this point. Sidelight Sair. Ahmet tries to make something happen. Even N-air will be enough to do it in just a moment. From Kyna, Sidelight Sair again.
Ooh, trying to go off stage there. Down sig gonna miss. Ahmet, sidelight side air.
It's a disarm. Ahmet has to tap it in. He doesn't find it. Kind of touches down. He's just keeping his head on a swivel for
Just
a weapon.
there.
He finds that faded axe.
Who's going to get the hit? A ground pound. Oh, it's so close.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and the wing pounds are so clear. Ahmet gets there. He does close it out. He finds the bottom blast zone, and the pop-off is warranted, shutting down that reverse 3-0.
What a clutch up from Ahmet.
Nonetheless, we're getting into it. BBBalloonBoy versus Dragy, game number 1 on Small World's End.
All right, let's get it, PJ. BBBalloonBoy gonna be the first to go ahead and get the weapon drop, and Dragy is gonna be searching for that cannon. He had the sword. Is gonna be the first weapon. See what he can do against his edge guard against BBBalloonBoy.
A slight range advantage here for BBBalloonBoy, who starts off with a side light and a nair for a bit of damage. Dragy meeting BBBalloonBoy in the air with that side already showing. The air is not going to be a free reign for you here as BBBalloonBoy. Down air's coming out. That's a nice whip punish on that side air. D-light into side air, and Dragy not a great spot. GC side light into nair, looking for that recovery. BBBalloonBoy is going to continue the juggle with the down air. The side air does not connect, but Dragy has been completely nullified here, forced to get swamped over to the cannon here.
Yeah, see if he can get something going with this, but so far it's been all BBBalloonBoy in control here. The Saracen and Dragy all the way back off stage, but now he's planted his feet back on Small Worlds, picks BBBalloonBoy up in the 2-piece. The Sayer's gonna try and get it back up on stage. He whiffs on the neutral sig, and Dragy stays out of the way of it. The Sayer's gonna connect into Nair.
Just trying his best to find something here as Dragy can't really get much started. We'll get it there with the side light into down air, and the NSIG doesn't connect, but that side light will, and BBBalloonBoy forced on the wall. Now the NSIG will catch BBBalloonBoy, and even though BBBalloonBoy answered back with about 100 damage unanswered, Dragy gets the first stock here in game number 1 of their top 16 set. Dragy with the cannon now, D-light into recovery, will close out that stock. We go to a 2-stock fresh game here for both players. BBBalloonBoy obviously dominating on the blasters right now. Dragy leaning on that cannon to find that early stock there, or the first stock, I should say, of the game.
It's the first time I've seen Dragy get some success on that neutral sig. We saw him throw it against Ahmet a lot in that last set. Did not have any success with it at all, but catches it the first time against BBBalloonBoy, trying to chase him down with the side light. BBBalloonBoy gonna get the reversal, lets the side sig fly off stage. Ground pound, sweat beats out. He is able to touch though. Sarah is gonna go ahead and clear the space a little bit. Dragy comes back up on stage, gets caught in the side light. He cannot find the route to get back up on Small World's End against BBBalloonBoy. The edge guard is in place, but Dragy's gonna get the reversal there. The slide charge neutral sig is gonna whiff. BBBalloonBoy now has this aerial opportunity to go ahead and close out the stock. Can he find it here? Sweat beats out. Dragy with the unarmed recovery back up, and we're all set back in neutral, PJ.
Yeah, it's crazy that he's able to control the ledge for so long, but yet unable to find these KOs, and that's what Dragy kind of capitalized, where BBBalloonBoy wants so much neutral, just unable to close out that stock. Side light there for Dragy, and Dragy in contention for this stock once again. End light into NSIG, and Dragy with the wall to BBBalloonBoy. BBBalloonBoy landing with the side air. The D-light immediately trying to catch Dragy, drifting back to the stage, but Dragy won't give you anything for free. But speaking of which, that D-light gets punished by the D-light, and BBBalloonBoy down air now from Dragy, as Dragy knows how big this moment could be, in a side light side air will cash in that stock. Dragy 2 stocks to 1, and it's been 2 stocks off BBBalloonBoy, and both of them fall first from Dragy's side light there. BBBalloonBoy again stuck on the wall, and he was able to close out the stock easily with the D-light into recovery. Will do so again here. This time though, 1 side light of cannon will be the extra credit for Dragy. Not a lot to lean on, but it could just be enough with how close this game is.
It's something. It's something. It's a hope, a prayer, and a dream, but he's looking fantastic here in this opening game against BBBalloonBoy. Has the edge guard again, but BBBalloonBoy's going to get the reversal, sends it back out. There's the neutral light. The nair is going to whiff. Dragy whiffs on the side light. BBBalloonBoy right there to pick it up. But big 3-piece from Dragy comes up the recovery. Nobody's home. BBBalloonBoy hits him with a dare. Sweat beats out, but he's able to find himself back up on stage.
End light there for BBBalloonBoy, who's been dominating this ledge game here, as Dragy continuously gets forced off stage. We'll give it up there with a turnaround D-light. Not sure if that's a misinput, but Dragy will make you pay for it, as you're stuck on the wall now, and Dragy with the side light. BBBalloonBoy stuck on the wall. D-light into down air. Disarm now, and versus cannon. This could be it, but the down air does not connect, and the ground pound from BBBalloonBoy comes in just in time. D-light into ground pound. BBBalloonBoy 1 hit away. Dragy makes it back to center stage. Side light there again, and he remains control and remains some sort of semblance of calm here, but the damage slowly shifting to BBBalloonBoy's favor. The bow gets picked up now. The nair comes in, will not KO. Dragy trying to find a landing, but the weapon toss into the recovery will clutch out the game for BBBalloonBoy.
How amazing is that he knew the nair was not going to have enough to knock out. He throws the weapon away, gets the unarmed recovery to be able to finish the stock right then and there. Great awareness for BBBalloonBoy there to go ahead and get the job done.
And just the margin so slim there. Dragy misses the game-winning down air just about here. BBBalloonBoy sneaks in, gets the ground pound, which disarms Dragy, forces Dragy off of the cannon, and since then, BBBalloonBoy wins that game.
All right, we're going right back to Small World's End. No legend swaps across the board, and Dragy very, very, very close to sneaking away with that opening game against BBBalloonBoy. But Triple B, you see, he has one on the scoreboard already. He's going to try and make it 2 here in game number 2.
Sider coming in as well. The D-light and the N-light immediately whiff, punishing for Dragy, as Dragy lets something, a new option come out there. The D-sig, the anchor, trying to find a way to get a connection onto BBallonBoy. D-Light into Cider. BBallonBoy completely nullified in this game. Dragy takes that loss in stride, but the ground pound comes in. BBallonBoy gets a down air unarmed. Another down air into the stage. Dragy recovery there. An end light from BBallonBoy, and he'll take the time to grab a bow now. Not disarmed any longer. BBallonBoy with a chance to come back in the damage department, but unable to find that gimp as the end light comes in for Dragy. Dash jump side air. BBallonBoy in a bad spot. The weapon toss goes a little bit too high, and BBallonBoy has to land right in front of the cannon, but avoids the D-Light. Gets a 3-piece to flip it. The down air too low though, and Dragy gets back on the stage and wins it once again. D-Light into recovery will close out that stock, and BBallonBoy with chances to gimp in that stock, just unable to find the last kind of hit you need to close out those stocks. Dragy will capitalize with a big lead.
He's absolutely on demon time so far, especially in this game. Looking fantastic with this cannon. Oh, BBallonBoy's going to go ahead and shut it down there, get a slight reversal. Little too far extension off the sideline. BBallonBoy's going to go ahead and package it up, send him off the left side. There we go. Downlight into Sayers. Going to not be enough to take him over to the blast zone. Does find a way to get back on the stage, let those unarmed recoveries fly. BBallonBoy's going to shut it down over here. Back-to-back weapon throw, and that's going to be enough to go ahead and tap that one in.
That equalizes the stocks incredibly quickly, and BBallonBoy taking very little extra credit, especially with Dragy being so low in damage in that first stock. You would think so much more was to come, but it'll be Dragy on even footing here in terms of the stock. The damage still in the favor of Dragy, though, with that opening 3-piece on the sword pickup. BBallonBoy whiff on the sidelight into a sidelight from Dragy. And the N-Sig now coming out as an option to kind of contest BBallonBoy landing. That's a big Cider. The Cider a little bit too high. Dragy in a bad spot. The fast fall ill-timed, and BBallonBoy will capitalize by taking control of the stage and picking up a new weapon. N-Light there, and Dragy stuck in the air now. But a D-Light into recovery will force BBallonBoy in the air on Dragy's terms this time. And Dragy looking for this KO now. A D-Light into recovery will be all it takes for Dragy as 3 connect, and a stock is taken. BBallonBoy on his last.
We might have a set here looking fantastic for Team Dragy, as he has got a good, solid lead against BBallonBoy here in game number 2. The Nair is going to connect, comes back down with the Dare. 2-piece, finishing up with a down air off stage. Right back though, couldn't find try to get that reversal fadeaway Sayer there. Nobody was home.
And light there for Dragy, and a big opportunity now up 2 stocks to 1. Can definitely leverage this to try to go for something off stage. The down stick comes in. Ground pound from BBallonBoy will answer back. Sidelight into down air. Nice avoidance there from BBallonBoy, dodging away down air as well. But Dragy just in complete control. GC D-Light into side air will give BBallonBoy chances on this stock now. With a weapon tossed up and a recovery on the bow. Will find a KO.
Wow.
Barely. I didn't think it was going to, but it does. And BBallonBoy forces last stock with the blasters in hand. And this is a scary spot for Dragy. Even though you're just 1 hit away, it could be very scary to get it. Down air coming out from BBallonBoy, answering back here. Has yet to be hit. D-Light into the end light there. Another down air catches Dragy. Side air as well. Nair comes out, avoids the recovery with the side air as well from BBallonBoy. And he's trying his best to play perfectly here. Dragy just needs 1 D-Light, and Dragy knows it. D-Light into recovery will close out that stock, and Dragy and BBallonBoy go to game 3 with an even scoreline.
Dragy is absolutely playing out of his mind this weekend. There we go. Going to go ahead and tie the set up against BBallonBoy. He's going to shake him up a little bit. And that means BBallonBoy is down in a position where he needs to make some sort of adjustment. I mean, do we go back to Small World's End? It was close game number 1. Dragy was able to go ahead and get it in game number 2. Do we need a change of venue? Because he's already said he's not swapping off that Diana.
It looks like we don't get a change of venue. I was going to say, I don't know what the mentality behind it is if you want a soft platform versus this cannon, but Dragy's been finding, a lot of damage on the cannon, and the sword is just coming in to clean the job up. And light there, and BBallonBoy on the bow now this time. The matchup has been going in Dragy's favor since the last game. Another down air punishes a sidelight there, and right now Dragy completely dominating the stock. Sidelight into the Nair, catches BBallonBoy. BBallonBoy drifting off stage, avoids the down air, but Dragy just in complete control so far. Sidelight would punish the end light immediately. Down air from BBallonBoy to get a little bit of an answer back. A side air there, a recovery as well, and BBallonBoy now trapped on the wall in the red. Sidelight wait, Dragy in just complete control, running BBallonBoy down in the corner. The side air will not connect either with the recovery, but again, you're taking just pennies on the dollar as the D-Light into Nair comes in for payday for Dragy, and Dragy will take the first stock.
And we talk about that. We've been talking about the cannon in Dragy's hand this entire set so far. I'm looking back at the stats from last game. He did 313 damage on the sword and only 201 on the cannon. So he was finding the more damage and getting those knockouts off of that sword. But we see it's been cannon so far here in this game. BBallonBoy's finally going to get that disarm. Dragy coming back on stage. Can he get the weapon spawn? He does. Cannon back in hand. Could not get the second part of that opener. Back in neutral. Nobody really wanting to engage too hard here. Dragy holding on to his lead.
Recovery coming in for BBallonBoy, trying to put an end to this first stock of Dragy. Dragy avoids it. It's a big nair there, but no KO or disarm. So Dragy with chances. Big side light, no side air follow-up. BBallonBoy just holding that center stage. The weapon toss does catch, and the side air will punish Dragy as your momentum gets stifled by that weapon toss from BBallonBoy. BBallonBoy with great chances again. Been really good at evening up the stocks. No matter how big of a lead Dragy has, it doesn't really lead into much extra credit. You'll see an end light there from Dragy, and now the dash jump side air catching BBallonBoy. Nice end light from BBallonBoy, but the damage has just been so great in Dragy's favor this entire match. I mean, BBallonBoy is just trying to fight back in any way possible, but that side air puts BBallonBoy in a bad spot, and Dragy knows it. Waiting for the dodge there, didn't find the D-light, but Dragy knows weaving in and out, the end light will connect, but a D-light recovery meets you anyway, and as many hitboxes as you try to throw out, Dragy finds a way.
Finds a way indeed. BBallonBoy, though, is going to be all over that landing. Dragy going to hold over on the left side. We're going to see another D-light into Sarah from BBallonBoy. He swaps over for a fresh pair of blasters. Going to try and avoid that disarm. There we go, the recovery. That is going to be not be enough.
Wow.
Small World's in. Gonna go ahead and hold him in the stage one more time to Dragy, though. That neutral air is gonna go ahead and confirm on BBallonBoy, and that puts him on his final stock of this game. And if he loses this one, that puts him on a winner's side game going into next one.
This is for Championship Sunday right here. You confirm yourself into the top 8 off of this game, or this set I should say, but this game means so much. The recovery doesn't connect for BBallonBoy. Dragy misses the end light, gets a side light, but no side air. GCD light gets punished with a side air on the bow. Weapon toss does not connect, but the side light does. And BBallonBoy just needs to tap in this KO. Will pick up a bow, look for the nair, doesn't find it. Dragy whiffing the side light in the face of BBallonBoy, but no punish on the side of BBallonBoy. The end light comes out, a weapon pickup from Dragy. GCD light gets punished with the end light, but you hold on as it's Small World's end, and the bow comes in finally with a down air to close out that stock. And his last stock, game 3, the set advantage going to the winner of this. It means so much right now.
It does mean a lot indeed. BBallonBoy trying to hold down at the ground there with those, trying to get Dragy in the air, not let him land. We're going to go way low. The recovery brings Dragy back up. D-light in recovery is going to go ahead and connect. BBallonBoy letting the Sarah rip, trying to catch something coming back down the stage. Side air from Dragy. Going to go ahead and send BBallonBoy out, but you see the nair going to go ahead and toss him back up. We're juggling now. Going to go ahead and toss the bow up, re-catch. Dragy's going to hold on to that weapon spawn, but he goes right in to that bow of BBallonBoy yet again. Whiffs on the neutral light, but BBallonBoy whiffing on the Sayers.
We see the D-Sig coming out there off the GC from BBallonBoy towards the wall. Side light there and waiting. Another dodge gets baited out by Dragy. Doesn't find it. That's a big nair. The weapon toss comes down looking for the D-light. Is Dragy now at this point. Side light will wait for the N-Sig. Does not find it. BBallonBoy no dodge in. End light comes out with punish. Side air from BBallonBoy. Whiffs the D-Sig again trying to make it happen, but Dragy will not fall for those tricks. A pickup of cannon for Dragy now, and D-light is the difference between the set lead here, but a side down air comes in. Dragy in a bad spot will have to recover. Avoids the side air. BBallonBoy will get an unarmed recovery, but that's not the game when you wanted to see. A side air comes out as well, and Dragy with the cannon online just needs one hit. So does BBallonBoy, who gets an air there. Won't KO on Small World's end, but Dragy picks up a cannon. Doesn't get anything, but a GCD like side air from BBallonBoy gives him the set advantage.
That made me nervous. That was what a close game, coming right down to those last couple interactions. You see just the sigh of relief from BBallonBoy as he's able to go ahead and squeak that one in there. But now Dragy playing down 2-1. Is he going to have another upset here in Midseason Championship?
Dragy one set away from making it into the top 8, but you pull one of the hardest players to pull in the bracket. The second place finisher here at BCX last year, and now the PR #2 of North America, stuck in the shadow of Marckiemoo. Will look to make it shine his own light on this top 8 here. Dragy will try to do the same.
Do the same indeed. BBallonBoy, though, holding down on the stage. He's been very good trying to catch these landings, trying to get that advantage, because Dragy seems to have it in the air when it comes to that sword especially. The ground pound's going to rip off the cannon. BBallonBoy cannot catch the re-entry from Dragy coming back up on the Small World's in. Here we go, 2 pieces, going to rack up some more damage against BBallonBoy. Dragy still holding on to this very light advantage, but I take that back. BBallonBoy just made it go back into his direction. Back and forth in this first stock. Who is going to be the first to strike? BBallonBoy going way off the right side of the stage. Dragy couldn't catch the landing. BBallonBoy letting it rip as well with the side light, and the weapon throw is going to go ahead and tap that one in, and Dragy is the first to strike.
It was a good edge guard mix, or sorry, recovery mix-up from BBallonBoy to wait for Dragy to go for the nair that stalls you in the air and then fastball down to the wall, but Dragy ends up winning it out with that down air, and then light comes out from BBallonBoy, who's been very good at evening up the stock counts even when he loses at first. We see the attempt with that N-Sig will not connect. The side air, not enough to KO yet, and BBallonBoy with chances here to close out the stock quickly. Side lights don't lead into much. Kind of just reset the situation. D-light into side air will be enough to close it out. Just keep it simple. And once again, BBallonBoy continues to even up these stocks incredibly quickly.
But he just keeps playing from behind. He has not been able to really solidify himself a proper lead in this set so far. But we see now is he's getting some good momentum against Dragy here. The side air is going to be enough to go ahead and stop that momentum.
Wow.
There we go. That is 4 unanswered attacks from Dragy. The nair is going to dunk him up. Another one. He tried to go up, and after that second nair, and hit the side air. But the neutral sig will be enough. And Dragy cutting himself out a fantastic lead against BloonBoy to tie this set up.
BalloonBoy, last-ditch effort, throws the bow downwards in order to put out a hitbox. Dragy avoids it, and that end sig is just so potent on this stage with such small walls for Blast Zone. Sidelight comes out from BalloonBoy, who, again, I keep saying it time and time again, will continue to even out these stock counts very, very quickly. The ground pound comes in, trying to do so there. Recovery comes in, double recovery for Dragy, and this damage does mean something. We've seen Dragy close out these stocks with efficiency on both the sword and the cannon. As an end light comes out, the nair comes out for BalloonBoy, and they're both just trying to control this ground game. The down sig coming out, waiting for a dodge in, doesn't find it. A side air will send Dragy in a bad spot, looking for the recovery. Will find that one, and BalloonBoy evens up the stocks, but takes quite a bit of damage for it. All things considered, Dragy has quite a bit to work for in order to force this game 5. Side air comes out and starts the party for Dragy.
BloonBoy, though, trying to hold on here, so close, especially with this cannon. One good string could spell the end of this game for BloonBoy. Dragy being very careful, being very patient. Saw the side light's going to go ahead and tack on just a little bit more damage against BloonBoy. Sweat exclamation points out. Big recovery, but Dragy still sitting in yellow. Meanwhile, BloonBoy, the nair is going to go ahead and finish that one up, and he's shaking his head. I don't know if he can't believe it or what, but he's playing out of his mind. 495 damage, 218 of that off the cannon, 247 off the sword. So there's another game that he was able to win where he outputted more on the sword than he was able to on the cannon.
It makes sense to me, especially with how that second stock went, where Dragy kind of got that offstage recovery. And I like that Dragy's starting to go for that there. It's a very active hitbox on the wall, and BalloonBoy likes to dip low, especially with how potent cannon and sword have KOs off the top. You need to be very careful of that KO potential, so you dip low. We see a recovery from Dragy to scoop BalloonBoy back up into the jungle. Speaking of which, a big 4-piece open up, drops a side air there off that GC. The ground pound will get punished with a sidelight, but no side air, and BalloonBoy comes out of the gate swinging, but Dragy finally back onto his own business here. D-Light into down, or BalloonBoy in a bad spot now. Dragy with the dodge out, waiting. Ground pound comes out with an air, interrupts it. End light coming out. BalloonBoy will hold on to the stock here as that ground pound look to meet the end of that one. The recovery will connect and disarm BalloonBoy. Dragy wins the war for that weapon pickup too, so it's sword versus bow to see who takes the first stock.
Still nobody first to strike here. Dragy, though, has the advantage on this edge guard. BloonBoy trying to bounce his way over, catches the neutral light. Dragy trying to come up in the air with a neutral air, but can't find anything. BloonBoy weapon throw down. The neutral sig is going to go ahead and whiff. BloonBoy catching a little bit more off of that. Trying to get the bounce off the weapon throw, but couldn't follow it up with the gravity cancel down light.
Cross wires there as BalloonBoy was not able to find the connection. Oh, almost whip punishing that GC D-Light, but instead the recovery comes in and ends up winning that stock in the end. And that's first strike of Game 5 going to BalloonBoy. Winner of this moves on to Championship Sunday, and BalloonBoy will confirm his spot in both top 8 of singles and top 4 in doubles.
Dragy fighting right back, keeping things super even. He is not going down without a fight. We see BloonBoy being carried back in by a sidekick. He's looking for that weapon drop. There it is, blasters in hand. What is he going to be able to do with it? He catches Dragy, and the one piece with the Sair is going to catch him right back. Dragy lurking, trying to get some more damage against BloonBoy. Finds his way back on the stage, right into a Sair off those blasters. Reaching over, overextended off that side light.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, what a nair from BloonBoy that gave him the protection he needed to come back up on stage as he continues to aggress off stage.
Sidelight there, and BalloonBoy completely dominating wherever they meet on the stage. GC D-Light into recovery will disarm another recovery. The Hail Mary attempt to take a big stock lead for BalloonBoy. Dragy will cross through the ledge trap sidelight with an end light. The nair comes out. Dragy now in the jungle state. No dodge from BalloonBoy as the GC D-Light does not connect. Down air into nair for Dragy as BalloonBoy has a pair of blasters in hand. Sidelight, wait, no GC D-Light. That D-Light will connect. The recovery will KO, and BalloonBoy one stock away from Championship Sunday. Dragy will have to make a comeback here, and so far in the way the sets have gone, BalloonBoy much better at capitalizing on leads like this, but Dragy's cannon, the trusty cannon that has brought him this far in the bracket, is going to be the tool that Dragy needs to climb this mountain.
I mean, this is still doable, especially if he can confirm the stock right now. BloonBoy in a bad spot. Weapon throw might be enough to do it. Oh, no! The dare came out. I think the ground pound would have been good, but BloonBoy, nonetheless, is able to come back up on stage. Blasters back in hand. Dragy trying to figure out a way to get himself back in this as BloonBoy is getting more damage against this Sidra.
avoids the D-Light. You see the respect from Dragy now, realizing the moment you're in, Weapon Toss comes in to interrupt BalloonBoy's end light. That's a D-Light into recovery, whip punish, and BalloonBoy and Dragy go to last stock game 5. Dragy with a cannon online, BalloonBoy with no weapon in hand, but will pick up the bow. No weapon starve attempt, side light there to start the action for BalloonBoy. The N-Sig does not connect. Dragy will avoid that. No signatures have connected for BalloonBoy yet. D-Light there into the N-Sig as I say it, and BalloonBoy punches his ticket into top 8 into Championship Sunday in a game 5 close match. BalloonBoy is too clutch. Globe matchup, EU versus South America. And we got Lores versus Mounir. Mounir is going to be starting off on the Mega Man, Lores on the Mandalorian.
Okay, this is going to be a very fast-paced match here. Lots of speed between these two legends. Mounir, though, catching the landing off that beautifully. We're going to just go ahead and juggle up with the nairs. Could not get the triple one, but go ahead and put the damage down just the same. Lores looks like he's just going to stay foot planted on Demon Island, trying to catch these lanes against Mounir. Down sig is going to connect. So is a side sig. Can we go ahead and pull another one? Mounir, unarmed, come back. Side light is going to go ahead and whiff. Lores, once again, staying on that stage, trying to catch the landings. Didn't work out for him that time around, though.
They're coming out as well. The D-Light from Lores here, trying to make it work with these signatures. Mounir has to work so hard on the battle boots with it being so low in terms of damage build, but the N-Sig comes out, and that recovery will match as well. And Mounir, even after Lores starting off with 2 back-to-back SIGs, forcing Mounir in the red, will lose the stock first as Mounir answers back with an N-Sig there. And I love the blaster play from Mounir so far. The D-Light, sorry, the down air into side air from Lores will be the rebuttal, though.
Great job. Immediately shut down the lead. Immediately got things even back up. It's exactly what you need, especially when you go down for that first stock. You've got to keep things even.
No way!
What? Oh my goodness. Sweat beats right. He was still going for it. And when he missed it, he was going for the ground pound to bring it back down. Great awareness from Lores. Big, huge output for off that spear. Look forward to that.
It's cool to see that Lores is kind of putting himself off stage as well. He's kind of the Pogo king, but with the Ada signature kit, you could definitely find some tricky ways to close out stocks off stage. Pogo, speaking of which there, that down six is going to connect all the way across the stage for Lores. An incredibly strong signature. Side six coming out from Mounir does not connect. That one will scoop though, and Lores without a weapon. Mounir in a great spot. Weapon toss into ground pound with the recovery from Lores. Beats it out. Downer comes out there looking for the KO is Lores. That's going to be the down sig coming out, not connecting. Side air there for Mounir. And speaking of which, the side sig coming out for Mounir as well, and Lores looking for something big. Another one, letting it rip as much as he can with that down sig.
The back-to-back side sig was kind of funny. He whipped the first one and still was in the position and had the time. Oh, there we go.
The end stick closes it out.
Went ahead and picked up that second one. We see Lores going to go ahead and take that stock advantage and going right back to work on Mounir, but he had that dodge in his pocket. Ooh, the ground pound was definitely an option, but Lores was nowhere near that option. Okay, weapon throws down, just keeping away, staying out of the way of the side sig. Lores showing a lot of respect and spacing here. D-Light into Sair is going to go ahead and confirm, and we are all tied up on final stocks with maybe about a 35-40 damage difference.
Yeah, and I mean, that damage difference could be very big, especially with the way Battle Boots, like, you know, it has long-winded combinations and really great edge guard play, but it kind of can struggle in terms of racking up the damage, especially versus this Ada blasters and spear kit. Down air coming out there. Mounir trying to make something happen with that nair. It's going to be a down air into the end light. Side light sending Lores into bad spot. Down air comes out as well. Mounir in a great spot. The recovery comes out very early from Lores, and Lores cannot make it back. The N-Sig is not enough verticality, and Mounir steals that game away. Mounir up a game over Lores.
That was actually a fantastic finish for Mounir there. Absolutely right. I mean, 438 damage got it done there. I mean, he was outpaced by almost 100 damage from Lores, was still able to get the game. 230 off the boots, 171 off the blasters. Fantastic job from Mounir. We see this string from Lores where he almost was able to tap it in off the top, but couldn't quite finish it out there. We're going to go and take a look at the rest of these replays as you see how Mounir was able to clean up game number 1.
Yeah, and I think it's so crazy and so uncharacteristic of Lores to go for such an early recovery. I mean, all things considered, he's such a consistent player, the early recovery, and then really relying on the N-Sig to try to make it back there. I mean, that's crazy to think that you were unable to touch, and sometimes Demon Island makes you pay as the wall's so small. We go into game number 2 here, and we get a little 3-2-1 brawl from the crowd here as I guess there's Mounir fans in the crowd and Lores fans.
I'm so happy that the neutral sig education worked. I'm very happy about that, PJ. Look, we're doing work around here and making sure our commentators are up to square here. So Lores with the recovery to come back up on stage, catches him with a D-Light into Sair. Ooh, fighting back with the grab to cancel side sig, but nobody was there. Obviously, Lores with the Nair going to go ahead and get the good bounce. Send Mounir off the right side. Mounir surging, catches him with the neutral light, but no, turned around the other way. Lores is going to go ahead and finish that one out with the down sig, and he's got himself a pretty good lead here, PJ.
That's an incredibly strong signature, and the many, many strong sigs that Ada gets to pull out here. And we see such a big difference in game number 1 where Lores had a big damage lead but couldn't capitalize, and now you see Lores in this game will take the stock off of it. Mounir, a lot of work to do here. Another GC side sig immediately coming out. Mounir in a bad spot. D-Light comes out. Side sig trying to get a reversal, but Lores will not give it, and another D-Sig comes out, and Lores has hit a lot of signatures, and they've all connected, but the N-Sig drops, and the breakdance punishes, but a side sig connects anyway, and that N-Sig dropping was so tragic, but somehow Lores remains calm, and a down sig will meet him anyway, and no matter what direction he's throwing out the signatures, it covers everything. Mounir smiles and realizes this is a ridiculous signature kit.
Because he realized, I mean, moth to flame at this point. Every time Lores pulls that down signature button, Mounir is just like, let me jump right in that. This looks great. Water's warm. It's fine. Mounir, though, a little out of the way for the Sair. That's going to put Lores in an awkward position. And finally, able to get rid of that pesky first stock on Lores.
Yeah, going to be very important for sure. Especially starting off with that N-Sig from Mounir to get that anti-air and kind of send away. That's going to be very important for him for sure. Big open up there with the side air, landing down air, trying to set up an offstage play with the side light. That will whip punish the down air, but the side air does not connect. A side air from Lores, and this is the big edge guard recovery into the Nair, and just continuing to rack up damage. And we're starting to approach the signature percent, or maybe it's just the down airs here. Signature damage color, I should say. Side light coming out.
I mean, I think we're getting to a go next situation. Mounir is having a horrible time trying to get anything going against Lores. Okay, there we go. The Flame Sword's going to come out, catch a little bit, but Lores is going to tap it in. There we go. The recovery off the blasters, and we're going to pull out mine Sparky's brutal poster because that was a brutal game. Lores taking control there.
Is that accurate? 11 signatures, 64% accuracy, 526 damage. Again, 526 damage dealt on Spear. That is 2v2 numbers. He's doing it in a 1v1 versus a Legend that doesn't even have a lot of defense.
Almost double the damage off of Spear alone than Mounir put out from his entire Legend that game.
That's... no, it is just more. It is just double. It's more than double, right? Because he did 262. Mm-hmm. Don't put me on the spot here with the numbers.
No, let's get the spotlight.
Yeah, 524, 587 from Lores. That's more damage. That's crazy.
No, that's crazy because it was such an interesting stat for that game number 1 that Mounir was able to go ahead and win. But I really thought that being able to get the win, but having less damage, I really didn't think that was going to translate very well going through the rest of the set. And Lores showed us exactly why that game plan wasn't going to work for Mounir anymore. He has got to figure out a way to build up good damage against this Ada and try to secure a solid win here.
Yeah, and you see just Super Stance is coming in for Ada in such a big way now. The weakness that you had is gone, and Mounir in a bad spot, and your stock is gone as Lores closes out the edge guard with a Spear ground pound.
Lights out,
and
bro.
Lores completely dominates that stock. Mounir swapping over to the Tesca, but no matter what your complementary weapon is against the battle boots, it's not enough. D-Light into Cider now for Lores, who continues to rack on the damage here, and Lores is looking not to let up at all. D-Light into downer from Mounir, trying to get the party started in terms of the damage. Cider into the down sig. It covers everything all the time. There's nowhere you can go to avoid it, and Lores puts Mounir offstage again. The Cider disconnect, double D-Light into Cider, no weapon on Mounir. Lores with an N-Light and waiting with the Pogo. Mounir cannot make it back, and Lores has 2 unanswered stocks on Mounir. It's game 3, and it's a complete disaster for Mounir's Tesca.
Can we let Mounir play the game, please?
No,
maybe
not.
Can he play the game? Lores says absolutely not. Absolute domination on Demon Island in game number 3. Mounir trying to fight for anything in the air, finally staying out of the way of that down sig and confirming the stock off of it. A sign of life from Mounir here as he finally gets that opening stock, trying to save the set.
And look at Lores, just so much confidence, having that invulnerability and just waiting through Mounir, not even hitting a button. A big slide charge. N-Sig does not connect onto Lores as Lores makes it back, but an air to sidelight into recovery for Mounir, down here to rebuttal for Lores, avoiding the N-Sig there, and Lores again with control here, up a stock. It's great action for Mounir here, but it needs to mean something. Downers coming out, the damage building up. Lores trying to fight back, but really unanswered damage in this stock, and Mounir keeps himself in this game off a great bout on the gauntlets, but swapping over back to the battle boots, a matchup that has not been favorable, can be very bad here. A Cider from Lores. D-Light into recovery. Is it enough? It's not. But Lores so close to closing out this game, which has been a complete demolition of this Tesca. Down air into side air. Lores, one hit away. The weapon toss isn't enough. Mounir, I think one more chance to make it back. Ground pound doesn't connect, but he throws out his with a last-ditch effort. And we see game 3, and it passes us by as Lores completely runs through Mounir.
No, the boots were not it, bro. Absolutely not. 93 damage, another sub 300 game from Mounir there. A very rough way to try and get things done. But, I mean, in his defense, he didn't get to play the game for the first minute 30 of it. It was literally Lores, complete control of everything. The weapon spawns, the pace, the stage. Literally shut him out, froze him out completely. We're gonna see him finish it up here on that final stock. That was a good interaction though, just the dodges everywhere when you're just desperately trying to get it in there at the very end. And I mean, the graph definitely tells a story on that one.
If I'm Mounir, it's like you've tried 2 Battle Boots Legends now. Maybe it's time to not do the Battle Boots.
No, maybe it's time definitely something else that is not working.
The 2 things that Battle Boots wants to do is either get things going from the air onto the ground with like these very disjointed and moving hitboxes, or control the ground. But it looks like Mounir, I was going to say that Spirit Flash was doing better, but we swap over to the Roman Reigns, the Tesca here, to try to get a rally. But of course, Lores, I mean, if anyone's going to be practicing this matchup, it's going to be versus Kyna, who is his teammate, and in region, one of his rivals for sure in the 1v1 space. Sider coming out, avoiding that N-Sig is Lores. D-Light into Sider. Mounir in a bad spot as Lores has complete control of the stage, will give some room to Mounir, and Mounir will capitalize with 3 hits, sidelight, nair. So the damage is now even in terms of the damage, but Lores again continues to move forward with these blasters.
I can hear Sparky from here yelling, "Why are you not playing Cassidy?" Just really does seem like the better option if you were going to go ahead and try and lock out the Terros, but you know what, I'll shut my mouth as Mounir is going to be the first to strike. The side Sig is going to go ahead and ring true, and Lores is finding himself behind for the first time, I think, pretty much all set.
D-Light, GC unarmed sidelight from Lores here as he tries to get something going to even up the stock count. That's a big nair into D-Light, into the down air, into the nair. Chase dodge from Mounir, trying to get more damage on Lores. Lores will rebuttal with a recovery unarmed. D-Light trying to get an anti-air, can't find it. Recovery gets punished with a nair. Mounir is now on his demon time as Lores has yet to answer back. Finally, a ground pound will connect, but coast to coast, nowhere near KOing. Scoop, no score from Mounir.
Ooh.
The very end hitbox of it, but no knockback on it.
No, didn't have much force at all. That does, though. Sayer taking him pretty much coast to coast there. Gonna be enough to go ahead and get that first stock finally off of Mounir as Lores is trying to continue to play catch up. But honestly, he's done a very good job keeping this close as early as he went down in the beginning of this. Being able to bring it right back. He's adjusting very quickly to this Terros.
Recovery there, and Lores has yet to really be hit since he's taken the stock off of Mounir. Finally, an N-Light ends that streak for Lores, who avoids the recovery, gets a recovery of his own. Mounir without a weapon now. Downsig will barely connect as Mounir gets ushered to the right side of the offstage. D-Light into side air, and Lores will be where Mounir just was a moment ago. The scoop does not score. The signature coming out again. The side stick that time not connecting. Another side air, weapon toss from Lores, and that's the side stick to barely connect. And Lores one stock away from confirming his spot into a top 8 championship Sunday.
Man, that was a nasty confirmation there from Lores. He's still continuing to control this stage. Mounir, though, going to fight back. They're going to tap it in with the gravity cancel D-Light into ground pound. And that's going to put us all even up here on the final stock. Mounir, though, just barely down on when it comes to damage, but we're going to go ahead and have that all tied up now.
Avoids the side light. Another pogo comes out. D-Light not connecting the down air for Mounir here. D-Light, side air. Lores on a great spot now. Downsig will get whiff punished, so Mounir with signs of life in this game is now whiff punishing these signatures. D-Light into side air. Lores swapping over the pair of blasters here. Side light popping Mounir up. The signature comes out, does not connect. D-Light into recovery will be enough, and Lores, PR number 9, wrongfully so, and the mid-season champion from last year confirms his spot into the top 8 championship Sunday.
If they ever do. All right, we don't have to wait any longer. We're going to see how this one is going to go ahead and break down as Bunny, Anonymous Alex, game number 1, of course, like you call it, the Cassidy for Anonymous Alex. Bunny rocking that Rayman. Let's have to see here as we are absolutely locked in on neutral. There, Anonymous Alex going to go ahead and let it swing with the sidelight, but we are playing footsies here in the middle of game number 1.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage already to start off here as Anonymous Alex looking for that nair to continue. Bunny with a nair as well, and Anonymous Alex, side light coming in, D-Light into side air. And look at the damage build. I mean, it's just been like 6 or 7 hits here, and it's just so much damage already. Side light waiting, Bunny with the gauntlets. Side sig will come out. That's going to be the great, one of the biggest important signatures in the Cassidy kit here, and Bunny will avoid the first one. And speaking of which, a slide charge side sig into the stage will catch Anonymous Alex, who has no weapon. Even with all that dexterity, weapon toss comes in, and Anonymous Alex on the blasters, the weapon, not the weapon of choice, as he throws it away here, realizing a weapon would spawn for Bunny. A haymaker comes in, Bunny with a GC side light into down air. A bit of a trap, the nair does not connect, the weapon toss will though, and Bunny has no more resources to make it back. And speaking of which, if everything worked, it would, but it doesn't, and Anonymous Alex has a pair of blasters here, and it might be a bluff, and I think Bunny will call it a side sig, letting it rip, just trying to get anything. Anonymous Alex, D-Light into the side sig for a bit of damage.
Still holding down on the ground, trying to make something happen for Bunny. Okay, missed on the D-Light, but Anonymous Alex right there to punish it with the down air. Weapon throw up, gonna swap back over to the gauntlets. See if he can get some of that string potential here, get some good damage build up. Search for it, missed the landing, but Anonymous Alex stood there, hesitated, and allowed Bunny the opportunity to go ahead and finish off that stock. Stopping the bleeding very early from Bunny as she is barely in orange and was able to go ahead and confirm that stock.
Downer coming out there, Anonymous Alex jumping into it, and I mean, you just clearly want to be picking up that hammer as soon as possible, because the D-Light and the side air, and Bunny now one hit away in the corner. The N-Sig will be the option. Another one there, Bunny punished, D-Light into side light. No nair to follow up though. Bunny definitely wanting to force Anonymous Alex off stage here. Will throw the weapon away and actually work out. Another pair of gauntlets and a dodge getting beat out there. Slide charge N-Sig. Anonymous Alex will jump over that quite calmly. D-Light into N-Sig will close out that stock, and all that strength means every time you take a hit, it just means that much more, and that N-Sig is going to be even more potent as a KO option. N-Light sending off stage as Bunny tries to equalize here, but it's going to be quite tough because that's a lot of damage with that side light and side sig from Anonymous Alex.
Ooh, letting the neutral sig fly, hoping to connect, but Anonymous Alex saw it come. Another stomp stairs, going to send Bunny back off, and she runs back up on stage, gets scooped up into the sky, going to swat Anonymous Alex down with a down air of her own. The side sig whiffs, Bunny with the neutral light. Anonymous Alex way off stage, see the respect, but no, going to swat Bunny away as soon as he comes back up onto the stage. The Gravity Capsule Haymaker going to be easily taken care of by Anonymous Alex, and that puts him up 1-0. And one thing I did notice, I mean, when it comes to this matchup, Bunny does have a 75% win rate over Anonymous Alex. So we're going to see if that transforms, or if that Cassidy buff is just so big for Anonymous Alex here that he's able to go ahead and knock another one out of this tournament.
I will say, props where it's due, 109 damage dealt on the blasters for Anonymous Alex. So all things considered, he, I wouldn't say, beat what the crowd thinks, but definitely showing the blasters do something.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Western Air Temple, the first time. I think I've seen this almost all day on the mainstream. At least for our casting block, for sure. We've seen a lot of Small Worlds and Demon Island. We got some moving style platforms. Bunny does definitely prefer the stage. A lot of wall to work with. Actually works out for Bunny, who refreshes resources a lot to go for extended plays off stage. Anonymous Alex with a nair there. That's a double nair, and Bunny taking quite a bit of damage here on this hammer. Anonymous Alex side light, waiting for a dodge in, doesn't give it, is Bunny. Bunny down air, side air, whiff on a GC side light. Weapon toss comes in, axe in hand now, and a D-Light to anti-air, and it's a lot of buttons getting hit for Bunny, but not a lot of damage or connections for her, as Anonymous Alex just continues to output the damage, and the N-Sig will be enough to KO. And it's like Bunny is just like a fly swarming around Anonymous Alex, and it just takes one big swap to end that stock.
She's having a real hard time breaking through that hammer, some sort of offense. I mean, we've seen some success on the gauntlets when she's able to get something like that.
Nice.
Great read. Gonna go ahead and finish that up off the top. That was a big clutch move from her.
Just the weapon there falling down as Bunny maybe attempts a weapon starve here. No, throws away that stage control and potential weapon starve with a side light in the wrong direction. Side light waiting. That's the dodge of recovery for the troubles of Anonymous Alex, who gives the dodge early. Bunny waiting, avoiding the N-Sig, gets a big nair there. The downer does not connect though. Anonymous Alex now trying to find some footing. Side light into N-Light will do quite a bit of damage. As Bunny gets forced into the air. The double nair, that's your weapon gone, and now your stock soon to follow. As the N-Sig comes in, that won't KO, but it's getting close. A side zig has something you have to worry about. N-Sig to cover the soft platform. Another one will catch, and Anonymous Alex finally gets into a winning position there with a side light into N-Light. Bunny unanswered for the next 8 hits, and Anonymous Alex takes the stock.
And every dodge read is turning into 20-25 damage off of that hammer.
Easily.
Just absolutely huge damage output. How do you keep up with that? Another neutral signature catching Bunny.
Oh my goodness.
Pulling her right out of the sky, and look, he's setting up for another one there. She shuts it down with a neutral sig, but the side sig coming out is going to be easily punished by Anonymous Alex. He said, I got one of my own, and that's going to go ahead and put her down 2-0 as Anonymous Alex is 1 game away from sending Bunny out of Midseason Championship.
0 blaster usage that game. Anonymous Alex fully on the hammer, and I feel like I love to see that. That's the form that I want him to be on. You don't even need another weapon because you have such high dexterity on Cassidy. Even losing 2 decks still means you have so much where you basically only get through 1, maybe 2 weapons at the most in your stock, and that's going to be so important because you want to hold on to the hammer. It does just so much for you. Might as well just keep using it, and there Anonymous Alex just completely poised that side stick after getting, what, 5 or 6 hits? KOs in the right corner, and it was over. Bunny really needs to pull something out of her bag of tricks to make it happen off stage. I mean, you haven't even been able to get Anonymous Alex off stage, and even when you do so, he's always on hammer. It's scary. You miss one thing, a hammer recovery comes in, you lose your stock. So this is a very tough matchup, both in characters and weapons, but also in personality. I feel like he's so poised.
She's definitely finding a very hard time. I mean, Anonymous Alex has definitely been controlling the tempo in the stage control, especially. Just an absolute brick wall, catching her out of the air time and time again with that neutral sig. And we see the damage already build up. No fight back from Bunny. Finally, with a neutral air, is going to put the gauntlets in her hands and see if maybe she can get some momentum going with them.
And they're coming out there, D-Light into side air, as Anonymous Alex has yet to be hit in this stock yet. Finally, a downer from Bunny there as the dodge comes in, but Bunny just giving so much respect to Anonymous Alex, actually lets up and goes back to center stage. The Gensig will connect there for Anonymous Alex, who swaps over and cycles over to another hammer, and a side stick closes out the stock, and a singular gauntlet downer was the only damage Bunny's done this entire game so far. Anonymous Alex has already taken a stock. Ensic coming in there. A side light unarmed from Bunny is the second hit that Bunny's hit so far. Anonymous Alex is yet to light up. Chase dodge up, but the nair does not connect. Side air will get whiff punished by that down light. A very important anti-air tool for Bunny.
Yeah, use that D-Light again. There we go. Going to keep Anonymous Alex at bay. I mean, we see the patience coming into her gameplay now. She's trying to give that space, trying to give that respect, and be able to call out her punishes where they make sense, where they are safe. Going to go ahead and try and let it rip and try to get that bounce weapon toss off the side of the stage. Finally, staying out of the way of that neutral six. She saw it coming, stayed out of the way, and punished it.
D-Light into Nair, and it looks like Anonymous Alex will continue to play unarmed here as to not use the hammer up for the next stock. The dodge comes in, Haymaker does not connect to down air from Bunny, and that's a big side stick jump scare, but I think Anonymous Alex very smartly there is like, I actually don't want to pick up this weapon because I don't want to have to cycle over to a blasters at low damage. We're going to be able to expose that weakness in my game plan. Bunny, D-Light into N-Light, Anonymous Alex in bad spot. Nair will send off stage into the weapon toss. Unarmed recovery into Nair for Bunny. That's 5 unanswered hits as the gauntlet come in. Nair into Downer. Downer won't connect, but Bunny looking for more. Anonymous Alex throwing a pair of blasters away now as the cycles gets a little bit messed up, but the N-Sick comes in. It does not KO yet. Bunny with chances. Ground pound comes in. N-Light sends Anonymous Alex off stage, who's only gotten 1 hit here. So far, charged up side stick. Bunny chase dodge forward, smelling blood in the water, and she's looking for it all. Avoids the sider, avoids the recovery. Bunny DC sidelight, no recovery. N-Sick from Anonymous Alex whiffs. Weapon toss for Bunny to get a bit of damage, but Anonymous Alex makes it back to center stage. GC D-Light gets whiff punished by the N-Sick, and Anonymous Alex retains control and retains the stock lead, but Bunny does so much damage there and just 1 hit away. That's going to be a Haymaker. Gets punished by the side air, but it's not enough to KO. Neither is that recovery for Bunny. Side air coming in as well. Anonymous Alex is holding on to this game here. Sidelight coming in as well. A bit more damage, just more and more damage racking up for Anonymous Alex, who waits and is looking for his big punish. Bunny finds hers, though, as a sidelight recovery will force Anonymous Alex on his last.
She's sticking to those gauntlets. You saw her immediately throw that axe away, and we're seeing great damage output from her. Looks like she might be able to get one on the scoreboard here if she keeps this up. She has Anonymous Alex guessing just a little bit. The movement seems fluid. Definitely showing the respect, trying to go up for the neutral air. Anonymous Alex did not fall into it, but we see still no damage from that Cassidy. His Bunny, back-to-back neutral lights coming up in the air. We see the exhausted recovery not quite get her up where she wanted to be. Ooh, staying out of the way of that neutral stick again, and that's really been the key. She's not falling into that trap time and time again, and she's able to get good punishes and good damage off of it. Again, another landing.
Anonymous Alex is trying to find his answer back to Bunny's gauntlet. Sidelight comes in. Side air whiffing. That's going to be a big nair to GC N-Light, and Anonymous Alex with no weapon. Bunny looking to get the recovery. Does not find it there. Anonymous Alex unarmed here and has a pair of blasters to try to make something happen. Downstick comes out immediately, punished by the side air from Bunny. N-Stick covering the platform. Does not connect. Weapon toss from Anonymous Alex. Looking to cycle over to another hammer. The N-Stick comes in, and Bunny completely changes the tempo and takes game number 3.
It's amazing what swapping up your movement can actually do when it comes to a set like this. That was amazing. 588 damage off of that Rayman, and you see absolutely throwing the axe out of the equation, only 57 damage, 455 of it done off those gauntlets. She found the key.
And when you're somebody that is so good at getting those edge guards and getting those very explosive plays, it's important to become defensive even with your offensive weapon. You can say, okay, well, Axe has range. Clearly, if you're going to slow it down, you're going to lean on the more range of Axe. But instead, Bunny's saying, I'm going to rely on my movement as a defensive option here as we go to...
Immediately throwing away the Axe as soon as that second drop came in, immediately throwing away, going over the gauntlets. And we're seeing she's going to try and starve as well.
Oh,
I mean, it might as well if you have that much space in between. Anonymous Alex desperately trying to get back over that weapon spot. He cannot pick up a weapon. Bunny throwing it out, trying to keep him off of it, but could not get enough of those stun frames to steal it away from him.
And I mean, this style of Bunny's game plan, something we don't get to see often from her, but she's pulling it out and making it work very well as Anonymous Alex has yet to really do much here. GC side stick comes out. Anonymous Alex will pick up a hammer now. Side stick sends Bunny off stage. Anonymous Alex with some play here. Endlight does not connect, but does not get punished. Side stick coming out. Dash comes Cider, does not connect. The Nair will connect for Anonymous Alex, who cycles over to another hammer, but does not get the weapon pickup, so you lose it. And Anonymous Alex knows that, throws away the blasters immediately. Side stick gets dodged through another hammer for Anonymous Alex. Bunny running Anonymous Alex into the corner. Recovery comes in, looking for that hit. Can you find it here for Bunny? Anonymous Alex is running away, but there's no reprieve from the pressure as the Endlight sends Anonymous Alex off stage once again. Bunny looking to put the closing hit on this stock, but cannot find it yet. Another Endlight does not connect. Weapon toss from Anonymous Alex. He's a deer in the headlights right now as the side stick comes in, and Bunny, I don't even know what just happened there, but somehow she found a way.
Like I said, she found the key. I mean, the Axe wasn't working. She found some success on the gauntlets, and that's just the game plan now. Back to neutral, weapon throw out, trying to get those stun frames yet again. Anonymous Alex does not know where to swing. Where's the offense coming from? There you go, sidelight, but immediately Bunny, another neutral light, sit down.
Ground pound coming in, the down stick comes in, Bunny in a big spot, weapon toss into the wall, recovery, and Bunny almost flips that into a big lead here as another sidelight into Endlight. It's been 6 unanswered so far, and the D-light into side air will be Anonymous Alex trying to find a way back into this game. Bunny with sweat beads avoids the recovery, does come in and won't KO outright, but the breakdance will, and Anonymous Alex forces Bunny off her first stock in this game number 4. He's started this set off with a 2-0 lead now. Bunny trying to get this reverse 3-0 going, and that's a big open up. That's a 4-piece and nice bit of damage. Sidelight ushers Bunny off stage again. No dodge now. Anonymous Alex does not want to go too crazy off stage to whip punish on that end stick, but that's going to be a big punish. D-light into ground pound. Weapon toss. GC D-light ground pound. Bunny taps it in, forcing the recovery, forcing the dodge out, I should say, from Anonymous Alex, using the weapon toss and gets it done unarmed. Bunny 1 stock away from forcing game 5.
It's just crazy that it's still working. Like, I mean, Anonymous Alex is not being able to adjust to these gauntlets. Like, she is just literally moving around him at will. There we go. The neutral sig is going to go and connect on that. That's some big damage. One more of those might knock out, even with these very tall ceilings on Small World 10. Or, I'm sorry,
Small Fortress of Wolves.
Fortress of Wolves, yes, not Lions even.
Anonymous Alex swapping over to the blasters, getting that GC side stick coming out, and I think Anonymous Alex investing in the future here, cycling over to a fresh hammer, which can definitely last you into the end of this game. Weapon toss sidelight, Bunny throws the axe away, D-light into side air comes in, and Anonymous Alex will wait as long as possible for this weapon starve, and now you have to fight a high dex legend on his best weapon and another one to follow up after the fact. Endsick comes in, and this could be the end of this run for Bunny if Anonymous Alex gets right back in his bag. Sidelight into Endlight, Bunny in a bad spot. Anonymous Alex cycles to another hammer. You have 2 more hammers to face if you're Bunny, and you have yet to pick up a weapon. Bunny getting a nair there will get enough time to get a pair of gauntlets. Side air does not connect. Anonymous Alex looking for that whiff punish. Didn't get it there. D-light, sidelight, both of them whiffing, both players whiffing their options, but that's a big whiff punish from Anonymous Alex, getting closer and closer to that winning damage range.
Okay. Both players being very careful. Oh, Bunny throwing. Okay. We threw away the gauntlets. We have picked up the axe. See how long she sticks with it. She hasn't thrown it away yet, being very methodical about when she pulls that light attack button. The recovery is going to connect as well. Anonymous Alex got to figure it out right here. Bunny does have a slight advantage.
Oh, that's a side stick. It connects and KOs. Bunny forces game 5 on the back of an axe pickup no one expected.
We got a set, PJ.
We got a set indeed. We're going to game 5, and this isn't even make it into top 8. This is to get into the top 8 qualifying matchup, but this is how close these sets are, and Bunny's adaptation works. It just has been working out for the last 2 games in a row. Anonymous Alex went into game number 3 with a 2-0 lead, and now Bunny with a chance to get the reverse 3-0 right here, right now.
It was a lot closer than the first game she won, though.
Yeah.
She was able to get that one done in game number 4, but the stat line is a lot closer than game number 3. So Anonymous Alex does seem to be adjusting a little bit, adapting to just the raw gauntlet gameplay that Bunny is trying to bring here. You guys see right there, 41% off those light attacks. And of course, did get 112 damage off the axe, 341 off the gauntlets. Saw some good signature use there. Great use of the Raymond kit. We're gonna go ahead and try and wrap it up right here, right now. Game number 5, Anonymous Alex and Bunny.
We go to Shadow Scar Landing, one of the newest stages in the 1v1 map rotation here. It's going to be 2 very high soft platforms. They don't move, though, unlike Western Air Tempo. Kind of like Miami Dome in that sense, but you can't go underneath the stage. Side light coming out, Anonymous Alex here. Much more methodical game. And with the platforms coming in here, Bunny can approach the air to break through the hammer in the same way with that platform covering that double jump height. Enlight will send Anonymous Alex off stage here, and we swap over to the axes. We get a weapon toss into down air, into weapon toss side air. Side air won't connect. D-Light into side air from Anonymous Alex will whip punish that one. And Bunny just doing more and more in this stock to keep it close, but Anonymous Alex with that side stick might just pull away here. Recovery doesn't connect. Bunny will get a recovery of her own there with the unarmed.
Unarmed indeed. Letting the neutral SIGs just fly, trying to set the trap and catch Bunny. Ooh, went over with the side air. Didn't try to push it up, and there we go. The side SIG with a little bit of charge on it. Gonna go ahead and send Anonymous Alex off on the right side. Bunny now has a very slight lead. We need to see the extra credit here, PJ. We need to see. We didn't get any. We didn't get any.
Bit of camouflage in that side SIG KO for Bunny there. I couldn't even see it charging up. That might be a bit of an advantage for Bunny here. Something to lean on maybe. And light into side, light into the recovery. A bit more damage. You see D-Light to try to continue this juggle state. An air will come out as well. And Anonymous Alex goes for the down SIG. The first time we've seen so far. It actually works out as you get a punish for Bunny trying to punish that awkward option. And light will send off stage. And that's a big nair. Anonymous Alex in a bad spot. Look how small the wall is on this stage.
Yeah,
you have to be so careful. And light. The weapon toss as well. We cycle over to another pair of hammers. Another hammer for Anonymous Alex here.
Dual hammers win.
That's crazy to think about. Side lights coming in, side air landing. Bunny disarmed now, and Anonymous Alex isn't really where he's in his bag, but Bunny picks up a axe and goes for the 3-piece recovery. The third one won't connect. Side stick, wishful thinking. And speaking of which, the side stick from Anonymous Alex, and another one comes in from Bunny. That's 2 unanswered, and finally Anonymous Alex will punish with his side stick. Will not KO, but will cycle over to another pair of blasters where the recovery was wishful and did not find its mark. Downer coming in, weapon toss. Anonymous Alex looking to cycle over to another hammer here. Bunny gets a whip punish on that end sig. GC D-Light into unarmed side air, and GC D-Light into recovery, does not connect, but gets a recovery anyway, and will close out that stock. Bunny forcing Anonymous Alex on his last stock for 13th place right here, right now. Anonymous Alex needs to get in his bag from game 1 and game 2. Bunny, with a complete tempo change, has completely taken control of this set. 1 stock remains, and Anonymous Alex throws away the blasters immediately and wants this hammer. Bunny chasing or running over to the other side, trying to stop that weapon pickup. Weapon toss into the end light. Bunny with it, another end light. Anonymous Alex in a bad spot. Jump side air. Bunny now in a bad spot. Is Anonymous Alex as the dodge comes through, but does not KO Nair. GC end light forcing off stage. Chase dodge recovery. Another bit of damage for Bunny, but an end sig will put an end to the momentum so far. And you cannot count your chickens before you hatch, because right now the cowgirl might just get it done.
I'm counting, bro. I'm counting.
You're counting?
Yeah, I'm counting. I got the calculator out. I'm trying to do the math right now because this is looking like
a side stick comes in.
Bunny.
It's the jump scare, the disarmament. Bunny on the ground pound.
Lights out. Bunny gets it done. The
hands in the air, and you go on to face a big demon later. But right now, you get to celebrate the fact that you're 1 set away from punching your ticket to top 8.
You know, having to worry about those traps, the different play style that comes from that, and we're gonna get a Bodvar, a default base skin Bodvar
versus a default base skin Yumiko.
I love it. I love it. All right, and we're gonna start things off at Demon Island. Golly, though, I actually kind of like this pick. I mean, sword is fantastic. You got a lot of control with it, and then you have that range and the power from Hammer. This is a good opportunity for Golly, and I think a good start to try and get this done against Flower.
This is an exact same thing as what Cassidy has, where it's like, okay, you still have a lot of dexterity to work with. It's just very similar for Yumiko, where your signature combos will work no matter what, really, with the Wisps. Now you just have super strength, which Flower is using to get so much more confirmation. That's going to disarm immediately here, and that's a side air and almost closing out that stock. You see the damage output here is something that you really haven't had to reckon with versus Yumiko thus far in the game's life, but now you'll have to really face it down here. There's the scoop, and that's the score from Flower. Flower is going to take the first stock off of the Flamekeeper of EU and Godly.
Did get quite a bit of damage against that Yumiko though. Godly definitely got his licks in as well. Whipping on the side air, come back on stage. Flower's gonna get one on it, try and get a little more damage. Godly gonna go low, take Flower up high. Not enough to knock out off that very low recovery from the bottom of Demon Island. You see Godly though, a lot of respect coming in this movement. Look at the space that he is giving that bow. Gonna go ahead and pick it up though with the recovery, and that was gonna tie everything up. Godly stopping the bleeding very well, only taking about 30 damage on that first stock.
And you see Flower there. I mean, he was able to get a little bit of extra credit, but still like not satisfied with it, because you know how good Godly is at adapting, even in the middle of games, in the middle of stocks even. No lead is safe versus Godly. The only leads you get are the ones where you win the game with it.
But we saw the punish off that neutral sig. He figured it. I mean, off the down sig. He figured it out. Oh, big Sair.
Trapping this wall with this, and that's a D-Light into side light to refresh the situation, looking for the scoop. Does not get it there with that down air. Flower looking for something big. Godly trying to break the mold with that weapon toss into Enlight. Enlight won't connect. Flower now scouring for this D-Light and Enlight from Godly to rebuttal. And he throws his weapon away immediately. Flower now again looking for this KO option, but cannot find it. No down six here, just a D-Light into Nair, but it drops. That's a big drop of a confirmation from Flower, who whiffs the side air. Godly looking to get something going here. D-Light into side air, and Flower potentially could be losing his stock first because of that drop. The unarmed recovery will not KO, but Bo maybe not the best option at finding these KOs here, but a D-Light into side air will close out that stock. And as I was saying, Godly so good at adapting, and you give him an inch, he takes a mile, and you give him a drop confirm, and he takes your stock.
Flower though, still holding on. There we go, bringing it right back, keeping things super close. Not letting Godly get any extra credit, not letting him build a lead off of that initial knockout. The Flower here, so okay, Flower now has the lead.
Crazy. Godly will not try to play off stage there with that unarmed, instead looking to pick up a sword here on the stage. Enlight coming out as well, avoiding is Godly, another Enlight there. Enlight turnaround from Godly. Weapon toss, down air coming out, but not connecting for Godly, who's been doing a great job at utilizing that movement to break through the range of the bow. Landing side air from Flower, a Nair catches Godly, trying to jump back to center stage. Sidelight in the corner, going for the N-Sig, does not find it there. Godly with a dash jump, side air from Flower, down sig coming out now, and he smells blood in the water as Godly is slowly bleeding out in this stock. Weapon toss going high there, sent into Flower, but not ready to capitalize with a recovery or Nair. Flower one hit away, Godly avoiding as much as he can, picks up a hammer, whiffs the D-Light side air from Flower, and he plays an untouched last stock to take that game.
All right, so we saw the matchup that they've only faced one time before. Godly took that set. Flower gonna go up one here, 599 damage off the Yumi, and very, very well split between the weapons. 215 off the bow, 319 off the hammer. That was just a great job. I mean, Godly kept holding on to a lead. Flower would just keep it right there and took it back in control when it mattered. That final stock, when that final knockout was going to be the one that was going to get the dub. The first two didn't matter. Kept things close. We're going to Demon Island. Godly is going to stick to that bow bar. He saw something he liked.
For sure. I mean, his sword was looking really good. It was a big reason that one of the stocks was taken in stock number 2 versus Flower. I think what you're looking at here is Godly having a Cassidy pick that could be, picked in game 3, as well as Sidra as well, that we got to see in the 2v2 space. Sidelights coming out from Flower here, who has somewhat of a control of a lead, but Godly will immediately put himself back in that race with a Nair into recovery. Flower now getting caught by that Enlight. Godly, the one to push forward here, and now the story goes to him. D-Light and Decider from Flower answers back. A class of side lights there as the Hammer players clash into each other. D-Light and Decider will clash the side air into the, but a big drop from Godly. The dropout comes out, and he loses his stock. That's supposed to be a recovery, but he was still holding down from the GC D-Light. And Flower will run away with highway robbery. D-Light into the unarmed N-Sig will close out that stock for Godly, rightfully so. But the fact that Godly had such a big lead and threw it away off a misinput means Flower is back in this game with even stocks, 2 stocks apiece.
So unfortunate for Camp Godly there. Just, I mean, you're right. Just had the button already pressed. The ground pound came out, and there was just no way to bring it back from that. Godly, though, being very careful, you're trying to get things working here in the center stage. A lot of neutral footsies between these two, back and forth. Sair's going to go ahead and extend that one a little bit more. Flower throwing the weapon up. Godly letting the sidelight flow off stage. Flower going to pick it back up with the recovery. The Nair is going to whiff. That one doesn't, though. Godly getting set up in the sky. A back-to-back Nair. Still not enough damage against that boat bar for that Nair to knock out on Demon Island. Still, that is not going to be enough. You got to catch it higher than that, Flower.
Nair's coming out from Godly now as Flower tries to get these anti-airs. That's a down sig, and Godly will just patiently wait in the corner to find his way in, looking for a D-Light here. The Nair, Flower disarming Godly in the process. Weapon toss into the N-Light, not KOing again on Demon Island. Weapon toss coming out. That's the turnaround. GC N-Light on the hammer to close out that stock. And Flower, again, one stock away from taking this set lead and going into game 3 with a 2-0 lead. Just need to get a bit of extra credit. You always want to get whatever you can versus Godly. End light into side light. Godly will take it. That's an N-Sig into Nair. Flower with a lot of damage, dodging through the down air reversal. Side light there, waiting for the side air. Goes for the GC D-Light into Nair. He keeps dropping GC D-Light Nair. We got to do something else, brother. D-Light into side air comes out from Godly. Will get the whip punish, but it will not KO. And Flower makes it back to the stage here. Side light checking D-Light into side air this time. That's the N-Sig going high. And Godly getting forced to go for a low recovery. That's not a slide charge, but a breakdance off stage, not connecting.
Flower is looking fantastic. Was able to squeak away with game number 1, but game number 2 being a lot more decisive. Godly grab the cancel D-Light into ground pound. Is going to go ahead and put Flower at least on last stock, but that is a very, very deep red up there in the corner under Godly's name for sure. Fighting back with the sword. A couple nairs going to go ahead and connect. That is going to be enough. Knocked out that time, and you see it. Flower somehow is up 2-0 against Godly, and this close to knocking him out of this tournament.
Knocking him out of the tournament to move on to face Wess for a top 8 spot. I mean, Flower right now, I was saying, bro, he's got to put himself in the narrative. He's got to put himself in the story. He's now 2-0 over Godly, and we saw it's not impossible to come back from a 2-0 deficit here. It's very, very possible, actually, especially that we saw Bunny do it versus Anonymous Alex, but the way that he's playing right now, he shows no cracks in his game plan, complete control of the match.
I mean, the usage of the Yumiko, the usage of the Yumiko signature kit is just so unique to Flower, so good at piloting this legend, but Godly says, all right, it's time for Cassidy.
Super strength. Cassidy has made its return on the mainstream, and this time in the elimination side of things as Godly, the EU PR #1, shows his version of it. GC D-Light into Cider, and we'll see Godly use the blasters a lot more than someone like Anonymous Alex. And the D-Light into N-Sig will connect, and that's Flower losing his weapon already. Godly just one hit away, and another N-Sig will be enough. And Godly, the demon, comes out on Demon Island in game 3, back against the wall, looking a face down, a 13th place finish. He pulls out the Cassidy and takes the first stock on his attempt to make a reverse 3-0 happen. Flower putting an end to the momentum there with a D-Light into Cider. The recovery will connect. Godly cannot make it back, and Flower answers back in his own way, and we go to 2 stocks apiece here.
Cassidy be danged, because this is exactly what we saw in game number 1. Flower just being a little bit behind the entire game, and it didn't matter. We're still very even on stocks number 2. Godly going to go ahead and catch it with the neutral light, chasing with the side light. Flower going to retreat off stage a little bit, poking his head just above. But right there, Godly's going to go ahead and catch another 2-piece off the light attacks.
Side light coming out there. That's the big N-Sig from Godly. Flower will get disarmed. The Nair coming out as well. Flower, hammer in hand. The side stick comes out. Doesn't get punished. D-Light into recovery. Does not connect. Flower going for a D-Light there. Godly whiffs on his, but a GC side stick will punish the whiff on the side light. And Godly one stock away from forcing this to game number 4. It's not over yet. And Flower, I mean, the tallest mountain he'll have to climb in terms of a deficit thus far in the set. He is down so much versus his ever-present Cassidy threat. That's the N-Light into recovery from Flower to answer back with a bit of damage. The Nair, more damage, but nowhere near KOing. You got so much more work to do on the bow. The N-Light comes out with punish on the downer. Side light coming in. N-Sig does not connect. And avoiding the side air is Flower with his side air of his own. The N-Light from Godly with punish on the side light with his side light. And Flower now in the kill damage here. KO damage. Downer coming out. The double down air into the ground bubble. Flower gets recovery, but it's not enough. And Godly will take that game and force game 4.
Look, it's in there. There you go. Stone a face of Godly. You'll never see him crack a smile when he's sitting at that setup. Never a show of emotion. But great a job from him, swapping over to that Cassidy and getting it done. That the skin, the legend, everything about that was menacing.
Absolutely, even the stage, I mean, Demon Island for a reason. We go right back there, and Godly not swapping off the Cassidy pick. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We got game 4 now as Flower led this set to a 1 game away, but Godly swapping over here, and he starts it off the same way he did in game 3 with the blasters in his hands.
Flower whipping on the side light. We're seeing, I mean, not as much confidence in the movement from Flower so far. There we go. We're breaking through the defense, though, with the bow. Godly going to juggle up in the air a little bit, immediately getting rid of the blasters. It's knockout time. We're looking for the stomp stairs. We're looking for the side sigs. We're looking for the scoop. Something to get this done against Flower. There we go. Neutral sig. We'll go ahead and put a bunch of damage on. But we're still very even. And we're looking at these opening stocks between these two, PJ. Oh, okay. I take it all back.
GC D-Light land. N-Sig coming in there. And you were right. It was close in the damage, but Godly just able to close out that stock so well. Side light coming out the Nair as well. D-Light from Flower in the corner, just trying to put a hitbox out to put an end to the momentum. And the D-Light into side air is big. The recovery comes in, forcing the high recovery. And Flower A perfect way to close out that stock because he takes no damage from Godly, no extra credit afforded to PR #1 in EU.
I mean, you can just see the experience when it comes to this legend. The options, controlling what routes Godly has to come back up on stage, make sure he is right where you want him to be able to punish. There we go, another neutral light's gonna go ahead and connect. Flower dancing around with his hammer stomp, Sair all day long, throwing up the wisp. Godly trying to find a way. Flower was not there for the landing, but opted for the starve. Stop Sair again. And here we go, Flower with a fantastic,
the wisp betrays him. Godly makes it back to the stage, the recovery lands into the end sig, and now Godly with chances. D-Light into there comes out. Flower with the end light though, and he puts an end to that one. Godly getting a bit of a gift there as that wisp wasn't even on the screen anymore. It was one of the last possible frames, I'm sure.
What a goofy interaction.
Crazy, man. And this high of stakes as well could have been a heartbreaker for Flower there, but he's able to close out that stock quickly. Godly fighting back though. It's not over yet. The end sig coming out there.
It's getting very dark indeed, but we have seen Godly crawl himself back from worse positions than this. And there we go. That's a good start to get it done. The recovery's not going to quite be enough for Demon Island. Flower floating, looking for it. There we go. 3-piece on the answer. Sit him down. Godly, you coming back up? No, the neutral sig missed his recovery's going to give Godly another chance here.
Looking for something big here. Flower, of course, having that D-Sig that he's able to work on. That's the side sig there. That's what Punch is taking its top 8 of BCX, but an end sig will come out, and Godly has a chance here to force game 5. It's not over yet.
Bro, this is so much riding on this. Flower, of course, wanting to wrap it up. You do not want to give Godly an opportunity in game number 5. You need to finish it right now. Ooh, he's going to finish off the Sair. The Whisper out. Godly, we saw the dodge come out, but he's able to get back up on stage. Neutral light is going to whiff. Godly looking. Wisp out, no.
Play almost perfectly at this point. That's a D-Light in the side air, and Flower will take out Godly in a 3-1 fashion, putting himself in the conversation for top 8 as he has to face Wess in the top 8 qualifying matchup, but right now he can celebrate in the fact that he's taken out Godly in a 3-1.
I think Mounir, as you mentioned, super momentum-based, field-based player, but we are going to see how it's going to shake out by actually looking at the gameplay itself. Here it is, Mounir and Bunny playing for a top 8 position right now.
That's right, opening off game number 1 here. Bunny looking for the down air. Mounir just able to get that whiff punish with the stomp into the down air. Looking for it again. That time Bunny was able to find the down air successfully, being pushed off stage. What can Mounir do with all of this stage control?
Oh, nice dare, able to catch just barely by the hitbox there, pressing Mounir down to the offstage. Bunny now trying to look for the recovery. She won't be finding that one. Swapping over to the gauntlets instead, just charging up that signature, but it's not going to connect.
Okay, wow, really nice side of the kind of Layman just gives you so much mobility so that you can space it out safely. Mounir committing to the ground pound. Bunny going to be avoiding the weapon toss, but it does not matter. Mounir has that edge guard on lock, just covering the space with that GCD light into the ground pound with a very gentle stock lead. How does Bunny close?
Be difficult for sure, because Mounir right now is going crazy with this axe, getting so much damage. Bunny all the way down into the orange right now, but she's able to find that GC side sig. She loves using those.
She loves that GC side sig. She's using it to get back onto the stage. She's using it to space it out in neutral sometimes as a landing option. Yeah, that button has been really paying off.
Able to catch the landing with that neutral line by Mounir, pushing her away with that one stomp Sair, make that a second stomp Sair, tries to go for a third one, but that one won't be connecting. Bunny able to actually even out the damage here. Oh, I like that idea from the wake up coming up from Mounir, but Dare isn't going to connect. Still able to close out the stock just a little bit later, and that's 2 stocks to 1 now for Mounir.
You saw how nervous she was picking up the weapon after that because Mounir wasn't that far away. She didn't like immediately dash into it, but even then that was still too close to Mounir. He was able to return the situation. He is dealing all of this damage. He is piling it on. Bunny not able to get the sidelight neutral. Mounir dodging through it somehow.
He's feeling it. Mounir is feeling it right now, Dara. Another stomp Sair, pushing Bunny off to the right-hand side of the stage.
Oh my god, the end light.
End light. Pushing her away even further. Oh god, trying to go for the delayed recovery off of the D-light there. Mounir trying to go for something a little bit more creative, but it's going to be the bread and butter. Stomps here to get a first victory. That's a 2-minute, 15-second game, a 2-stock for Mounir. What an amazing start.
He slowed it down at the end exactly when he needed to. He was moving around, and at the end, Bunny just jumped after him, went through the sail. Mounir just saw that and was like, oh, wait a second. I don't have to do anything at all, and was able to catch her landing. So very nicely done. Mounir's execution right now, super solid. He is
We're
looking
going immediately.
consistent.
We're not waiting at all, Dara.
Yeah, no change to the stage, no change to the legends. We're just in it.
I wanted to say, Bunny, she was looking a lot stronger the first stock, so there is definitely some power that she can tap into, but it does look like Mounir may have, I mean, as soon as he gets that momentum, right? As soon as he starts getting a good feeling for the game, Bunny needs to surprise him somehow. Maybe with one of those offstage plays that we were talking about. She's setting one up right now. Is she going to be able to execute? No. Mounir finds so many of those recoveries to get himself out of a bad spot.
Looking to catch that landing with a side light unsuccessfully. That time, though, Mounir finds the stomp. That's the sail as well. Bunny's in a bit of a nasty position off stage, but she's going out through the downer. And Mounir said, not today.
That's the funny angle right there.
That's the funny angle. That's right. Wow, that was a nasty stage spike. Okay, I feel like Bunny, this is one of her biggest difficulties, is how does she close out these stocks? Last time she got that GC Gauntlet side sig, what is she gonna do this time? She's got Axe on hand, she's gotta get, I don't know, an end light, a side sig again in the opposite direction. Okay, hold on, slow it down. I know that you can't punish that move that easily, but eventually you can.
That is the problem with Rayman. Oh, but he goes that for the side signature! Just like that. That's all you need on Teros. One well-placed side signature and the stock is gonna go flying. Talk about knockout efficiency.
That was crazy, by the way. Bunny just fast fell after getting hit by the recovery and was like, I'm gonna just wait for Mounir. And there it is, Bunny said, hey, I got those funny angles too. That was a beautiful GC end light stage spike. And now Bunny has this massive stock deficit that she is down a whole stock. Mounir is with punishing. He is playing so well.
Out that neutral signature, but we're not gonna see any punish come out.
That D-light was in the wrong direction, oh no.
But this is it, you're completely right. It's gonna come down to the knockout efficiency. I mean, ask any Rayman man how to knock out on Rayman and they're gonna shed a tear.
Look at Mounir's damage output. How is he looking so consistent? Bunny left without a weapon off stage. I don't think she's going to be able to make it back on. Mounir just backing away. Just wait. Oh, no!
There's no way. You can see Mounir's laughing after that one. This is the momentum has started.
Why is he standing up? Sit back down. The set's not done. Set's not done. You're up 2-0. Okay, but this is an amazing lead to have. Now, if you remember what happened in the previous set that we saw with Bunny, she was down 2 games as well. And you know what she did to Anonymous Alex? She made that amazing, amazing comeback. She won 3 consecutive games. It is not impossible for her to make this comeback, but the way that Mounir is playing, he's a little bit stoic. He is a little bit nonchalant. He is walking away as Teros and then pressing side sig across the stage. Yeah. So, you know, you gotta get out of that zone. You gotta, you know, relax a little bit. You gotta make a lot of adjustments. We're going into game 3. I feel like Mounir still has an amazing shot at this.
Yeah, for sure, but we're gonna see if Bunny is going to be able to make any of those adjustments. So far, Mounir, this is not really respecting her neutral here, going out for a lot of these massive options. But okay, Bunny, making something work here on these gauntlets. Trying to take Mounir off stage here. He is
so
being
patient.
very careful.
Yeah.
He does not want to fight Bunny off stage, so definitely has respect for her off stage play.
I don't know how else to say this, but it feels like Bunny is matching Mounir's tempo. They're like on the same wavelength right now. We're not seeing any crazy GC side sigs, but maybe that's going to change in a second. Bunny being so patient on these landings, able to get the jump call out, not able to get the down air. Mounir just immediately dodging and finding a down air of his own. Side light neutral.
What is that option?
Calling out the gravity cancel. I don't know. We call that option coverage and we leave it at that.
We call that training mode at 4 AM with the boys. That is not mid-season, you know, top 8 game option right there. Crazy by Mounir, but still, I mean, flashiness is only going to get you so far. So far, Bunny has been doing a very good job here in the 3rd game, which saw some unfortunate misses from both players there. Bunny is going to be coming out on the winning side here.
Side light? Well, the recovery, no recovery that time, goes for it now, but it ends up whiffing. Bunny, how do you close?
Oh!
GC
what
side
is
light?
that?
Recovery
Three-piece!
GC side light? That was ridiculous. Who does that? Bunny taking Mounir off stage. The unarmed recovery is still not enough. I'm still reeling back from that free stock. I'm still thinking about it. But again, okay, the end light, she has done it. Look at the damage difference between the two. It is insignificant. They're both super healthy now. This is the best that Bunny has looked. The weapon toss coming back to save her, hitting Mounir in the middle of his end light.
Let's see what happens now. Able to push him off stage with these gauntlets, setting up a little bit of a combo. But as the weapon toss doesn't hit, you're left unarmed here. See a couple of good aerials coming out from Mounir, but Bunny is able to pick up that axe.
Wow, amazing spacing on that side light. Able just to go ahead and pick that up. Mounir with an amazing end sig. It does just send Bunny back towards the stage. Stomps her. She is now deep off stage. Mounir so nonchalant, doing nothing at all. Goes for the side sig and ends up getting whiff punish for it.
Very nice punish coming out here from Bunny, and we definitely see a much more composed Bunny right now.
Dude, look at the pressure that Mounir is exerting. He is just getting close to Bunny and threatening with the idea of a stomp, the idea of a D-light, and he's doing nothing at all. You've got to stop. You have to stop. You can't keep playing like this.
I'm in disbelief.
He's doing nothing at all, and then he's pressing the funny signature button. That is exactly what he is doing.
All right. Bunny picking up an axe here, needs to find a knockout. The side signature won't work that time around. Mounir setting something up here on the aerial gameplay. The Seer is finally gonna find that knockout, evening things out, but she does have the weapon advantage, actually leaning into the axe here instead of the gauntlets as well.
I think she's caught on to Mounir's game plan, the way that he's been moving, but the thing is, Mounir can always change up his game plan. He can always change up his tempo, but Bunny is going all the way in, breaking space with that weapon toss, getting in there with the end light, whiffing the side light. Mounir is gonna be finding a side light neutral of his own, whiffing the GC sidelight. We are seeing an axe battle for the ages.
This could be it right here. 1 or 2 hits, it's all it's gonna take for Mounir to get into top 8. He's looking for it. Any move that's gonna get the knockout is gonna be a D-light at the near.
Going on
The stop!
down
It's
into the
nothing!
GC
What
sidelight.
is, he goes for the D-sig!
What is happening?
Oh, there it is! He's still able to close it out. Training mode at 4 AM. That's the best way I can summarize this set.
That's crazy. I think that's a crazy way to actually play a tournament. You know, is that a little disrespectful? Maybe a little bit, but in a good way, in a way that's fun to watch. I mean, Mounir was just staring her
so
down.
creative.
Yeah,
So creative with his options, and you know, I mean, yeah, just staring them down a bit later there. I mean, that was
maybe creative, like in the way that like a kid like throws a baseball like out a window sometimes. Like, oh, he's just being creative. He's trying to express himself. That's what he was doing. He was standing still, staring Bunny down, and then randomly pressing side stick, and he did that multiple times. In Game 3, Bunny was able to punish that, but what was Mounir doing? He was getting so close and just stomping.
Yeah, and I'm loving seeing these highlights from this game, seeing the crowd reactions to this. This has really been this set was something special. One of the most special sets I've seen so far in this tournament. If I'm honest with you.
I am a little sad this was like a best out of 5, not like a best out of 7. And I know that sounds like insane cope, but you need to stay with me. You saw the adaptations. You saw that she was getting more comfortable getting close to Mounir. And then at the end, at that last stock, Bunny, no shade whatsoever. Some of those whiff punishes, absolute spaghetti. Like, she went for the sail, and it ended up whiffing when she should have just gone for the neutral in that position. And then she got hit by a stomp, and then she did like a panic GC sidelight in the other direction because Mounir didn't go for his immediate follow-up. And I was like, whoa, Bunny is like super like nervous right now.
I mean, just looking at her gameplay, I just want to give her the respect she deserves. It's not like it's this one, these specific things that she was consistently messing up. It's just that Mounir just decided to flip a coin before the game and was like, oh, am I gonna be alright, or I'm gonna be the best player in the world? And it just landed on best player in the world. Like, what do you do at that point?
He just has so many game plans that he can alternate between, because he does not always play like that. If that was your first introduction to Mounir, I have no idea why he chose the specific game plan against Bunny. Maybe he was exceptionally like feeling himself, but he is just a different player every time I see him, and he can be so unpredictable. Well, we do know one thing for certain. Mounir has made his way into the top 8. This is a top 8 qualifier through the elimination side. Bunny has been knocked out of the event. Amazing, amazing job, but she was not able to make it into top 8 today.
And that does mean we're not going to be seeing any more from either of them. We're going to be able to follow Mounir on Championship Sunday. We do, of course, have some other great matches coming up. You see the one on the screen already. It is going to be Dragy which I know you're going to have a lot of things to say about going up against Moni, which I know you're also going to have a lot of things to talk about. This is a matchup that I know you've been looking forward to. Tell us what your thoughts are.
Well, this is going to be crazy. I feel like you just gave me so much build-up, but that is the best way to describe it. Let's talk about Dragy for a second. Dragy has been recognized by so many of the pros as, okay, he is next up. His accuracy on cannon, absolutely ridiculous. He's made some phenomenal upsets today. I think to get up until this point, Dragy had to take the win over, oh my gosh. Wait, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm blanking out. I had the information. Against Femtankilo. There you go. He knocked Femtankilo into the elimination side, and then he had like a really amazing Game 5 set against BBBalloonBoy, who is one of the best to be doing it, one of the best ever right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Dragy's accuracy, Dragy's neutral, he is absolutely next up.
I just want to mention, already proved himself in his own region, but now also at LAN, being super high level, taking on Femtankilo. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, that's an amazing win to have. And then on the other side, of course, you have Moni. Now, Moni, I mean, honestly, what is there to say about him other than he is just the best greatsword right now? And he has been already the best greatsword for a little bit. He has been doing phenomenal in twos, not just in singles, which is so odd when you think about greatsword in a two setting. That's not what you think about. Now we're in singles. He has gotten some amazing wins today. I feel like he's also like a super momentum, very feeling-based player. When he's feeling himself, his damage output is impossible to match. Sometimes his mentality can like break a little bit into the set, and then we start seeing, you know, a couple of like aggressive choices with the signatures. Yeah. But as I have seen Moni develop over time, he has just had so much more control of himself. He has had so much more patience. I'm really just enjoying seeing the player develop that we have today.
Yeah, as you said, momentum-based. I just saw in my head like Mugi signature playing. So yeah, definitely can be very exciting. But also Dragy, we've seen that those tendencies from Dragy too, right? Throughout this weekend.
I think Dragy plays, honestly, a very patient game plan. Sometimes when people might play a little too passive, I'm not sure any of you guys mid-set coaching, but sometimes when people play a little too passive against him, I have seen him take a little bit to be able to adjust to the flow. Sometimes he can get like camped out a little bit. And another thing, I don't think he's the most aggressive player off stage. When it comes to the stage itself, his neutral is phenomenal. When it comes to the advantage stage, Moni is phenomenal. Moni not going to be on the Amugi, going to be on the Jeyun. Dragy, of course, going to be on the Sidra. Game 1, let's go.
So interesting choice going over to the Jeyun for this one, perhaps favoring the sword into this matchup. We are going to see so far not a lot of hits being dealt out. Trying to pick up a great sword, and there it is, able to get the D-Li bridge too.
Tries to go for the extension. They're trying to get some of these juggles going. Dragy jumping into, crossing up with that downer, able to get that end light. Moni needs to find a way to get back onto the stage. Just goes for the side light, immediate recovery because he thought that he had pushed Dragy too far off stage. Oh. Wow, what a
nice ground pound, getting the first strike. Dragy is ready to go, sticking to the cannon here as well. Moni is going to try and pick up his weapon here. It's going to be the sword.
Moni just shoving Dragy off stage, but the wake up GC D-Light after getting hit by the sidelight is such a good idea. The sidelight doesn't send you all that far, and Dragy said it was such a good idea that I'm going to do it again. Moni didn't expect it. Moni going to be tossing away his weapon, going out there for the spike, doesn't find it. Dragy picking up the sword now, and he just stuffed out Moni's recovery, but missing the slide off, and Sig ends up getting hit instead. Not what Dragy wanted.
Ever so slightly overcooking there, cooking a little bit too hard. I mean, it could have been something crazy, but Dragy might have to be a little bit more careful with those kind of options in the future. Able to hit that D-Li recovery though, and that's going to be a full stock lead now for Dragy.
Yeah, such a good position for him. Let's see what Moni's able to do. Dragy.
Oh, he got a spot dodge! That's it!
It's gone!
Already! It's too fast! It's too soon! No, that was robbery. Straight up robbery.
Well, that's Cannon. That's Cannon. That's what Cannon does. Cannon hits you with that sideline and says, oh, wait a second, you just spot dodged in front of me, went for a gravity cancel in front of me. Well, GG's, sidelight, sail recovery, you're done.
You just know. Moni knew as soon as he pressed that spot dodge, it's over. There's,
Moni, I know, that's what it's like. That's what it's like to fight against Cannon. And you're like, damn, did I deserve that? The answer is, well, that's Brawlhalla. Maybe we all did something to deserve getting Cannon shooting like that, but it does not feel good to get hit by that. So going into the next game, Moni, I mean, his great swing shootings looked pretty good. I just think, again, Dragy felt so confident in his wake-up options. He really made Moni's like advantage as short as it could have been.
we are gonna see how that's gonna work out now. Let's move into our next game here. Mounir actually able to pick up the greatsword first, this time around, able to get a quick 3-piece. Dragy able to return the favor with some good damage immediately though, breaking the neutral bubble but not going into any follow-up there, maybe trying to see how Dragy reacts out of just these approaches before he decides to try and go for larger strings. Oh, but he goes down for the ground pound. Oh, and the second one! That's already going to be first strike.
Yeah, you just gotta shake that one off. But guys, I am looking at the neutral. I am looking at the fact that Dragy is consistently jumping on top of Mounir and getting the first hit in. Mounir has to find a way to be able to get some more hits in. He commits to the ground pound. He puts himself off stage. Now Dragy is the one with the stage control. The sail gets stuffed out by the recovery. Mounir able to catch that landing. Goes through the ground pound again. What is happening off stage?
These guys need ground pound. These guys need ground pound at rehab. We're seeing way too many ground pounds there. You know, sometimes the intrusive thoughts, they're just a little too loud and you just have to abide.
Just because it's a friendly, guys, you don't have to press it. But Mounir cleaning up that free stock very nicely. Let's see what he does. He's trying to back up a little bit here. What a punish on a whiff D-light. I'm surprised that he didn't go for the side light.
We saw Mounir almost getting some good reads there over Dragy. The neutral signature, though, is going to catch. It's going to be Mounir almost knocked out here. Recovery isn't going to be enough either, but swapping over, actually sticking to the sword here. D-light recovery, D-light Sair should be enough at this point. And there it is.
Wow, again, Dragy just in the neutral game. Mounir's looking a little bit lost on how to find that first hit. And then he's really committing off stage. Goes through the D-light into the neutral. The weapon spawn behind him. He's able to pick up the greatsword, but Dragy keeps on catching these landings. Mounir has to hit that side light. He has to hit that end light. That is where the greatsword damage comes in. And he gets it. The side light into the turnaround end light, but then Dragy ended up falling off the stage.
Yeah, and I mean, almost able to get something there. The Sair comes out. Does he commit to the offstage? Yes, but the dare isn't going to connect. You're completely right about Dragy doing a lot better in neutral. And the thing is, whenever your opponent is winning a lot more neutral interactions than you need to make your wins count more. You need to win offstage. You need to get big reads. That's how you win offstage right there. Nice stock from Mounir. This is what he needs. He needs to get early stocks offstage. He needs to get big reads, because if he's just trading evenly, Dragy's winning neutral so much more.
Look at the amount of openings he's finding now. Look at the damage between these two. It's looking so even. Mounir backing up a little bit here, catching the high recovery with a recovery of his own. That's the string. That's the damage. Dragy left now without a weapon, jumping into Mounir's end light. Mounir looking to close it all out with that end sig, but the time is not now. A couple of missed whip punishes for both of them. Dragy looking for the side light down and unsuccessfully.
Okay, that's the third signature in a row. Okay, let's see if we can find maybe a D-light. I bet both of the players are looking for one. Dragy tries to get one, but it's not going to connect. The ground pound! No! Go back to rehab. It's not the time just yet. Goes for the dare.
I don't think either of them want to be off stage. They both get back on after they try those ground pounds out. Dragy going to be sending Mounir off stage with that sail, letting him pick up a weapon. Sword versus sword. The end sig whips. It doesn't get punished.
Oh, that's going to be it.
Finds a stock off the top nonetheless with the recovery, putting his head down for a moment, taking a breath because that was so tense. He didn't want to go down 2 games. He wanted to bring it to a 1-1, and he did. But guess what? The set isn't finished.
Yeah.
The fight isn't over,
It's
Paulie.
just 1-1.
It's just 1-1.
I feel like we all need a couple of deep breaths, so I'm just going to take a moment to thank the players for taking a quick break in between their games here, as we are trying to get mentally ready for how this is going to shake out.
That recovery from Dragy, he looked at that whiffed Ensig and said, well, I feel like I should go.
Wow.
I felt that, man. I felt that.
That was a man with a mission right there. My forehead, this table, as fast as possible.
No, this is like, he just felt like he worked like a full 9 to 5. You know, maybe just even like a 9 to 9. That was a full 12-hour shift in like a 6-minute game. So nicely done to Moni, being able to bring it back. I want to see him press that NSIG button a little bit less on Soiled if he's on the Jeyun. Okay, I know that he wanted to be able to get the stock off the top. Dragy was just a little too late to punish. If you're not confident in your punish, sometimes you just have to let it go, because the last thing that you want to do is whiff your punish, and then you're the one that ends up getting whiff punish instead. So we're going into game 3. We're seeing a switch in the stage. It is now 1-1, but honestly, anybody could take this one.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing I do want to mention about Moni is whenever you are playing Greatsword the way that he is, and you're setting up a lot of opportunities to get reads, etc., you're playing the long game, because you're, gathering more and more intel over your opponent as time goes on.
Right.
The download, as we...
You need the information, you need the data. You're getting so many reads about their spacing, about the way that they dodge, and you can see it all paying off. Moni's damage output is so much higher than it was in game 1.
Immediately go, oh, what an insane dodge. Doesn't get hit by that Sair. You see sidelights.
He put himself off stage with it, gonna be swatting away Dragy. D-Light into the recovery, not enough to take the stock off the top. Just patrolling the skies, and that NSIG is gonna be able to connect. He caught Dragy's landing with it. He knew exactly how to hit it.
Let's see, sticking to the Greatsword now. Dragy able to pick up a normal sword for himself. Looking for an end light here. Will get punished though, stuck on the offstage. Needs to try and get back. Can't find any hits. Can't find any of these Sairs. The D-Light misses too. Dragy, that's like 4 or 5 missed attacks in a row. He's struggling with the accuracy. The Sair is finally going to connect, and he needs to find this knockout quickly if he wants any chance of winning this game.
Sidelight into Endlight, just good coverage. Going through the GC NSIG just to put himself up a little bit higher. Moni not able to get the Sair, doesn't touch, doesn't get any of his resources back, and just ends up getting spiked by the ground pound.
Sticking to the cannon now, as we are gonna try and see if he's able to find anything. Going back to a little bit of a scramble here on the center stage. We're seeing some nice wake-up guard from Moni, but that's almost a 3-piece. Not again. He's able to immediately go for the ground pound to take that stock off. You tried that trick once on me. This time you didn't even have a dodge. It's not going to work.
Wow, Dragy just really not expecting that one at all. And honestly, I feel like Moni has slowed down his gameplay like a lot.
Yeah.
He did start playing a little bit more passive against Dragy, and that is what I talked about in the beginning. That is what Dragy just needs a second to adjust to. Moni, though, not giving him that second at all. Look at the damage, look at the strings, look at the combos coming through, picking up the sword, and Dragy is now left without a weapon, getting sent off stage, getting denied of a weapon. Dragy just wants a weapon to play with.
Able to finally pick up that cannon. Moni able to get a bit of a string. It's not going to lead to a knockout just yet, though. As both of them are just traversing around this ledge. Monihalla is able to connect that recovery. I saw him trying to GC a finisher there, but Dragy is going to be able to get out of that one. A Nair comes out. This should be Moni's game right here. The Nair is going to find the knockout, and that's 2-1.
He just played so patiently.
Yeah.
He played back, and then all of his information, all of his data started paying off. He was getting the dodge routes. He was getting the strings on a Greatsword. And then off stage, he mixed up Dragy with that crazy ground pound. So what started off with an incredibly dominant game 1 in Dragy's favor has become this super dominant game 3 in Moni's favor. Moni is now up 2-1 in the game count. And also, by the way, lifetime, these two have a 4-4 set history. This could be,
Oh, it does look like we are having some technical difficulties, maybe just some tech problems, keyboard, controller disconnecting, of course. Does happen at LAN from time to time.
That's right. Oh man, but the pressure, you can feel it in the venue, you can feel it watching from home. There's like so much tension, and honestly, these guys are both so emotive. Like you can tell like what they're feeling at any given moment when like Dragy got ground pounded. Like you saw it on his face, you saw how, you can feel the emotions, you know. So I'm so excited to go into this next game. Moni, I feel like, has really reeled in some of his signature usage. I think it's become a little bit more intentional. The question is for Dragy, how do you match Moni's more passive gameplay now? How do you find those openings? How do you go in safely without getting hit by, I don't know, like a Greatsword sidelight? Oh, what a jump call out. Moni's already off stage. Moni getting into with the Endlight, picking up the sword. Just tossing it away. Dragy going out there for the ground pound. Both of them ground poundaholics, but not hitting a lot of them.
Now, I did want to go on ahead and check very quickly. If I'm not mistaken, this would be, for both of them, their very first ever top 8 at a LAN. It could be possible.
Ooh, look at the damage. Look at how much damage Dragy has. How did this happen? How could this happen? How was Moni's damage output so high? How did he read his opponent's movement again and again and again? That was ridiculous.
Let's see if Dragy is able to make the comeback here in the stock. He picks up that Seer, creates some space for himself, gets a couple of aerials, but as soon as Bonnie gets that sideline, I know everyone watching this game is holding their breaths.
Huge GCN lane. Mounir is off stage, but Dragy didn't go out there through the edge guard. Now he goes out through the weapon toss. He goes through the gravity cancel breakdance. He goes through the recovery, but Mounir is back onto the stage. Dragy was not able to seal it out. He should have gone out there through like a GC light.
Do I smell a D-sig or something to close the stock? Dragy has barely used any signatures whatsoever, which is something where we see Dragy use a lot of signatures, but against Mounir is being a lot more conservative with his usage there. So we're gonna see maybe that's something that can come into play later. Mounir going immediately far up into the air to try and make something happen on the unarmed here.
He is staying on top of Mounir. He is getting a hit, and he is just not backing away at all. Look at him. Recovery landed onto the platform, try to catch the landing with a side light. Now he's going to go in again. Yeah. He catches him with the reverse because it is such an active hitbox. He gets a jump call out. That time he backs away because he wasn't confident that he had a follow-up.
Oh, the missed D-light, wrong direction. Side light didn't have enough reach either. Mounir immediately able to okay. Oh, I thought that was almost about to be it. Almost gets the 3-piece into the GC finisher, and that is going to be Mounir now. One stock away from a top 8 at midseasons.
But he can't count out Dragy. He's definitely feeling the emotions, but he's got to pull himself back together if he wants to at least take this to a game 5. The end light going to be setting off stage. Goes out there for the end sig. He's using up all of his options. He cannot get the reversal off stage against Mounir. He wasn't able to get the whip punish on the whip recovery. Dragy being put off stage here. Good patience from him knowing he could not get a whip punish on that side light.
Trying to set something up here aerially. Right now, a recovery is all Dragy wants. Nairs are gonna fly out, but none of them are hitting. Side light there, not going to completely catch Mounir either. The D-light recovery will be enough, and that's one stock each now.
Such amazing patience. He was not throwing out KO options. He wasn't forcing anything. He was just getting close to Mounir and waiting for him to just mess up a little bit. But now Mounir still has the lead. He gets a side light, no follow-up. Mounir's able to get the end light, putting Dragy off stage. Wait a second, he got stuck under the stage for a second. Mounir gonna make it back on. Dragy's gonna make it back on.
So many recoveries.
I don't know if off stage is the game. I think they want to play this all on
There's
stage.
so many recoveries. They're just looking for the finishing blow right now. But he sets up the 2-piece.
He
almost gets the follow-up. Oh, this time around it's gonna connect, but it's not enough to find the knockout. He swaps over to the sword. D-light recovery, and that's going to be it. Mounir is in top 8. None of these players are gonna let up a W easily, as we see the players getting locked in, and we see the Terrors on the screen.
No Azov to be found, but that's okay, that's fine. I'm still hyped for this all the same. Kyna, let's see what you got for us. Them gonna be picking up the orb, looking to catch that landing with the side light, not able to find it. Neutrally just to be able to juggle a little bit. End light as a get off me option. Side light, side and 2 combo, knocking away Kyna's weapon.
Already disarmed. There you go. Sticking to the gauntlets now, trying to find a grounded option there, but Kyna is going to be able to pick up that hammer. End light is not going to be connecting. Actually, immediately going for that offstage, trying to make something big happen with that recovery.
Them just staying on top of his opponent through continuing the onslaught. He missed the first recovery after the side light, but then he said, hey, I got a gravity cancel still available. GC side light into the recovery, was able to do it. His damage lead right now is also pretty massive.
Yeah, kind of having a little bit of a hard time finding hits here. You are going to find that neutralite, also disarming them. We get the weapon starve. Yes, we do. Sticking to the hammer here. No aerial options. We will be seeing one in air, but that's the one time where Vem is actually on the ground. Finally able to pick up that stomp there.
Amazing
able
patience.
To find a knockout here.
He is just not like throwing out these buttons. He is waiting until the last possible second to go through these D-lights, and then he seems to be always connecting them. The end light, I think he just thought that was going to KO from the center of the stage, and he was just barely off, landing with the sail that is going to be able to do it, and now it is 2 stocks to 2.
Reading the drift there, very nicely done by Kyna, finding that Seer to get that knockout, but Vem does have that damage lead right now, picking up the gauntlets. This is 2 or 3 good gauntlet reads, maybe 1 or 2 good gauntlet reads away from a knockout. Make that 1 gauntlet read. NSA comes out, won't find it, tries to get that recovery. Second time around, it's gonna connect. That's a full stock lead for Vem Tankilo.
Vem is doing a really good job of just keeping up his advantage state against Kyna. He is staying on top of him. Kyna doing a good job of catching a lot of these approaches with the side light.
See what they're able to do here. Both of them just scrambling in the neutral game. Neutral light is going to be in the wrong direction, trying to read a cross up there. D-light is going to disarm. Once you find a grounded option, looking for these stomps.
just stomping away, whiffs that one, but that's okay. Vem did not have a whiff punish ready, just able to throw out an end light, Kyna dashing in, dashing out, dashing in, dashing out, waiting for Vem to make a mistake and catching his landing. Kyna, just a juggling god. He is so good at just making sure you never touch the ground again.
Still leaning very heavily into the grounded gameplay, seeing a lot of stomps coming out from him, so definitely something that Vem potentially can exploit is his lack of committing to the aerial gameplay. Now finally able to pick up that D-light there. Could this be a clutch for Kyna, or is Vem going to be able to close it out? We see the GC side lights here, not going to be enough to find the knockout, but Kyna is in a bad position right here. He's able to get back up to the stage though.
Oh my god, there it is again. The sidelight into the recovery. Vem, just so good, so consistent, making sidelight recovery look consistent, which you just have to have such a good idea about how your opponent is going to dodge, if they have one at all, that is. I think Kyna was so good when he had Vem off stage. When it came to his own edge guarding, I mean, it was amazing. He was just sometimes walking up a little bit close, mixing up his timing with a lot of these D-lights, but Vem stayed on top of Kyna.
Yeah, for sure. Putting out a lot of pressure all the time. Now, one thing, I mentioned it during the game, I feel like in a lot of cases, whenever Vem is trying to land, kind of opting to go for a lot of stomps and end lights instead of jumping up and throwing out an air. Now, I know that Kyna, he respects ground control a lot, and by jumping up and throwing out an air, you are kind of giving that away. But that is definitely something that can be changed in the gameplay if it's something that Vem starts exploiting.
Oh, Vem wanted to go for it all, and Kyna saying, not against me, not today. You can't try to cheese my stock. I got the same for you.
Yeah, the cheeser just got cheese. That's what happened.
That's right. Well, all funnies here. Okay, Vem off stage once again. How does he find a way to make it back on? Kyna just getting close, walking away and waiting for Vem to make a mistake. That is what makes Kyna's game plan so devastating.
Alright, let's see if he's going to be able to make it back to the stage here. Throwing out a Sair before he tries to do so. Weapon toss isn't going to connect. GC sidelight won't fight it either. We saw the sweat beats coming out. That would have been the knockout. I love that idea by Vem, but spaced it, read the movement ever so slightly wrong. Kyna's doing an amazing job at racking up damage, though. The D-Sig will find a knockout. This is 3 stocks to 1 right now. Look at that scoreboard and tell me that this is off of Vem winning a game. What happened to Kyna?
Let me tell you, it's like he makes his attack spontaneously exist. What do I mean by that? He does nothing at all until he decides to dash up and do something off stage. Or he baits you to go onto the stage, then he dodges past you, and then he lands an attack pushing you further off stage. Kyna's edge guarding is elite. Vem was able to get his first stock off, but the question is it too late? Kyna is up 2-1 stocks. It's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, this is a massive task for Vem Tankilo at this point, and it does look like if it keeps going like this, we're going to 1-1 in terms of the scoreboard, but Vem definitely has some other plans, able to set up with a dare there. Kyna will be disarming him with that neutral light though. The weapon toss and second hand light won't connect, but that's going to be the 3-piece. Recovery won't connect. Vem able to get a recovery of his own there.
Yeah, he thought the GC sidelight would hit in that position, but he needs to have been grounded, or maybe just go for the GC end light instead. Kyna gonna just get punished for going through the down air. Vem, beautiful edge guard. He knew exactly what he needed, the down air into the weapon toss. And now it is 1 stock to 1. Vem has established that he has that damage output, but you're fighting Teros. He only needs a few hits.
That's almost a knockout, but then again, okay, I was gonna say something, but then we got a stomp there, and that's 1-1 on the scoreboard.
2 is a few, that's just the 2 hit. The true combo gonna be coming through. Kyna's advantage state looking so good in that game too. And again, I want to talk about it. I know I'm repeating myself, but again, the spontaneous existence of Kyna's attacks when he's edge guarding. He does nothing at all, and then when Vem thinks that he's going to go off stage after him, that's when Vem goes back on. And that's when Kyna dodges past Vem's attack and then lands, I don't know, like an axe down or maybe like an axe end light. And then when Vem thinks that he is safe to hang on to the side off stage, that's when Kyna runs off with an off stage option, maybe just doing like a dash up unarmed D-Sig, or going through just the dash up stomp on Hammer. Yeah. He is so good at finding those.
Now we didn't get time to see the stats for that game, but also leaning a much more into the axe. Kyna was doing 285 damage as compared to 46 on the hammer, so that's a massive majority on the axe there for Kyna, and it looks like they're trying to do that this game as well.
Look at the juggles.
Is able to adapt to this axe so far. It looks like he's struggling all the way down into orange as Kyna keeps finding these dares.
Oh, that GC side late was such a big commitment if you don't hit it, because you are now left to land against Axe with no dodge. Kyna stepping up, tries to go for the call out with the Silly, doesn't find it that time. He's doing nothing. He's waiting for Vem to do something on the stage, and then just landing with the neutral, setting up the juggle. Vem is still stuck in disadvantage. Kyna denying him of picking up a weapon. Vem landing past the end light, finding an opening, but he still puts himself off stage, back into disadvantage. That time Vem decided to go onto the stage, same time as Kyna went off stage, so he kept himself safe.
Being blessed with a good weapon spawn there, the axe in hand. Still Vem is able to pick up a good combo into the GC end light to find that first strike in this game, sticking to the gauntlets now. See, one thing I want to mention as well, a really potent combination, which is not very great for Vem, is that Kyna is so good at keeping the ground control, and I feel like landing on gauntlets is very, very difficult.
It can be, right? It can be, unless you like directly on top of them and then you have down.
You don't really have you have a Sair and then you have the Dare.
Yeah, but if you whiff it, then you're just gonna get blown up.
Yeah. It's not like you have a sword Dare or something like that.
Or like boots neutral.
Yeah.
That move is just free. Okay, Vem just keeping Kyna away. He's really piling on the damage this game, Fuli. Tries to land with the neutral, Kyna not able to read his drift correctly, didn't catch the cross-up, and Vem just popping out the haymaker. Such an active hitbox, catching Kyna on his descent down. That is Vem with an amazing stock lead.
Sticking to the gauntlets now, he does have that damaged stock, so he can get a little bit crazy on the offstage because he knows he's gonna lose this quite soon anyway. He's able to find the read. He's not able to go for a massive commitment on the offstage, though. Stomp Sair is going to come out. Kyna looking for something on the offstage. No, he's going to go back and pick up that axe instead. The D-Sig is going to get punished. Looked like Vem had that read there on the recovery, but he was just a little bit too early.
Oh, look at the amount of times that he is catching Kyna's move, and Kyna is struggling a lot more relatively to find these hits, whiffing it down like that above gauntlets. That should be Vem taking the stock, taking the game, and coming up with a 2-1 lead. Vem mixed up his movement. He was drifting all the way around Kyna. Also, off stage, Kyna, he secured the weapon toss. He forced the dodge out of Vem 10 Kilo, and I was so ready for him just to do anything else. And on a neutral, maybe threat him with a GCD light, and then he didn't. And Vem 10 Kilo got back onto the stage, and I was like, what happened?
It feels like we're just going back and forth at this point. We got Vem winning one game, looking super strong. Okay, now it's Kyna's turn. All right, winning a game, super strong, and now it's Vem's turn. I mean, where is this going to end?
Yeah, they're taking turns beating each other up. So we're going to game 4. Honestly, with the way that this has been going, this is going to be Kyna's game, and it's going to go to a game 5. But we'll just have to see. Vem already starting up with some nice juggles, getting the neutral. Kyna stomp down, true combo coming through, so much damage. Backing up a little bit here, Vem, no weapon in hand, now picking up the gauntlets. What can he make happen? He lands with the downer. Again, if you're directly on top of your opponent, downer is an amazing tool. If you're far away, then you're gonna have a very difficult time landing his gauntlets.
Now, Kyna doing an amazing job with the aerials this game so far. That Nair is not going to connect though, swapping over to the axe here instead, as Vem is looking for a side light, a D light, anything to set up the opportunity to find the knockout here.
Oh wow, that's so active, catching Vem, jumping in. Vem is off stage, this is exactly where Kyna wants him. He was not ready for Vem to fight back with no weapon. Went through the sail, goes for the weapon toss. Kyna, can he make it back onto the stage? Falling just barely past the downer, knowing it wasn't his turn to punish it, honestly. If he pressed anything there besides D-Sig, he would have been blown up for it.
Did you see the spacing and the movement they both had when they got back to the stage? They were so close for so long, but neither of them wanted to put themselves out there, throw out an attack. It is going to be Kyna now getting that stock back from Vem, as both of them are on their second. He has the weapon advantage here, but it's a big map, so Vem has a lot of room to move around with as he waits for that weapon spawn.
That GC end light, Kyna saw that directly into him and said, wait a second, it's my turn. I'm going to go ahead and pile on the damage. Vem going to be quickly making it back. Kyna trying to set up these juggles, delaying his descent with that spot dodge. That was such a good idea. Looking for the stomp, landing with the sail. You cannot whip Gauntlet end light in front of anybody.
Definitely can't. Not in front of Kyna either. God of neutral.
Yep. He does not let those whip punishes go. He knows exactly when it is his green light. Stepping up, able to get the stomp. He has Vem 10 Kilo off stage. So the question is, oh my god, that was such a good idea. He went to the platform to thread him with the stomp. He wasn't able to get it. He's dashing it. He's dashing out. You know what he wants. He wants that stomp. Or maybe just a side light downer. left without a weapon off stage. This is now Vem10kilo's chance. He gets the ground pound. Can Kyna touch? He cannot. Kyna potentially on his tournament stock.
Alright, 2 stocks to 1 right now. It's 1 stock remaining for them to get into top 8 here, but Kyna, it looks like it's going to make it difficult. The GC-D-Sig is going to connect in the last couple of frames, and that's 1 stock to 1 right now. Kyna has the weapon advantage. He finds the end lights too. Can we get a little bit of a starve going? No, Vem is going to be able to pick up those gauntlets, and this is it right here. If you're playing gauntlets, you're always 1 or 2 good reads away from winning. But Kyna setting something up on the aerial gameplay.
He has caught onto Vem10kilo's movement, especially in disadvantage. He has been getting hit after hit after hit, backing away, sideline neutral true combo, picking up the weapon as well, just getting another axe. I mean, Kyna's advantage state. How do you stop this?
Both players very damaged at this point. They're just looking for the final blow at this point. Kyna needs it to go to game 5 because with the offset, that's a sweat beat. You can't get back to the stage. Game 5 is in action. These guys are not finished just yet. It looks like we keep on going back and forth, Dara.
The question is, why was Vem10kilo pressing recovery in that position? You saw the stars come out, it did get stuffed out, and then he was just left off stage with no options whatsoever. That being said, Kyna's juggling this game absolutely phenomenal. He was catching Vem's defensive options. Vem this time, he was dodging away a lot, and he was just jumping after getting hit by like an axe neutral a lot.
Looking back at that final stock, Vem he didn't have any options whatsoever. He got knocked away while on stage and never actually got that touch back. So unfortunate circumstances for Vem to get hit by that aerial there. Also great opportunistic Sair coming out from Kyna, making sure that he gets knocked away whenever he doesn't have a lot of options. But it looks like we are taking a little bit of a breather, maybe looking over our legend picks here. We are seeing the, actually it is going to be the same legend picks this time around as well. Of course, Petra going up against the Terros. It's Demon Island yet again. Only 1 player is advancing to top 8. 1 of these guys are knocked out at 9 as this game finishes.
Oh yeah, it's game 5, baby. There's only 1 left. Let's see what they got for this. Vem, sweat beats coming down, but it doesn't matter. Just able to swat Kyna away off stage for a second. Looking for the end light, can't find it. Kyna is looking for these stops. Tries to chase dodge neutrally, not able to get it that time. Wow, the way that these two are moving around each other, you can tell how often they played against each other. You can see their set experience in just their movement.
Yeah, they know each other so incredibly well in terms of their gameplay. Sidelight Sair coming out from Vem, trying to push Kyna away, but it's not going to be enough just yet. That's another one just chipping away at this damage. Nice Sair coming out from Kyna, surprising them there as he makes his way back up onto the stage. Now it's time for the gauntlets to potentially try and get the finisher. He swaps over to the orb, goes for the dare. In a vulnerable spot right now, Kyna is able to also exploit that, finding that D-light ground pound. Almost a 3-piece coming out from them. It feels like these guys have knocked each other out like 5 times. There's been so many opportunities where it could have led to a first strike. Finally, Vem is able to find it.
Whenever any one of them does like a bad option, like Kyna saw that with side sig, he takes it so far. He doesn't just get like one off hit. He knows how to burn all of, you know, Vem's damage. Oh my gosh, hold on. What coverage with that D-Sig. Kyna just blowing up Vem's first stock. It is 2 stocks to 2 as even as it could be at this point.
There's that D-Sig. I've been waiting for it all set. Kyna, he has it in his repertoire to use whenever he wants to. Vem trying to go for something massive here in terms of the orb. Both of the players are going so much more aggro. They're trying to extend so much more out of advantage state.
Kyna has caught onto Vem's defensive options. He knows exactly when to alternate between covering jumps versus covering a dodge down after hitting him and then waiting a little bit. Vem, what is your opening landing in front of an end light? Not able to get the neutral. That was not your turn to press that button. Left off stage without a weapon. Kyna, are you going to close out the stock? Goes for the end light. Weapon toss. No stomp. The neutral is just enough by itself.
He's feeling it. We're seeing a little bit of a flow state coming out there with the axe. Great aerial moves coming out from Kyna. Vem, you need to find this knockout now, and the ground pod is going to connect to get hit by the axe there instead. Swapping over to the orb, we're going to find the sidelight Sair.
Vem just got to be happy to be alive at that point because we have seen how far Kyna can take those punishes. Going through the weapon toss, Kyna, no recovery. You saw the stars come out. He can't make it back onto the stage. Vem and Kyna, last stock each of this game 5. Who is it going to be? We have to find out. Vem opening off with that D-light. Kyna picking up the hammer and swatting him away with that end light.
to hit that dare. Tries to go for a second one. It's going to be an end light this time around. Side light almost got that read. It feels like he had that read locked down, but kind of just drifting after he hit that dodge immediately thereafter. Goes for the weapon toss. The weapon tosses in both directions. Swapping over to the axe here. End light is going to push him away. Setting up for a bit of
whipping all of these hits at the edge of the stage. Vem taking advantage of it. Not able to find the GC sidelight. Had that connected, that could have led into a fatal recovery. Kyna was so close to losing the game.
So close.
The neutral
The second
is
one.
not enough to take it off the top. He tries to go forward. He swats Vem away, puts him off stage again. Goes for the weapon toss. He has a
Still
good
in the
weapon
game. The NSIG is going to find its mark. What a way to finish that off. That was looking like Kyna's game, but you count them out for just a moment. You're going to take an NSIG to the face. Okay, we are, in fact, getting ready yet again. This is going to be the last set on this stream for tonight, as we are filling out our final player for top 8. Massive stakes right now, and Wess has already got himself an amazing start, setting up a bit of a jungle here on both the hammer and the blasters. Pushing Flower off stage, GC end light. That's a 15-second knockout, almost clean stocked.
And he did it live. That is amazing for him, but for Flower, he has got to collect himself. He's got to go ahead and take a nice deep breath. Sidelight into D-light. Oh my goodness, Flower is putting on the hits. Wait a second, is it going to be back to back?
Oh, but he finds the recovery.
Let's
go for the second one.
He goes for the GC NSIG. That is an amazing Yumiko option. Just to be able to make it back onto the stage. He almost got Wess's stock, but now how does he make it back from this deficit?
It's going to be very difficult. He picks up a hammer of his own, and we're in a hammer ditto now. We're probably going to see this a lot. Oh, I love that option. Yumiko neutral signature, most satisfying signature to connect in the game.
Where did Wess's options go? What happened? He was left
They went
with
into
nothing.
the ether.
Yeah.
Flower just stole them.
Did he jump after getting hit by the stomp? Did he jump into the NSIG? We'll have to go ahead and see that one back because, oh man. But Wess, though, he's able to get the D-Light into an NSIG of his own. Flower just backing away, throwing out a whole bunch of D6. Again, those wisps, they can manipulate your movement. He's just trying to get this edge guard on Wess, but now Flower finds himself off stage. Wess holding down the stage, keeping up that stock lead, playing amazing.
Very beautiful side signature to get that stock off now. Sticking to the hammer, almost hitting him with that signature. The second one is going to connect. This wisp into the recovery. Wess is on the offstage. He has no options. Flower very, very close to feeding him a chase dodge there, but he wasn't able to find it.
He didn't commit to the GCD light. He didn't give Wess an option to hit him. He just used his dodge as a dodge, and then Wess, by the pure aura of Flower, ended up sinking to his demise. It is 1 stock to 1. It is totally even. Wess is being denied of a weapon, and Flower is making this comeback happen in real time. But can he close it out?
1 stock to 1 right now as they're looking to find the first W in the set. Flower's able to set something up on the offstage. Goes for the NSIG though, expecting Wess to perhaps panic. Yeah, panic jump there. Able to push him up.
You like
that
to
pace. Oh, but the dare is gonna connect.
This is amazing. First of all, amazing comeback from Flower. He lost his first stock unanswered within 15 seconds, and then he made it back that game. Those wisps, by the way, was like, look at my magic scarf. He put out the wisps, and then immediately dashed off stage to go for the down air. He did not do that before. He was doing the wisps, then he was standing onto the stage, then he maybe went for the D-Sig again. He was just mixing up his options. That last time, that was so aggressive, Polly.
Super, super aggressive. I mean, that's the thing about the wisp, right? Your opponent can get hit by them. You can't. You can walk right through him.
He didn't even dash off, excuse me. He went for the D-Sig and then just fell off the stage with the down air. I didn't think that he'd be able to do that. I thought that he landed on the stage, and so did Wess.
You're going to a tri-plat stage right here, which is just going to give even more opportunities for Flower to do some signature shenanigans here.
Blasters like this. I know that blasters like tri-plats. They can really just get some nasty juggles. You can make it so difficult to hit them, but so does Bo. Honestly, Bo can get some amazing juggles with neutral.
I like this stage. I like the stage a lot for this matchup, but especially they're going to be able to do a lot of funny shenanigans with the signatures, but only time will tell how much of that they're actually going to go for. Now pushing Wess on the offstage, the dare is going to connect.
Oh, Flower, he is just a different beast entirely. Just able to get that whiff punish, seeing that tail directly in front of him. I don't know who Wess thought he was going to hit with it, and he can't make it back onto the stage. Flower coming up with a gentle stock lead.
Let's see. What they're able to do here, the neutral signature is going to get punished by that unarmed Nair. Going in here with the hammer, and that's Ensig. Not going to be enough to get a knockout just yet. Are we going to see him trying to set up a little bit of a juggle? No, Flower is able to get that landing.
Wess popped out a few of those N6 just saying, don't jump in front of me. Let's play a grounded game. Flower looked at that grounded game and still was able to find an approach. That N-Light was not enough to KO off the side. Flower popping out the neutral, popping out the Sailor, trying to get Wess off of him, and Wess did not kill at all. Saw the whiffed Sailor and was able to get the scoop.
Yeah, finally able to get the knockout there. A little bit behind here, actually a lot behind. Flower finding so much damage with this bow now. Almost at the point where he can start thinking about how he's going to find his knockout. Wess able to find a couple of good hits on this hammer though, creating a lot of space. I feel like the pacing of the game has definitely slowed down.
Am I feeling a side sig? I'm beginning to feel a side sig. This is we're entering that part of the Yumiko game plan. We'll just have to see. I know that Wess is looking out for it too. You have to know when you're fighting Yumiko. But Wess calling out Flower's jumps beautifully, catching the cross up with the stomp, Sailor, and can Flower close it out? Just opting to play it safe.
I love that GC sidelight, unarmed from West too, using it as a different alternative movement option. But that is going to be yet another knockout. West going down to final stock now. Flower one stock away from making this 2-0, which would be massive for this game. And he ends up such a massive combo into the stomps here. D-Sig isn't going to connect, but that's still so much damage. That's a full stock lead now at this point.
Flower knows all the Yumiko tricks. Flower knows how to squeeze every last drop of damage out. West, what can you do? He's stepping up, and then he's whiffing, and Flower is dodging and punishing so well. That GCD, like, that should have been a punish. That should have been the N-Sig from West, but he opted to catch the landing instead, and that was unsuccessful. That GCD light not hitting anybody. Flower, that's the first side sig. You know that there is going to be a second one.
We're just waiting. How is Flower going to end this stock? The N-Light to catch the landing, goes for the D-Sig. Oh, tries to go for another N-Light, but Wes able to interrupt that one with his Dare. The Nair is going to be enough to find the stock. That's 2-0 for Flower. What an amazing start. Wes is going to have to win 3 games in a row to take this one home.
NA's neutral game has really stepped up. I mean, Flower playing amazing. He did not let Wes read his movement at all. I don't know who Wes was hitting with some of these GCD lights in the other direction. Maybe he was hoping that Flower would just dash up, you know, behind him, but Flower has been catching his landings. He's been catching all of his gravity cancel options. I'm not loving the Blasters gameplay that I'm seeing. Maybe we'll see the switch from Wes. Again, his Tesca is phenomenal. Maybe we'll see the Tesca come out.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. If there's any time for a legend swap right now for Wes, it would be right now. He has a lot of other legends he can tap into. The Tesca would definitely be on the top of my list, but we'll see if he decides to go for any kind of swap. Seems like we're just taking a couple of deep breaths, thinking through our game plan here as the players try to compose themselves here.
Wes is not all that far behind. I know that the last game was a 2-stock, but I'm telling you, just coming down to these small whiff punishes, he isn't fully reading Flower's movement, and Flower is taking full advantage of it as a result. We're going to the game 3. Let's see what the reveal is. Is it going to be a 3-0 in the favor of Flower?
Here it is.
And
it's the Tesca.
The Tesca. We are so back. I love the Tesca. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit biased. I want to see that Cassidy God. I want to see Cassidy God in general, and I love seeing Tesca.
This is serious. This is serious right now for Wes. What is this start? Down at orange already, 15 seconds into the game. Wes, what have you been hiding from us all this time? This is this entire other layer of your gameplay that gets unlocked whenever you swap over to the Tesca.
This is the advantage shape. This is the accuracy that we've wanted to see from Wes so far. That D-Light into the downer. Flower is off stage. How is Wes going to close it out? It's going to be the GCD light. It's going to be the ground pound afterwards. And now Wes is up an entire stock looking like a new man.
Only lightly yellow in terms of the damage right here, but Flower with a good 3-piece is going to be able to close out the stock. No, the D-Sig and the recovery are both going to miss, as Wes is still keeping this stock alive. He's unable to catch the landing. D-Light and Sig.
He saw the dodge on. He saw the gravity cancel and said, wait a second, I'm going to take this one all the way home. Flower making the stock count even, but Wes has established he knows how to put on the damage with Tesca.
Let's see if he's able to keep the same high-octane gameplay up. You also have the surprise factor, right? And you're going to lose that for every single interaction from here on out. Flower a bit more prepared now for what he has to deal with on this Tesca.
Sidelight pushing Wes off stage. Wes going to be respecting the wisps, backing up a little bit here, making it back onto the stage. That N-Light ended up whiffing. He's picking up the boots now. Okay, man.
Okay. What he's able to do on these battle boots. I was smelling a ground pound. We're finally seeing one. No second one going up with that Sair instead. Dare is gonna come out. Weapon throw isn't gonna connect.
No dodge.
Dare. Oh, nice recovery. Perfectly spaced from Flower. Great patience. What a signature, though.
What an optimal punish on that as well.
You can't find the knockouts.
Yeah, I'm surprised that had so little knockback, right? Flower with the recovery and then just jumping up above because he was so scared. It is so difficult for Bo to land sometimes. Wess just really taking that stage, that position away from Flower. He is keeping up the stock lead. What can he do with it? The end light is just going to even it back up.
Evened out now in terms of the stocks, but Flower has the weapon advantage here if he's able to set up a bit of a weapon guard, a weapon starve, but Wess is able to pick up those battle boots very quickly. Now we have seen what kind of magic Wess can do on these battle boots, and I'm waiting to see if he's able to set something up, or is Flower going to be able to shut him down? The Sair comes out, pushing him off stage, and yet again pushes him up even further. Is he able to find yet another one? Flower barely has any options. The GC is not going to connect though.
He kept it until the end because he knew that is the one option that Wess has to respect. Flower made it back on. As a Hammer player, you cannot ever waste it.
Onto the gauntlets now. The signature connect. That's going to be the stock. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Wess is here to play, Dara.
That's right, that Tesca, man, that Tesca still got it. That Cassidy has been shelved, maybe for another day, maybe for another time. But with the Tesca, he has established he knows exactly how to punish Yumiko signatures. We're seeing some gravity cancel options of his own. We're seeing him go for these amazing reverse Sairs to put Flower off stage again and again. He's not just attacking Flower, he's intentionally picking options in every position that put Flower off stage. That is exactly what a Boots player wants you to be, and they want you to be off stage.
Yeah, I mean, the battle boots gameplay coming up from Wess have been absolutely insane, especially whenever they're able to get a good read or if they're able to push them off stage, just as you say. I have to mention his edge guarding. There was so much time and so many times where Flower just could not get back up to the stage.
But he kept the options that mattered. I'm still thinking about how he kept up that recovery. That is the one option anybody has to respect so that you don't get reversed off stage. Wess, he is keeping up the pressure. Flower pushing him away with the neutral layer, but it's still not enough. He has not been able to reset neutral. Wess is staying on top of him. Finally, Flower hits him, knocking away the weapon for just a second, but then Wess immediately picks it back up. Flower not finding the stop. Wess is closing in on the space. This could be anybody's stock.
We're playing so fast. This is StarCraft 2 levels of actions per minute. This is insane. These guys are they're just zooming right now. Now let's see, is Wess gonna be able to pick up that weapon? And Nair is gonna create some space for himself onto the battle boots now. Any player who's able to find the first knockout, it's gonna be the Sair to get the first strike.
That side sig, his Yumiko instincts came out. His Yumiko brain said, press this button. And Wess said, not today, you're gonna get punished for it. Flower, as a bow player, it is so difficult sometimes to find those stocks. The hammer neutraler is still not enough. You need a stop. You need another landing neutraler to be able to close it out. You need a Sair. Flower is backing up.
Wess is
he doesn't
careful.
find the end light.
Wess is so careful, not careful enough. The Dare is going to find its mark, and that is going to be the stocks evened out now. Flower is sticking to this bow, able to get a good combo there.
Backing up a little bit though, he didn't fully commit to the neutral. He was able to bait
Oh, we got the dodge.
attack of
Oh, we
Wess.
got the dodge.
But look at the combo, look at the damage. Wess is continuing to pile it on. He catches the high recovery. Flower eats the weapon toss. He didn't avoid it. And now Wess has an amazing stock lead once again. Flower, he has established that he can put on the damage, but can he close as well as Wess?
Do I hear a game 5, or is Flower going to shut this down before there's time? And the signature is going to be enough to find that knockout. 2 minutes into the game, and we're already last stock for both of them. This is tournament stock right now for Wess. This is what this is where it all comes down to.
There's so much on the line. You just have to think about the game here. Flower landing with the Sair, backing up a little bit here. That end light is so non-committal. Wess landing with the neutral, goes through the side light. Flower holding on to his dodge. Both of them slowing down the pace of the game for just a second. He finds a side light. Wess dodging away. Flower didn't dash in with the D light, so Wess wasn't able to get the punish.
get punished for that one though. Nared into the air. Now Wess struggling to find the ground. He has no stage control anymore. Flowers just pushing him away onto the off stage. GC Endlight, what an option, pushing him away even further. Whisper put up, he goes right into him. That's almost a knockout. Can he find the finishing blow? No, he can't. Goes for the dare. I love that option for Flower, but it's not going to work. Not this time. Wess pushes him off stage yet again. We have another off stage encounter. Can Wess find the hit? The ground ball goes out, and it's enough to get the knockout. We're going to game 5.
And Flower is feeling that when you see him smiling. He pounded on the desk for just a second. You can feel all of the emotions in the venue. I don't know how he did it. Let me tell you, I thought that was going to be Flower's stock. I saw his brain expand in real time. That GC Endlight, I was like, yeah, he's the genius. He's the GOAT. But when he was off stage, he couldn't find that last option. He needed a gravity cancel V-Light or something else. He needed one more attack, or he just needed a weapon in his hand, which he did not have. Flower and Wess, they kept it so close, but Wess is just so clutch at the end.
Yeah. I mean, this is the clutch factor right here. This is the clutcher BH in action. Wess is insane. Whenever he is last stock, whenever you think it's over, he does something crazy that you're not going to expect.
You saw the neutral lows. Flower was thinking about the ground pound. He went through the neutral lows. He went through it again. But enough about that, guys. This is game 5. This is the final game of Saturday. This is for the final player to make it into the top 8 through the elimination side. There is so much on the line. Flower does not want to get reversed here. Wess does not want all of his momentum to stop. So who is it going to be? Flower setting up with the neutral low, backing up a little bit after getting close to Wess, whipping the side light. Wess finding an end light. Just a bunch of one-off hits, no combos, no lines.
There's a lot on the line at this point. Wisps are going to go unpunished. The ground pound almost going to find its mark.
No touch.
Didn't touch, no options. That's the first strike already. Flower with a clutch dare going to be taking it down. Wess's first stock there.
Yeah, Wess went for like this crazy reversal down air, which was so greedy in that position. I mean, if it hit, he would have been a genius. If it didn't hit, well, he ended up losing his stock for it. He is now down a stock, but I feel like between the two of them, Wess is better at closing stocks.
Absolutely. We're going to see if he's able to close this one out any faster. Flower down into orange. He needs to find it quickly. He's on the gauntlets, trying to get something set up. But Flower is dominating the neutral space right now, Dara. Flower is playing so much better in neutral than
He's getting it
before.
for the Flower,
Nice signature.
but he wanted to put him off stage. He was too close to the right side of the stage, so it just ended up bouncing, and now Flower lives another day. Wess is getting close, and he's walking away. Flower doing the bow thing, the GCD light to get back on,
This is
the
insane.
side light, the pressure. Wess is out of options.
Again, oh, but he can't find that second hit. Goes for the weapon toss, that's gonna be the stock, but he's taking so much damage. He's gonna need one of these clutch knockouts again. It's time for the clutcher BH to clutch it up.
The neutral caught Flower in the beginning of his button. It's such a fast button. He gets the stomp, he gets the save, and now Flower is on the cusp of taking this whole set. Just one more stock for
I mean, we've said that many times. We've said that many times this far. Wess, it's not over until it's over. We'll be fighting to the very end to make this comeback.
That's what you
so
have
much
to do
damage.
against gauntlets, because they get so comfortable punishing your dodges, punishing your jumps, that sometimes you just have to hit them away and tell them to stop.
We're so close at this point. Stomps air comes out, pushing Wess away. Wisps aren't going to connect. He's able to make it back. The dare to find his landing as we're going back to the neutral here, trying to find any attack. The weapon toss of the side light is going to connect. End light to push him off stage. Does he go for the ground pound? No, he went for Flower to get back to the stage. It proves to be a lethal mistake. He finds that Sair on his way back. Weapon toss into the GCD light. I love that option. And he finds the Sair just thereafter.
Oh,
this is it. He has no options.
Flower is going to be taking it, and in a 2-stock lead as well. Going to be bringing it home in game 5 after he went up 2 games, pointing to somebody in the audience because you had to believe Flower. He kept himself composed, but honestly, this was an amazing game. This was an amazing set.
It's like the match is starting, so Duke, PJ, take it away.
2, 1.
We're getting right on into it. Small worlds and no surprises on the character picks, like we've been saying. Marckiemoo on that Mordex, Ahmet on that Petra.
Yeah, if you're struggling a little bit versus Orb, you of course have a Mirage pick you can lean into with that Spear. Get an end light there from Marckiemoo Ahmet. Of course, in the corner. The feel out stage right now, nice end light. That Orb end light so potent versus the Gauntlets, able to stuff out approaches both in the air and on the ground. And that's the lower dexterity of the Mordex coming to effect as Ahmet already has control of the weapon here. Marckiemoo, side light off stage, and then just kind of leans back over to pick up that scythe, and looking strong right now is Ahmet, though, completely taking over in the recovery, takes it off the top, and the first strike of the top 8 here at 2026's midseason goes to Ahmet.
Good start for Ahmet. And like you said, that dexterity of Marckiemoo is really showing its face as he got disarmed on that scythe. And I think that was one of the big reasons why Ahmet was able to push his advantage.
And then like there for Marckiemoo, Ahmet just having this extra credit, trying to get a little bit more here. The ground pound comes in, nice dodge from Ahmet. Marckiemoo now with the recovery, and that's an end light from Ahmet, and Ahmet takes even more extra credit here. Side light, wait, no attempt to go for a recovery from Marckiemoo, tries to go for the dodge up read, doesn't find it. Ahmet with an end light there, and he's continuing to rack up this damage, and right now Marckiemoo, it just does not look comfortable in this stage. The end light finally connecting the weapon toss, no KO, and Marckiemoo in a great spot with the side light, doesn't find the landing catch, and Ahmet holds onto his first stock.
Marckiemoo really struggling to finish off this stock of Ahmet. I like that he's holding on to the gauntlets. The neutral light not going to quite do it just yet. Ooh, he was going down there. Likely was going to go for like a dare or a gravity cancel. At that time, the dare will hit and will KO.
Yeah, and the dexterity woes that you had in the first stock kind of go away as you're able to cycle over to a fresh weapon. So Marckiemoo will have this scythe all the way until probably the sunset of the stock. Side light coming the wrong direction. The down airs from Ahmet trying to take an aerial approach into the scythe. Nair there looking for the recovery, doesn't find it. Marckiemoo with the side light there, end light from Ahmet, and Marckiemoo has to already swap over to another pair of gauntlets as he gets to knock the weapon off of him. Side air comes out from Ahmet and a great edge guard position. Down air gets whip punished with the recovery. And right now Ahmet just racking up so much damage. Now the KO options come into effect. Side light, side air will confirm that one.
Yeah, Ahmet just playing really solid neutral against Marckiemoo. He's been winning out in those trades and really just getting more hits onto him. And I think that, again, the dexterity of Marckiemoo, it's really starting to show its head. He took like 3 hits from Ahmet and got disarmed.
The soft reads that Orb can do and the amount of damage that Ahmet's getting with his D-Lights already disarmed again. Marckiemoo's been disarmed 4 times in this game so far. D-Light into Nair. It's a big open up. GC N-Light gets enough space into the Nair recovery from Ahmet, even taking Marckiemoo where he's the best off stage and fighting back with the gravity cancel. Side light and to side air, not enough to KO, but Ahmet 1 hit away and Marckiemoo with no chances in this game. Ahmet finds the Nair. Marckiemoo makes it back to the wall. Ahmet with a deep Nair doesn't find it. Marckiemoo able to make it back and gets the ground pound, and now it's a little scary because we've seen what Warnix can do on these small side blast zones, but it's probably not over yet. But Ahmet just needing 1 hit.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Marckiemoo needs to get his scythe online.
Oh no, this is bad.
Okay.
He avoids the down air with the recovery. That could have been so scary.
Ooh, missing the Nair there. Marckiemoo really wants to get this offstage KO.
Oh, he gets the dodge. The down light comes out into the recovery. Marckiemoo is too clutch.
He got the 1 dodge he needed. Small World Zen helping him out a little bit as well. And that is going to be Marckiemoo stealing out game number 1.
That's gotta feel good. You're down 1 stock, you're in the deep red. Any hit, any strong hit from the side of Ahmet would take it, and just 1 miss Nair, a ground pound, and Marckiemoo picked up the scythe and said, you know what, I can win this game. The dodge beat there with the down air, D-Light into recovery. It's just so, it's something we've seen so many times on Small World's End, and as we make a return there, I wonder if Ahmet's gonna have that in the back of his mind now.
Yeah, he's going to be rethinking his dodge patterns, especially against Marckiemoo's scythe. He is able to pick up an orb. That's been his signature weapon. He was able to put out 410 damage with it in that last game.
The spacing that Ahmet's been able to put up, a 4-piece disarms Marckiemoo. The Nair continues to juggle. Down air gets dodged by Marckiemoo. Ahmet with a deep down air. And Marckiemoo with the scythe online. That's a nice dodge in on the side light. That time not waiting for the down air. Side air from Marckiemoo keeps himself in this game. Ahmet with so much control though. Feels like Marckiemoo just really has to make some sort of miracle happen off stage because Ahmet completely dominates the ground space on stage. Side light into side air will confirm that stock for Ahmet, and first strike in game 2 going to him.
Yeah, looking a little bit like a repeat of game 1, but game 1 went a little differently than Ahmet likely would have wanted.
Double end light disarm, okay, just an immediate recovery from Ahmet. Doesn't want to go low after seeing what Marckiemoo can do off stage.
Might see Ahmet lean a little bit more into the neutral game as he eats 2 recoveries from Marckiemoo. Goes a little wider, so Marckiemoo can't just immediately hit him with another recovery.
Clean landing catch from Ahmet. Dash backwards into the side like side air for some extra credit, but Marckiemoo put an end of that extra stock on Ahmet with that gauntlet recovery, and still have a game here, dude.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a competitive game, a lot closer than we saw. Oh my goodness, Marckiemoo went for the nairs and stairs. I like the attempt there from Ahmet to go for that recovery, try to get that counter punish on a small map. Potentially could have been a KO if he hit.
Side air there, looking for 1 extra hit here. It's going to be the end light and the nair. Ahmet just needs a little bit more damage, 1 nice string on the gauntlets, and he'll be in that KO range. Down air comes out into the recovery, avoids it as Marckiemoo goes for the nair though, gets caught with the side air, and that's the end sig coming out for Ahmet, and that's going to disarm Marckiemoo, but he's not able to weapon starve, but he'll be able to take that stock off of Marckiemoo anyway with those gauntlet recoveries, and 2 vertical options, 1 vertical KO.
Yeah, Ahmet doing a really good job of just kind of cutting off the airway that Marckiemoo was trying to fly through. Can Marckiemoo even up the stock count? Ooh, that was some stars. You saw his recovery get stuffed there for a second.
Could have been very scary. Ahmet has yet to be very lethal off stage, but anything can change here, especially when you're this far in the bracket. Marckiemoo looking for the lineup, and Edgeguard will avoid the down air. Comes out, nice recovery from Ahmet. He's able to sneak past Marckiemoo, even get a nair for his troubles, and Marckiemoo will not be able to confirm that stock there. But obviously you don't want to go to last, as we've seen what happened in the last game. Nair comes out into the wall, disarming Ahmet. Marckiemoo with the weapon starve now, as the Gauntlets just needs a recovery here to find a KO. Gets the dodge out there. Ahmet avoiding the Nair unarmed, goes to pick up a pair of Gauntlets himself, and looks to get even more extra credit in the top. Sidelight, leading the dodge with the Nair, doesn't find it. An end light from Marckiemoo, and he just needs the one hit, but Ahmet reversals with the ground pound, and he closes that game out with a 2-stock.
Yeah, I really like the way Ahmet played that one. He played it a lot closer to the chest, a lot safer. In game 1, he went for that off-stage Gauntlet Nair, and that's what kind of led to that final stock situation that Marckiemoo was able to get the KO. This time, Ahmet playing it a lot safer, stays on stage, didn't chase too hard, and didn't give Marckiemoo those little gaps that Marckiemoo takes full advantage of.
I mean, it's so crazy, the fact that, like, Ahmet in that spot, obviously he won the game with that ground pound, but I keep thinking of that game 1 where it's like, man, if somehow Marckiemoo didn't get hit by that ground pound, he could have won that game. That's how close it is here with Markiemoo's clutch factor, but we get a 3-2-1 brawl from the crowd. First of many in this top 8. And it's looking very, very close here as we go to game 3. Marckiemoo stealing game number 1. Game number 2 very confidently going to Ahmet's side.
Yeah, interesting stat change here for Ahmet is he did play the Gauntlets a lot more, was only able to put out 148 damage though.
Marckiemoo with a extended edge guarding sequence there. The Nair comes out from Ahmet into the GC sidelight recovery Nair. That's a 3-piece rebuttal, and Marckiemoo about to lose his weapon here as the sider comes out and Ahmet one hit away. Marckiemoo GCD like ground pound reversal, and he has a down air there, unarmed. Ahmet unarmed as well, but the sweat beads come out looking for the edge guard there. We'll pick up an orb, and Marckiemoo will get the Nair unarmed and continue to fight offstage even without a weapon. D-light doesn't connect. Ahmet avoids it, goes for the end light. A missed gravity cancel end-sig there from Marckiemoo, and they somehow both retain their stock. A sider comes out as Marckiemoo looks to extend this edge guard to the left side of the stage, but Ahmet swats him away with that side air.
Man, Marckiemoo is such a threat. Like, no matter what position he's in, he is still scary. He is still capable of potentially taking that stock away. Both of them with gauntlets now, both of them in the red. Who's going to get the first stock here in game number 3?
The wall here's Marckiemoo trying to burn some options. GC end-sig from Ahmet to not only stall and recover, but also punish the GC breakdance, and that'll find the KO eventually as Ahmet, again, 3 games in a row and 3 first strikes go his way.
Yeah, tough game of chicken there. Marckiemoo was trying to catch Ahmet coming up as Ahmet was just floating there for a little bit.
Dipping so low with that recovery, didn't KO. The Nair won't either. Just need that one hit. I mean, this is the closest Markiemoo's kept the stock so far. Usually Ahmet getting 4 or 5 hits of extra credit, looks to do so there with the sidelight, doesn't get the recovery. End light for Marckiemoo will find the KO, and it's a very close game. Closest it's been so far in this set.
All right, Marckiemoo with the scythe has the opportunity to get that one dodge read that he needs. Ooh, there's a dodge down. Marckiemoo was actually in position, but I think he was expecting a jump up after.
Markiemoo's really good at getting those double end light extensions, especially as people try to dodge back to the ground versus Marckiemoo. Sidelight coming in with punish with the side air from Ahmet. A nice sidelight check, just checking Ahmet's landings here. Will finally get tripped up in that spot, but that sidelight won't confirm into that Nair, and Marckiemoo swaps over to a pair of gauntlets.
Yep, just preempting the fact that he had taken some damage on that side. His low dex, he's been getting disarmed so often, might as well just swap when you can. Good damage built up, but now it's Ahmet's turn.
Counter coming out, recovery as well from Marckiemoo, trying to find something with that weapon toss. A sidelight from Ahmet, and both of them letting those recoveries fly, but the end light will finally break the mold for Marckiemoo here. And he doesn't go off stage. We saw what happened in stock 1, so he's able to just go and pick up a scythe here, looking for this KO option. Ensign comes out, no punish with the side air. Ahmet gets the side air, and Markiemoo's attempt to whip punish, and he takes the stock. That's twice where Marckiemoo overextends in an attempt to whip punish, and Ahmet capitalizes on the gauntlets.
Yeah, he's been really good at catching Marckiemoo out with those gauntlet side airs. Nice recovery there from Marckiemoo, even final stocks.
Marckiemoo, again, this is the closest this game's been. Last time Marckiemoo forced Ahmet on his last, he took the game in the deep red. This time, we'll have a fresh stock to work with. Down air coming out, Ahmet acting out with the sidelight into a Nair side air. So much damage, and Marckiemoo already losing his scythe. Weapon starved now from Ahmet with the gauntlets online. Marckiemoo looking to get a hit on the unarmed in order to pick up a weapon. D-light into down air, unarmed, picks up the Nair, almost gets it there. The sidelight connects, no follow-up. Sidelight Nair waiting. Ahmet gets a Nair of his own too. A double Nair, a sidelight, a recovery. It's not enough to KO, but Marckiemoo with no chance of making it back as the side air comes in. He picks up a scythe. There's a guess for game. Ahmet gets the recovery, and he finds it, and he takes the set lead.
Man, that is so scary. One thing that Marckiemoo has been so good about against so many other people is just waiting them out, playing that game of chicken, and then as we've seen time and time again, they'll try to ground pound him, and he hits him with like a side air, and then he gets back onto the stage. That time, Ahmet was the one who was like, no, I'm gonna play this game of chicken, I'm gonna wait for you to burn everything, and then I'll catch you with that gravity cancel neutral signature.
Looking so poised. I mean, the fact that you were able to go into game number 3 after what happened in game 1, a complete disaster of the last stock, and just completely hold down game 2 and 3, but now everything changes as we see a swap for Marckiemoo onto the Mirage.
An interesting swap here, and I don't really blame him. He was not able to put out too much damage with this scythe. Took 234 while only putting out 128.
Spear also historically pretty strong into Orb here, but Ahmet's not even going to show that matchup yet as the Gauntlets completely dominate the Spear. A down tick coming out, nice side light from Marckiemoo to punish, but Ahmet somehow is getting punished for hits and then getting a hit anyway. Marckiemoo unable to find these right dodges. Ground pound comes in very haphazardly. A recovery comes in to disarm Ahmet, unarmed. Marckiemoo disarms himself with the scythe, and the side light comes out as well, and Marckiemoo now has no weapon versus this Orb. GC side light, no punish with the GCD light. Recovery whiffs the side air, sends Marckiemoo off stage, and Marckiemoo has some chances here in the stock, but so does Ahmet. It's just one hit away. It's a side light, it's a recovery, it's not enough.
Goes for another one, but again, Ahmet with that falling side air. Recovery will catch Marckiemoo. And Ahmet 2 stocks away from knocking the world champion to the elimination side.
Big nair there from Ahmet, and he just has this bit of a stock lead here, but it can mean so much with the way his gauntlets have been playing. He's getting 4, 5, 6 hits per opening engagement. There's a side light there and a wait with a dodge away from Marckiemoo. Is going to get him out of dodge, and the side air will get him out of that stock. So he's able to keep this game relatively close. He needs this game to get to game 5. Ahmet 1 game away from a confirmed podium placement.
You see Marckiemoo having a little bit of trouble when they get in that stack situation. Hits that down signature. Really wanted to chase up there for Ahmet.
Oh, that nair, very scary when you hit the lower hitbox that pops up. Almost always sets up into a recovery. Marckiemoo won't pull the trigger. Ahmet will get an end light for it. Side light into side air as well. Marckiemoo getting hit quite high. The nair to recovery. The KO option does not connect. Either did that signature for Marckiemoo though. Nail down air back to the stage, but no weapon in hand.
That was a big hope and a prayer with that spear side signature. Really wanted to catch Ahmet landing there. Ahmet, so healthy, has that stage control, but Marckiemoo able to pick up a spear, dodges through.
Oh, almost getting the dodge down with that nair. The pogo will send Ahmet off stage. D-light to try to anti-air. Ahmet side light and the recovery. He waits as the world champion dodges in his face, and he punishes it accordingly. It's game 4, and Ahmet needs one more stock to move on into the winners finals.
Marckiemoo needs to go Marky mode right now. He has to get these stocks off of Ahmet. Catches him with that side toss. Down signature, still not going to KO just yet. Looking for another hit, but the down light not going to hit. Down sig not going to hit either.
The nair, the down air from Ahmet, opening up Marckiemoo on his last, and Marckiemoo will open up the last stock of Ahmet as well as we go to last stock, game 4. This moment is so big. Ahmet with a chance to upset the world champion right here, right now, and Marckiemoo wanted to put an end to the game with that down air, doesn't get it. Ahmet controlling the space with the nair. The side light comes out from Marckiemoo, assuring him offstage. Ahmet, high recovery, wants nothing to do with the offstage game.
Just jumping right in each other's faces. Nair into the side air. Marckiemoo can't afford too many more hits. Side light, side air. One more of those, and Marckiemoo is going down to the elimination side.
And that's the end light there, and doesn't matter because he gets through the nair with a dodge, and Ahmet moves on to winners finals, putting EU on his back and upsetting the world champion here at Midseason 2026.
If they both go into the elimination side of things.
We're starting off here with Demon Island, the Diana on BBBallonBoy, Lores on the super defense, Ada on the Mandalorian, and right now, Lores with the spear in hand and BBBallonBoy with the blasters. They both pick up their strongest weapons here, and Lores already starting great with those end lights, the down air as well, getting some revenge for that 2v2 space because he's opening up BBBallonBoy in big ways on the spear.
That's crazy that the blast of the blaster's ground pound actually popped him above that spear down signature. That's something that Lores did really well at the start of today in the double space as he was hitting those signatures, and that's something that BBBallonBoy and Mounir were able to adjust to in the doubles.
Incredibly strong signatures covering both sides of Ada with the down sig, the side sig, a fast option to swat people off into the blast zone, end sig as well, catching anti-air's pogos coming out from Lores. The pogo king himself swapping over to a pair of blasters, now down air into side air, no side air connection, BBBallonBoy fighting unarmed recovery into nair, the end light comes out on the both side air with punish from Lores, and the weapon charge gets all the charge he needs, and Lores with the ground pound, BBBallonBoy, and he gets the ground pound, and he chase dodges up, and BBBallonBoy will not be put down like that. He takes first strike in the set.
Lores with the big commit, wanted to guarantee the KO. He tried to go for that final hit with that ground pound, but BBBallonBoy with that dodge up, and now he's got the lead. He's able to put some damage onto Lores on the second stock.
Spear in hand once again. Lores will lean on his prime weapon here. BBallonBoy 2 sidelights on the unarmed, racking up the extra credit. Lores yet to hit BBallonBoy on his second. Finally does so there with a pogo. And a lot of Lores' game plan so far is hovering around the mix-up of short hop or double jump, nairs, and pogos. Down air comes out from BBallonBoy though. Lores in a bad spot, will have to wait, and the dodge comes out from both players, so no one gets hit. Lores with one exclamation point. D-Light into side air, into the wall. Lores in a bad spot, drop out too early. Lores gets the dodge out though, and BBallonBoy gets the stock as Lores was unable to make it back to nair, stifling the horizontal momentum, and that's going to be BBallonBoy up 2 stocks to 1. He has completely flipped this game on its head.
Really good recognition of the situation there from BBallonBoy. Saw the sweat beads, knows what weapon Lores had, and went really wide to make sure he didn't have a reversal of what happened on that first stock.
Oh, the Pogo King strikes again, and Lores 3 pogos and a stock, and we go to last stock for game number 1 of this winner semifinal set. Lores and BBallonBoy, the spear online for Lores. Once again, BBallonBoy going over to pick up a pair of blasters, and they are on their prime weapons almost the entire game so far.
A little bit of a misinput there on the side of BBallonBoy. Went down light into neutral light. There are true follow-ups that he could have done, and he does them almost every other time.
Light into side air. That's a dodge getting called out there from BBallonBoy. Another nair coming out. BBallonBoy with the weapon toss, very smart, putting an end to that juggle state. And another weapon's there if either player chooses to swap over. The down tick does get whip punished with the side light. And that's a big pop there with the BBallonBoy signature. Not enough to KO, looking for the GCD light, doesn't get it there. End light as well, and Lores trying to fight back unarmed, but BBallonBoy gets the GCD light, gets the side air, and 1 hit away from ending this game. D-Light gets dodged from Lores.
Good dodge, good movement from Lores. He's over to the spear, comes up with a nair. Yeah, he was looking for another nair. BBallonBoy able to stop that with that weapon toss down.
Weapon toss goes a little bit too wide. D-Light into side air, and BBallonBoy takes game number 1 after Lores was 1 hit away from taking the first stock. BBallonBoy reversals with a ground pound and a chase dodge up to make it back. And ever since then, BBallonBoy's been in control, at least in terms of the momentum in this game 1. We'll see the reset of momentum, hopefully for Lores in game 2, if you're in the Lores camp. But that was so crucial for BBallonBoy.
Yeah, I mean, that was, if you were looking at the top right when that happened, Lores was like maybe in the orange. He had like at least half a stock left that he could have played out, and that would have been such a good advantage going into those second stocks. But now we're here, game number 2.
Side light down here from BBallonBoy. 3-4 piece pick with GC downline into 2 side airs now, and Lores with sweat beats coming out. BBallonBoy with a side air. 1 hit away. Lores will make it back and immediately dodges as BBallonBoy puts so much damage onto Lores on these splashers. Going for the signature there, does not find it, and the pogo comes out from Lores as he's trying to flip the situation, but he puts himself back in the corner right where BBallonBoy wants him. Nair there, looking for that juggle. Doesn't get much more than a nair. Pogo into nair though, and Lores back in this game. D-Light into side air. Now BBallonBoy off stage on the left side, and Lores looking for the pogo. The nair beats it out barely. Nair continues the juggle though, and BBallonBoy with a side air disarms Lores and finally gives him control once again.
Lores currently unarmed. Right side, BBallonBoy just needs to hit that side air, and that's going to be BBallonBoy with the advantage.
And that's a big lead there. Last time BBallonBoy got a lead in game number 1, it was off the back of a Lores mistake. This time, BBallonBoy controls his own fate in this game. D-Light into side air. Lores now looking for that N-Sig, does not find that KO. Just avoiding it entirely. It comes out fast and it's scary, but BBallonBoy is probably going to be very prepared for that one. Another signature coming out there. That time the side stick doesn't connect, and that's a big reversal with an air. Recovery not connecting, and Lores now dropping these signatures on the blasters. N-Sig trying to end the stock, but a D-Light into recovery will close out that stock for Lores.
That really felt desperate on the side of Lores. He was throwing out so many heavy moves. Really wanted to finish that stock off of BBallonBoy, but instead gave BBallonBoy so many opportunities to keep that damage lead.
D-Light coming out there, side air, and like ground pound coming out from Lores, and BBallonBoy in prime form, controlling his own destiny right here, right now, as he has a stock lead, and he's earned it in this game. And like into down air, waiting for another one there. Lores doesn't give the dodge, but has BBallonBoy in a bad spot. 3rd hit of Pogo connecting, but that's the GC sig from BBallonBoy, and he gets himself right back into it as he has the ledge to Lores once again. Recovery will not KO from coast to coast, but BBallonBoy in a great spot to take the stock as Lores has had no answers in stock number 2.
Nice attempt there from BBallonBoy. Was expecting Lores to jump after that whiff. Wasn't able to catch him with that recovery. Lores starting to find his way back into this one. Damage evened up a little bit. Signature not going to connect.
Letting the N6 fly as much as possible, trying to catch BBallonBoy lacking off stage. Able to line up one there. No, just a reversal on the weapon toss. BBallonBoy was kind of drifting away and fading away in that stock, but he's able to snap back into it and keep this stock lead going. Lores has that spear online though, and we've seen these signatures do side sig, down sig, even an N sig as an anti-air can easily close out this stock and bring it to last.
There's that signature, the down signature, like you said. It is going to be that evener. He's likely going to be sticking with the spear. So far, the game plan for Lores seems to be do all the work with the spear, and maybe if you have to, go over to the blasters for the KO.
More nairs and down airs. Lores finally gets on the ground and punishes BBallonBoy for that whiff with a D-Light. Side light checking the landing, and Lores has found a newfound home, maybe no comfort in that home on the left side of the stage because BBallonBoy has ushered him there at the beginning of every one of these stocks, but a down sig changes the script here. Looking for the pogo, the down air, or the nair comes out. The nair comes out from Lores though, and that's a big missed dodge there as the GC D-Light does not connect. BBallonBoy flips it again, looking for the D-Sig here on the landing. Maybe no, just a side light and an end light, and looking for this juggle. That's the down sig, and BBallonBoy takes the game. I saw it earlier in the stock with BBallonBoy, much more patient than I, waits for the second chance to land and punishes it perfectly with a D-Sig.
Yeah, BBallonBoy was definitely cooking something. You saw Lores burning so much movement, floating around, trying to get BBallonBoy to act so that he can get back onto the stage. But BBallonBoy waited patiently, and the second Lores started to come down, throws out that down signature, perfect to get right over the corner.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Get a 3-2-1 brawl, I'm sure. Red Mafia is so excited to see BBallonBoy confirm this podium. He just needs one more game. Lores now has to do this in reverse 3-0 fashion in order to come back into this one and keep the same map pick, same legend pick as well. A 3-piece from Lores there on the blast of BBallonBoy with an end light, landing side air from Lores. Keeps him in this game in terms of the damage right now, but that whiff side air will get punished with a nair. And BBallonBoy just so good at immediately swapping from that very defensive movement play style to now it's time for me to hit buttons. Nair, end light comes out there after the nair, no connection. GC D-Light as well. BBallonBoy just throwing out these blaster hitboxes. Lores finally picks up a spear and gets a bit of an end light, but again, he's stuck putting himself in the corner so much.
Okay, does manage to stack up onto BBallonBoy, gets him with 2 neutral airs. BBallonBoy, no panic dodges, instead stays above.
Oh,
good pogo into the side air there. Can Lores finish this one off? Ooh.
that D-Sig, I mean, I feel like that's like the evolution of the unarmed breakdance there,
Nice.
but so strong there, the D-Light into recovery. We'll find that stock anyway. Got a little worried when he whipped that D-Sig, but is able to clean it up.
Yeah, BBallonBoy was playing that really smart, stayed below that one. Lores gonna try to push his advantage here, went for a down signature. Some quick extra damage if it connects.
And like Pogo's Lores keeping himself in this game here, keeping himself in this set, I should say. D-Light into side air will not connect as BBallonBoy gets the gravity cancel out in time. A little bit more signature, just immediate whiff side light there, very deep down light, puts him off stage, but BBallonBoy unable to capitalize with an edge guard. But he has a weapon advantage here, so a ground pound and down air is very potent problems for Lores as the exclamation points come out. GC D-Light into side air, and BBallonBoy with the patience to bait 3 times that he was going to go off stage. Doesn't go off stage any of those times, refreshes the resources, jump D-Light side air to cover the landing. So patient from BBallonBoy.
All right, Lores back in it though, picks up a spear. Has that slight advantage, and he needs to keep it if he wants to continue this set. Neutral light. Lores with the dodge up. Nice punish with that side sig. That comes out so fast.
I mean, being able to react to the first pop of the Blaster's end light with a signature that almost KO'd and definitely disarmed, very strong option. Looking for this D-Sig. BBallonBoy knew it though. D-Light into the weapon pickup there, but it's unfortunate. And somehow Lores drops his punish. D-Sig comes out side air from BBallonBoy, and Lores throws his weapon away. Ground pound. GC D-Light into recovery will not KO on Demon Island, and BBallonBoy forfeits his blasters away as well. And Lores with a spear online throws it away, trying to catch a landing. Again, that's been a motif of the set so far. Nair coming out for BBallonBoy, looking for this juggle. Blasters on the side of Lores right now. Side air comes out, almost enough to KO, but not quite coast to coast. And Lores just 1 hit away. BBallonBoy needs to work a little bit harder into the weapon toss. Picks up the bow with a D-Sig, punishes the wake-up option from Lores. Weapon toss goes in. The breakdown sends it
Still
to the wall.
alive.
It's not over yet though. BBallonBoy going a little too low, but the recovery comes out, and he has control of both weapons now, and a signature to KO, looking for something there. The D-Light was not enough, but that unarmed side air still not enough to KO. Both of them in contention for it, and Lores will win that bout for the second stock being taken with that recovery.
Now this is Lores' opportunity. He needs as much extra credit as he can get the spot dodge from BBallonBoy. Lores has only gotten a down light. Throws away the spear. Doesn't even want the weapon.
That's so crazy to me. Just wanting to go for more extra credit. Maybe didn't want to burn that spear, but BBallonBoy will definitely take those as we go to game 3. Last stock, BBallonBoy 1 away from podiuming for sure at midseason here.
Good dodge through on the side of BBallonBoy. Keeping this one close. Lores, he's not wanting to throw out too many attacks here.
Nair's coming out now, and he waits until it's his terms, man. Like, BBallonBoy jumps and he starts finally throwing out those Nairs. D-Light into Cider, anti-airing BBallonBoy, and Lores right now has so much strength here. The Pogo comes out, BBallonBoy, one more option. Recovery gets a disarm as well, and Lores needs one more Pogo. Can he find it here? He does not. BBallonBoy mixing it up with the down air into the wall. The recovery comes out, avoids it, doesn't dodge through that Pogo. The weapon toss goes a little bit too far wide. The break dance comes out, down air into the wall. BBallonBoy makes it back to the stage one more time. Lores with a D-Light does not make it, but it does not get the connection there either, but the recovery will close it out, and Lores with a little bit of theatrics there at the right side of the wall is able to close out that game with the recovery.
I mean, we talked about how good his pogos have been in the past. They were struggling a little bit against BBallonBoy. BBallonBoy was doing such a good job stopping them with the blaster's neutral air, but that time Lores made the adjustments that he needed, caught him after, I believe it was a recovery to start it off, and then disarmed BBallonBoy and kept that pressure going.
3,
I'm so
2,
shocked that
1,
BBallonBoy was unable to flip that situation on the right side. I really thought he was going to find a way to gimp, but nonetheless, we go to game 4. Lores needs to win 2 more here. BBallonBoy just won in the same time.
We're at the neutral line. Reaches a little bit further there in favor of BBallonBoy.
The movement so far, BBallonBoy very smart here, realizing that Lores is catching his jump center stage with those Nairs, starting to jump himself in the corner to not get called out on that jump startup. Right now, not really working too much. D6 comes out Nair from BBallonBoy, very clutch.
All right, comes down fast enough, gets that downlight into the Cider, swaps over to the blasters. Might be looking for a downlight into the recovery, but BBallonBoy is gonna have a bow.
Cider from Lores. BBallonBoy 1 hit away from getting KO'd if it's a D-Light into recovery or Cider on the right side of the wall. Stage, I should say. D-Light into Nair coming out. BBallonBoy with the juggles now, and Lores, D-Light into the recovery, will find that KO, and BBallonBoy gets a bit more damage at the end of that stock, but not enough to take the first stock as Lores gets first strike in game 4.
A little bit of patience on the side of Lores, wants to disarm BBallonBoy as long as possible, so he's trying to delay that weapon spawn, and he's also priming a spear. Gonna be looking for some extra credit here. Hits the down signature. Gravity canceled on top of the weapon spawn as BBallonBoy was coming in.
Toss up, the juggles continue with the GC sidelight, trying to cover a dodge to center stage from BBallonBoy. Won't find it, but I like the read, and I like the willingness from Lores to go for those options. D-Light into recovery, will not KO. Oh, sorry, it will KO as it's BBallonBoy finding it there. The crowd with a little pop on that stock take. And BBallonBoy still in this game, and still, I mean, again, if he somehow squeaks out this game, is moving on into winners finals.
Yeah, he's making sure he maintains pace alongside Lores. They're running a marathon, and he's keeping this one close. Lores still holding on to the blasters.
Great pickup from BBallonBoy, realizing it's a very deep D-Light to get the recovery easily, even off the gravity cancel. Downer coming out from BBallonBoy, and I don't think we've seen a Blaster's Mirror so far, but I definitely have to say that it's going to go in the favor of BBallonBoy. I think Lores realizing it there too, because BBallonBoy had 6 unanswered hits in the Blaster's Mirror, will drop the Blasters for a spear, and now Lores just needs a signature to close out this stock. D-Light into Cider will set up a great position for him now, as Pogo separate him from this stock. The recovery will disarm BBallonBoy instead, and the Blasters just need to D-Light into recovery to close out this one. D-Sig does not connect.
Still has that weapon advantage, goes for a ground pound on the center stage. BBallonBoy able to punish. No signatures thrown out from Lores just yet.
To Cider with no dodges. BBallonBoy tried to GC a D-Light there. That's the weapon toss and 1 hit away, but the very end of the recovery. D-Light into recovery from BBallonBoy will not KO, but he keeps himself in this game. Lores dodges in the direction of the big smoke cloud on the signature, but does not find it there, and the recovery will close out that stock as BBallonBoy had 2 very, very close calls, or I should say Lores had close calls there. It's not over yet, though.
Definitely was a dangerous situation if he dodged wrong around that neutral signature, but the recovery keeps it even now. BBallonBoy, pick a weapons, it's going to be the Blasters.
Lores and Balloon, the down air comes out there. It's the Blaster Mirror again, and BBallonBoy will welcome it. If I'm Lores, I definitely don't want to see this, because right now BBallonBoy 3 unanswered hits in this stock. Lores unable to find anything on the Blasters. Player D-Light off the down air into the side air from Lores. He answers back in a big way.
Immediately throws it away, though. You know he's more comfortable with that spear. That's what he wants.
Ooh. The N-Sig, that's big for BBallonBoy. Just 1 hit away now. If you can find some sort of way to continue this edge guard, cannot find it as Lores was able to make it back. The weapon toss will actually work that time at catching the landing, and it's very close. That's going to go a little too far wide, but punishes the GC D-Light with an unarmed there. Picks up blasters, and again, Lores will have to throw those blasters away to pick up a spear.
Oh, but he's okay. He gets past BBallonBoy, able to get over to that spear. So far, Lores has just been getting weapon tosses at best. Goes low this time.
Oh, that sends off stage. BBallonBoy just needs to find something here. Cannot find it though, and Lores disarms him.
Oh!
That is off the recovery. It's not enough. It's so close now.
Jump side air. Down sig connects. BBallonBoy. Right side.
And the GCD light turnaround from Lores, and he clutches it out as BBallonBoy goes for a high recovery. Lores knows exactly, so smart. He feints that he's covering a low recovery with that edge guard option, but it then turns around with a GCD light anti-air, catches the high landing from BBallonBoy as he had no more resources and gets the recovery after the fact. Lores clutches it out and forces game 5.
You're spot on with that. I mean, Lores, time and time again, he's been going for those pogos, and occasionally he'll go for down there and go for a recovery, but that time, read the movement, had conditioned BBallonBoy to go high, and caught him with that gravity cancel down light. That's going to force this game 5 situation.
Lores is a player that's always so poised, but they're showing so much emotion. And I know it doesn't look like a lot of emotion, but to see it from Lores, that sigh of relief and that realization that he really clutched out that game. As Remix sends us to game 5, we got a 3-2-1 brawl, and we're in this game now. Game 5, BBallonBoy and Lores looking to fight for a podium, guaranteed podium placement here at midseason 2026.
We're going to find out who is going to be going up against Ahmet. The winner of this will be that challenger. BBallonBoy gets a landing, doesn't get the follow-up side air. Lores trying to play some offstage unarmed.
You see kind of like the difference in the style from Lores compared to other South Americans. He goes for recoveries there to rack up damage and doesn't really want to play that gambling game with those downers and ground pounds. Ooh. That's a big pickup there. Sidelight into Ensig. BBallonBoy with the anti-air. The side air comes out, and BBallonBoy with a huge lead on the back of a pair of blasters, and he'll keep them there as first strike in game 5 goes to BBallonBoy.
I feel like BBallonBoy has been getting a lot better at hitting that neutral signature on Lores, recognizing when Lores wants to do that dodge up.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, the GCD light into side airs. Will Lores fish in? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. BBallonBoy will take that momentum to get to the other side of the stage. D-light into side air. It's not over yet, but BBallonBoy is going for it all right now. He smells blood in the water. He knows that this lead, that this stock right here will confirm his spot on the podium, and Lores is scrambling for something. Side light, the D-light goes the wrong way. The side air from BBallonBoy will reversal, and he just needs the stock right now to go up 3 stocks to 1 versus the former midseason champion.
Oh, good catch there from Lores. Going to get that stock count evened up a little bit. Lores, though, still hurting. BBallonBoy needs maybe one good read, and then he can go for the KO.
D-light into side air. Lores still in this game. The side air will send Lores off stage, and BBallonBoy with the bow. He's shown that he's willing to go for the D-lights at the wall there. That's going to be a side air. No KO. GC side light goes the wrong direction. Lores does not have time to reversal, though. Even in that high damage, Nair comes out there as well. Gets a whip punish side light. Ushers BBallonBoy off stage. Lores picks up a spear, but that's the recovery, and BBallonBoy one more stock to get into winners finals, taking out the former midseason champion.
He wants to stop the reverse 3 that has been happening here. He's been doing so good with the blasters here, but he still has one more stock to get through.
D-light into the recovery from BBallonBoy, starts off this extra credit bout. Sider comes out, Lores just D-light into Sider, looking to get the recovery there, does find it. Just throws that one away, wants the spear, yeah.
Ooh, the dodge down, but Laura is not going to react in time. Ooh, misses the falling stare. Got the dodge.
Double D-light into the recovery, got the dodge exactly. And we go to last stock, game 5. 3 hits of extra credit for BBallonBoy to take down the mid-season champion of 2025. BBallonBoy wants to do it so bad, but so does Lores. He wants to redeem that 2v2 spot, and right now he's doing just that. A 3-piece unanswered Lores with the end light there. BBallonBoy scrambling to find a landing. GCD light into the recovery will break the mold, and we got a game here. It's so close here.
It's so close. Lores able to pick up a spear. Falling there. BBallonBoy not able to stack up for his own. Ooh, okay. Soft punish, downlight into the side air.
Side light waiting. Lores burns it out early. BBallonBoy does not pull the trigger on an edge guard. D-light coming out. Oh! GCD light. D-sig.
He's still alive.
It is. BBallonBoy clutches it out, punishing the GCD light from Lores, and gets the GC turnaround D-sig to close out that stock, and BBallonBoy guarantees a podium placement and moves on into winners finals. But nonetheless, we're here at the elimination side of top 8. We got Moni, we got Mounir. We're on Small Worlds, and to start us off here, the Jaehyun coming out of the side of Moni. The low dex is something that Moni talked about being a problem with a Mugi. Very tough for a Mugi to deal with. Jaehyun, a lot more even in the stat line. Mounir on the Tesca pick. I love the Mounir Tesca. I have a lot of faith in this Tesca pick.
Yeah, Mounir's Tesca, arguably one of my favorite Tescas out there. He is so good with it, great spacing, hits that down signature, opts to throw him off stage. Can he keep this position? No, doesn't hit that down line.
Get up there with that D-sig, does not find it, recovering into Nair, disarms Mounir, but he just checks him in the face, and an N-sig from Moni off the stage actually to stall himself out, get some resources. N-light coming out there, Mounir avoiding GC D-light to try to whip punish that unarmed side light, doesn't find it. N-light from Mounir. He tries to bait out that approach from Mounir with that D-light the other direction, and That's a three-piece for Moni, and with a little bit of an emo to start off. Moni is feeling himself there. Mounir with like a laugh a little bit, like, all right, I see how it is.
I can't tell if Mounir's laughing just because it's fun, or if he's laughing because it's like a child being mean to you and you're a grown adult and you're like, that, okay, little child.
We'll have to see, because right now it looks like Moni is stunning Mounir a little bit in this game. Looks for the three-piece there with that open up on these side lights. Avoids a GG, like no pickup there, and Mounir, I mean, just uncharacteristic drops right now, and Moni is taking full advantage. The dodge, or sorry, the clash coming out there. Moni will win it out. That end light will not KO even on Small World's end. That one will, though, as Mounir brings it back to even stocks, but he is literally one hit away from losing his stock. Any substantial hit from the side of this Jayon will find it.
Yeah, I feel like he took 80 damage while laughing about that
comes out. He gets another D-Sig. Oh, the D-Sig does not connect Mounir. Just so close, but Moni's able to cover it, and that's the N-Sig to punish. And another one.
Statement trying to be made here on the side of Moni. Maybe just trying to play every advantage he can get against Mounir. One recovery, goes for the gravity cancel side light there, not able to connect. Ooh, misses the dare as well.
Oh, big side stick. That will KO. Doesn't even need active input it to the other closer blast zone. That's just a clean KO. That Small World's end coming into effect already for Mounir. As Mounir brings it back a lot, and I mean, can't get body, but you've said it a lot, man.
Well, the body's not in the bag just yet. Mounir catches him with that down air. This one a little bit closer on these stocks now. Ooh, Mounir finding some momentum here.
Moni just really struggling. This round of game's been completely dominated, getting a two-piece there, trying to cover the dodge in. Mounir does not give it. Moni picks up a regular sword now, throws it away with that end light coming down as well, but that's a big punish on the ground pound with the down air. Mounir in control of this game now. That's going to be an N-Sig trying to call it a jump in the corner, doesn't find it. Side light gets punished with a recovery from Mounir's side air. That's the N-Sig into the stage, and not enough to KO. Just one hit away, the recovery gets docked through. Moni going over to that weapon pickup, but can't find it as Mounir's weapon starving. Recovery won't connect either. Moni putting himself in a bad spot. Mounir, GCD light into the side air, and he starts laughing, and he goes, nah, bro, like, nah, that ain't it.
He's like, all right, you do your little emo, that's cute and all, but trying to get this dub. Fantastic play from Mounir, though.
He's got a propeller hat on. You know what I mean? It's just
give him a big red nose, man. Like let him be the clown.
And that is not a good look, and that's a GCD like cider to close that one out. Oof. Or a loss.
Yeah, I mean that definitely is or a loss.
Whew. I mean, I'm feeling it, and I'm on the caster desk. I'm quite far from them. I can feel it. So I think Moni's going to have to re-lock in here, especially as he had a huge lead. I mean, like a massive one. He almost had, I think it was almost exactly
almost
a fresh
2 stocks.
2 stocks, yeah, over him. So the fact that Mounir is able to bring it back and then make that last stock not even close, where you didn't even get your one. Everyone gets their one, but Moni didn't even get his one there. Mounir adapted mid-game, completely dominated. The signature usage, something I want to highlight, that N-Sig was destroying Moni in the neutral game, where Moni relies on a lot of jumps. He's not as confident on the regular stage. We go to Small Fortress of Wolves for game number 2, and we see a swap from Moni over onto the Amugi.
Wants to go for the comfort pick. He wants an axe. His sword was not a weapon. He only held it for 11% of that last game, so he definitely doesn't want to have a sword anymore. Oh, he's getting caught, though.
My goodness, Mounir is completely destroying the disadvantage state. It'll be a pickup of the weapon still there with the weapon toss and recovery. Moni, another one there. It's going to beat out Mounir, who's trying to get those juggles going, but Mounir continuing to get this damage lead.
Ooh.
What a
spot dodge. Ooh, but he gets disarmed there, and a 3-piece on the side of Moni. Okay, another side sig, yeah, reads the movement there. That was Mounir trying to catch him with the side light, and Moni gonna get the first stock. No emote this time. This time he's locked in, wants to get this dub first.
Thank goodness for that. Mounir with side stick coming out. End light from Mounir. Sorry, Moni will get the punish. Nair coming out as well. Big pick up with the D-light into recovery. Doesn't find the recovery that time, though. Just immediately letting a side stick rip will get punished with the recovery, but the tank and that thick turtle shell that Amugi has will keep him in this stock.
Yep, that Amugi defense, you can see it's paying dividends. Downlight, side air, that will be the stock, though.
Mounir keeps it close here, and we saw game number 1 where Moni had such a big lead. Mounir has yet to really give up a big lead like that. That runway that Moni had didn't lead to a game win, and that might have been his only chance to hold a lead that big.
All right, over to the greatsword, though. That first stock was predominantly the axe from Moni.
Comes out there, that's a side light. The Nair as well, and avoids that one. Is going
to
be Mounir. Gets a big D-Sig and sends downwards. The side air does not connect, though.
Couldn't deny him that wall touch. Nice three-piece on the side of Moni. Over to the axis here. Side sig not going to connect.
Starts off the end line. Recovery comes out as well. D-Light as well. Recovery avoided by the side stick. He charges up. Mounir charges up his own as well.
Healthy enough that that wasn't too bad, but now it's about to be. The down sig connects, and Mounir takes another stock off of Moni.
And Mounir kind of desperately charging the down sig on the gravity cancel there because he realized, like, I did not earn this one. I should not hit. And that very end hitbox of it, catching Moni haphazardly, recovering in the face of that end sig, punishes the side sig. And I don't know if you saw, but I saw a little glint in Mounir's eyes, like, wait a minute, that's a punish. A big open up there as Moni has no weapon now.
Moni struggling a little bit here. Another neutral. He'll even up the stock count. He has some health to play with here. It is not done yet.
And the tank that Mugi is, as long as Moni's able to keep up with the weapons, it's going to be very good for him. Low dex doesn't mean much if you can cycle. Sider coming out there, that's an end light from Mounir and looking for the ground pound, does not get it, and now Moni with an opportunity doesn't get anything for it. Mounir wins it out there, charging up the side sig. Big punish there as the dodge comes through. No weapon for Mounir now. Moni looking for this KO, looking for a side sig, I'm sure. Mounir knows it though.
I like the decision from Moni. He went for the neutral opener, neutral finish. Tried to skip the bridge. Side sig not going to connect. He's doing it a lot, and Mounir's recognizing it.
The axe signature kit will flip over, and that's a D-sig to cover the landing, and Mounir takes it, and again he starts. I'm not even sure what Mounir's doing with that one, but he's
I don't know that hand motion.
Yeah.
Oh man, Moni. He had a couple times where that side signature hit, and it was like, okay, that's nice, but really, I feel like he was getting punished more often than not when he whiffed, specifically that greatsword side signature.
This hit.
sig.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was. Oh, he was sweat beats. He KO'd himself anyway. So yeah, just a little bit of a flourish there. I think if Mounir realized that, maybe that's why he shook his head. He's like, I didn't even really need to do that.
Yeah. Maybe a little rattled here.
Oh, the hat's off.
Oh no.
It's serious.
It is serious time. It's
The weights are gone.
It's what is his name
Sonic
in
Fox?
the Joker movie where he's taking the makeup off?
The Riddler?
No.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. Moni sticking with the Amugi here for game number 3. This is, again, elimination side of things. Moni 1 game away from getting knocked out of the tournament.
We've seen it many times as a way to save your aura, taking off your accessory and getting the wins. See if Moni can follow in the footsteps of many great FGC legends here. Mounir, there to end light though. He's running down this Amugi right now in this bout, but gets this arm off a side light. And look how light yellow Moni is losing his weapon already. That's a low dex coming into effect.
Yeah, and you know he had to choose between dex and speed, and he opted for that movement speed. Values it just a little bit more. Weapon toss not going to connect. He's going real low off stage. Gets his recovery stuff. Dangerous spot for Moni. Doesn't get the wall touch.
Hey.
And he's going to fall. The movement speed not enough. Mounir taking the lead.
Cheers in the crowd as Red Mafia wants their boy to succeed, but a D-Light into ground pound will be the start of maybe something great if Moni can make it happen. And speaking of great, the great sword getting picked up for Moni. When he picks up his battle boots though, he's gonna keep this game close.
Spot dodge on the side of Moni to get through. There's again that side stick thrown out, and Mounir able to stop it. Moni trying to disengage, doesn't want to be in the open air.
A lot of swinging from Moni, just very proactive, trying to get a hitbox out where Mounir might end up. The side stick will cover everything there, getting the dodge, but not the dodge in. He wanted with that down air read, and going for a GC side light very high up. Mounir wanted to steal the stock there.
Okay, neutral stick thrown out. Moni able to get around it. Not hitting with either of his light attacks. It's a neutral air. Mounir currently disarmed, but there's a weapon spawn right on top of him. Ooh.
Just backwards there, and that almost carried with the weapon toss into the recovery. Mounir will pick up his battle boots, and that's going to be his signature, trying to call out a landing. Nair comes out as well. Weapon toss downwards, and it's a bit of a scramble center stage. Mounir puts himself in the corner to reset, and the side stick covers everything there, and Moni is able to take out that stock.
Crowd chanting one more. They want Moni to take this one. They want him to continue on here. Gets disarmed by the side light from Mounir. Oh, doesn't go for the weapon spawn. Instead, tries to keep the unarmed aggression. But here we are. Final stocks basically even.
It's game 3 though, and the stakes so high here as the loser of this is out of the tournament at 7th place. Mounir, big pick up there with the Nair. The Nair comes out from Moni as well. Just looking for the big open up. That's the down sig, the mix up, and that disarms Mounir. The weapon toss as well. Great sword once again. GC D-Light into recovery. Mounir trying to keep himself in this game. Moni, though, is just so confident and solid with this pick on the Imugi. A big open up there, turnaround side sig. Mounir getting caught by all the tricks of the signature kit now. A big open up there. The dodge, he wanted to get the side sig out in time. And the side sig will whiff, but Moni is just complete control. Mounir with no option. And there comes out there. GC Mounir steals it, and he puts an end to Moni's run with a disastrous one. And the thumbs down comes out to get a hold of this guy.
Mounir felt some sort of way about those emotes in game number 1, and he made sure he made his statement known, winning it out 3-0 over Moni. It's when he knocks someone off stage with a hammer, he'll do a slide charge down signature. I don't think it's really amounted to much ever, as far as I've seen, but I'm really curious to see when it will actually amount. But here we go, Vem10 Kilo on the Priya, Flower on that Yumiko.
Petra pick is going to be very strong for Vem. Oh, yeah, no problem, man. And like coming out there, Flower with a big side sig, does not find it there. Vem with a very low recovery. That's going to be recovery on the side of Flower. And the ground doesn't connect. Too skinny is that hammer, not enough horizontal. And that could have been a disaster for Vem starting off in game number 1 here. Landing with the sider is Flower, though. D-Sig comes out, a sider coming out, and the recovery from Vem, who's swinging for the fences and not finding any contact on his bat. D-Light into sider will bat away Vem in that case. A wait there. End light from Flower taking first strike, and he is on a pace I haven't seen from him in a long time. He is looking very, very strong. A complete control over this game so far.
He is zooming right now.
Goodness.
Took that first stock of Vem. Another neutral signature. Vem trying to respond. Down there, going to get beat out by the neutral air from Flower, and he starts throwing out the down signature.
Like side air for Vem will disarm Flower in the process. Recovery coming in as well. Vem with chances in this game still. Ground pound gets avoided by Flower, though. And he has a great spot as Odin gifts him a hammer. And Vem has some sweat beats to avoid that potential D-Sig or N-Sig. The D-Sig comes out there. Waiting side light, avoids it with a side air. Tries to go for a whip punish, can't find it. Vem avoiding as much as he can. And Flower's getting basically free reign of this game because he's able to whiff. And Vem is just so scared. Side light into end light comes out. Flower one hit away. Recovery forcing it with the D-Sig there, but won't KO.
Open advantage to Vem, goes for a gravity cancel neutral light on top of the weapon spawn. Flower now onto his bow. GC light not gonna KO, it's gonna be a recovery. Flower with 3 stocks to the 1 of Vem.
A pace we haven't seen since BCX, where he was able to make a top 8 on this Yumiko pick, but he was one and done there. He does not want to do that here. Downer comes out from Vem. That's gonna be the first stock for Vem, taking it off of Flower there with the gauntlets down air. You like side light, waiting, trying to go for a big nair read. You have a lot of room to work with here if you're Vem, and that's going to be a big pickup there. It's not over yet. Looking for the side light on that landing side air. Nair beats out the wisp. Side light into recovery. Vem has yet to be touched, and the stock avoids the nair there, going for the side light, avoiding the hammer as much as possible, and end light will put an end to that momentum, and Flower will go back to his game plan with his D-Sigs in the corner. Side light to try to check an early recovery. That's going to be a side light into recovery for Vem. D-Light into recovery, and he perfectly comes back in this game, and Vem keeps his name in the conversation for game 1.
Make sure not to drop the combo there, gets the KO, and like you said, keeps this one close, keeps the conversation going as Flower, he's hoping for a weapon spawn soon because he does not want to hold on to this bow much longer.
Dodge into the ground there, end light into the recovery. Vem completely controlling since he's got put on his last sider coming out as well. Chase dodging, forcing Flower to recover low here. And we saw Vem trying to line up something there. GC side light, no side light connection. End light from the anti-air side light from Flower into the N-Sig, disarming Vem in the process. Now with the hammer online, now the D-Sig coming out. End light will check Vem's landing onto the stage, and Flower is 1 hit away. So does Vem though. D-Light does not connect either to that side sig. Side air from Vem, and Vem needing 1 hit now as Flower puts himself in a terrible spot off stage. Side air.
Exclamation points. Vem goes for the turnaround side air, not going to connect. Flower now holding this corner. 2 exclamation points come out, but a scoop up almost does it. Not yet.
Looking for the end light, looking for a D-Sig, looking for the scoop. Vem recovers. He turned it around to another recovery. No punish from Flower. The scoop, the score. Flower clutches the game and takes game number 1. A total battle for just this first game in the set. It's incredibly close. Vem almost making a big comeback, but Flower was able to clutch it up with the scoop and score. Hammer down air.
Had to go to the bottom of the tub to get all of the ice cream for that scoop up, but it was still enough to make a full cone, and that is Flower currently up 1-0. That was a scary recovery. I thought Flower was going to dare there.
That's Vem like totally just feeling the moment and smelling the blood in the water. And I think Flower avoiding that let him like calm down and then take control back of the game. Because up to that point, Vem really hadn't made many mistakes. Flower was able to rebuttal a little bit of damage there and made it very close towards the end. But Vem, when he was down 2 stocks to 1, played a perfect stock basically. He took maybe 2 hits at the most versus the hammer, and then just completely ran through the beginning stages of that last stock, doing so much damage. And yeah, all things considered, just a great clutch for Flower. But Vem 10kg, I think for him, he's like, I probably should have won that game, all things considered. I'm in this set.
Yeah, I mean, his confidence shouldn't be shaken too much. I mean, obviously, you saw the graph. I was really looking at that second stock of Flower because that was a very small triangle of time where Vem 10kg took an entire stock off of Flower without losing his.
We'll go to game number 2. Demon Island is the venue for it. The 3-2-1 brawl, Flower and Vem. Vem with a great last kind of bout in that game, but it's going to be very different here. Smaller Waldo, and that's something you have to really think about here, especially versus Gauntlets as Flower. Whoa, a lot of damage.
Nope.
And then like 2, he's continuing the pressure.
Starting to utilize this bow a little bit more. Didn't do too much with it in the last game. Now it's up to the hammer. Okay.
There's going to spike off stage. That's really bad. The weapon toss does not connect, though. Vem keeps himself in this, avoiding that end-sig. The recovery comes out now. Flower with the ground pound getting back to the stage. Vem not really expecting it. GC sidelight will whip that side. It will connect, though. Side air into the wall for Flower. Vem has to avoid that downer, does do so, and gets a side air for his troubles. GC D-Light into the recovery, punishes the weapon toss, and for the first time in this set, Vem with a stock lead.
Really clean play on the side of Vem, spot dodging through the weapon toss, getting the gravity cancel downlight in time, and then chase dodging forward for that recovery. Vem looking solid.
The downers and the nairs, they're both trying to meet each other in the air. Downlight into side air from Flower. D-Sig, just trying to line up something, forcing the recovery, and the exclamation points come out. Flower puts an exclamation point on that stock with the end light.
Yeah, that's something Flower is very accustomed to, is just forcing out the options of the opponent, just waiting on stage, putting out all the traps, and making them have to work for their position back on the stage.
And light comes out there. The damage so even here. This is where really the big strings start to come into effect here, especially for the side of Vem, but Flower as well, who's been so good at calling out these options. Wake up side light, immediately punished with an end light into recovery that time. The crowd getting a little bit of a pop for that one, and that end-seg surely will do so there, as Flower now just needs a D-Light into recovery. He hits the wall, but he does not get his resources as he was in hit stun, and Flower up 2 stocks to 1, regains the stock lead.
Yeah, now he's looking incredibly healthy, as he still has to take a lot more damage before he gets knocked out, but he won't take any yet because he is putting the arrows into Vem.
Oh my goodness, the end-sig to follow up off that D-Light as well. And Flower in complete control gets the last hit of that D-Sig. GC D-Light into side air, meets him in the air where he flies, and another one there. And Flower just completely took over this set, and a statement last stock, a statement game 2, a 2-stock for Flower.
Yeah, in that final situation, Vem 10kg just put himself on the train ride straight into Flower's hammer nair for a very easy KO on the side of Flower.
I love that Flower had the willingness to finish the KOs. I think a lot of times when you're playing Yumiko, because of your signature kit and because of how stable the legend can be, you're just like, I don't need to force something. But I like when he does do that. I like when he says, you know what? I could just sit back on stage. I could just make it happen. And speaking of making something happen, we go to Terminus here, and we are here on the Cassidy, the super strength, 8 strength Cassidy. The meta demon herself returns and makes her first appearance on the top 8 stage.
So far, struggling to get a weapon, picks it up, stomp into the neutral signature.
The 2 hammer legends that have benefited the most from super strength right here, right now. D-Light into end-sig, again, big damage. Vem keeping himself in this set, and this counter pick might just be what he needs. Flower sidelight there, going for the stomp, doesn't find it there. End-sig coming out. I would like to remind you, Flower took 2 games off of Wess's Cassidy to make it into the top 8 position in the first place. A big side stick, he answers back, and right now, Flower with complete control even after this swap.
Caught him jumping. The neutral signature reaches far enough back. Vem tried to get past him. Flower with the stock advantage. 2 stocks left for Vem 10kg in the tournament.
And by Nair, more damage swapping over to another hammer. Vem, fish out of water, it feels like right now. I've only really seen so much success on the Petra. He's trying to make this Cassidy work, but Flower, as he said himself, Yumiko uniquely a legend that's so strong at weapon starving their opponent because of the signature kit. That time Vem will pick up blasters and say, that's not why I picked Cassidy.
That's the hammer. Manages to pick it up, but Flower already putting out that damage.
Sider
the
catches
Sair.
the jump, and
Goes to the
that's
N-Sig!
And Vem can't make it back, and Vem leans back and smiles and scratches his head and thinks, this could be the end of my run.
It's looking dire here for Vem 10 Kilo. Flower looking in such a commanding spot. Just so strong with this hammer. Vem able to show off a little bit with the unarmed, but he needs to get this KO ASAP.
The Nair does not connect there even after the pivot. GC D-Light into side air. I have a lot to say about this stage pick, but right now Vem can't really think about all the mistakes he might have made there. Right now he needs to come together and force a game 4 at any means necessary. Sider comes out there from Vem, pushes Flower in the corner, D-Light into the N-Sig. It's not over yet. Cassidy, I've seen Rob stock so early on any stage, on any moment, and this moment is definitely not too big enough for that.
Flower manages to utilize that soft platform, gets up above Vem 10 Kilo. Vem 10 Kilo giving a lot of space to Flower. Backs away, catches the neutral signature. Can't afford to take too much damage here.
Sider coming out, Flower avoided. That's a big N6, does not send off stage though. D6 forcing the dodge out. GC D-Light into Nair. Flower opens up Vem on his last stock of the tournament. The Nair comes out as well, disarms in the process, looking for the D-Light. It's a side air from Vem, looking to line up an edge guard. He puts himself too low. Flower unarmed with the down air. Side air doesn't connect. Unarmed recovery will give Vem another chance of life. Down air there into the side air. Flower with a bow online, and Vem will punish the N-Sig accordingly with the down air. GC sidelight does not connect. N-Sig makes it back. Holds on. Recovery, KOs, and Flower moves on into winner elimination side semi-finals. That was a big win there for Flower.
Mounir tries to go high, gets down there, will disarm Marckiemoo. Spot dodges, but he's able to get a hit on. Nice spot dodge through the side sig.
Seeing right through that one is Mounir, and very patient to not pick up the weapon there and force himself to get hit by that. Side air does not catch Marckiemoo's high recovery. Down air off the platform going for that end light, but that's a double nair for Marckiemoo, and he's flipped this game, but that end sig, will it KO? No, not quite. Mounir just needing one more hit off stage, and that weapon toss could be enough. That dodge is burned out for Marckiemoo, and that's a GCT like ground pound to tap in the first strike for Mounir.
Really good movement on the side of Mounir. Recognized Marckiemoo was fishing for an attack for the chase dodge. Marckiemoo threw out that neutral air. Mounir went to the outside and then made sure that he couldn't drift to get that wall touch with that downlight ground pound. Excuse me.
Marckiemoo, we've seen his willingness to throw out those signatures here. Ooh. On the bow, it might have to come out, and a down sig KOs on the stage. Haven't seen that one before, and that's going to be Marckiemoo once again leading on those Zariel signatures to find those KOs. It's the same reason he takes Super Stance on Vortex, his struggles to find KOs. So now he swaps to a Legend with much better signatures. That's a recovery there for Marckiemoo. Mounir getting ushered to the left side of the stage, tries to reverse with a GC D-Light. No punish there with the GC side sig. The D-Light comes out from Mounir instead, and a big damage swing there for Mounir as he's able to keep this damage lead.
Little awkward play on the side of Mounir. He got a stomp, but went for a neutral air. Disarmed on the right side. He's sweating. Can't get the wall touch. Marckiemoo with a ground pound.
Looking incredibly strong here after that game 1 showing, and he looks to potentially run back a 2-stock here. He's going to do his best. Sidelight dodges himself off stage. The respect are ready to this bow. The Nair comes out as well. This is a serious pick on the side of Marckiemoo, and I think Mounir knows that. GC D-Light coming out, avoiding the recovery with his recovery, trying to get a punish from Mounir. Another Sidelight punishing the Nair. These Nairs are very, very poorly timed and placed as Marckiemoo is perfectly punishing them every time, but a recovery into GC N-Light will not KO.
Can't get the hit there. Went for the scoop.
Oh my goodness.
Marckiemoo with 2 recoveries from underneath. Mounir still struggling to finish off the stock of Marckiemoo.
Nice punish. D-Light into side air. We'll find that stock, and we've seen Taro's players do it time and time again. Last stock, back against the wall, and all he needs is one big open up.
Gets disarmed by the unarmed from Marckiemoo. Weapon spawn on the center of the stage. Marckiemoo gets it. Double sidelight, and that's Marckiemoo up 2-0.
I went, he put his hand over his face.
Yeah. That's a pearl clutching moment right there.
For sure, and I mean, this is a development that is just, it's like kind of scary. It's like, where did the Zariel come out? I know that at the last Royale they fought each other. Marckiemoo was using the Devil Jin pick a lot more, and we haven't really seen it since. A lot of the Mirage, I was thinking Wushang potentially here, but instead it's this Zariel pick, and we go to Demon Island, and Mounir swaps again to the Cassidy. And if you're a Cassidy main out there, you're like, man, this is great for the propaganda because they keep losing on stream. This might be another case of that. The last-ditch effort back against the wall, swapping to the Meta Demon herself, but Devil Jin got that devil in him. That N-Sig comes out, the charging of the down sig. Nice GC side sig to avoid it for Mounir.
Yeah, got him back onto the stage, got some damage onto Marckiemoo. Downlight into the neutral signature. Just priming another hammer.
Oh my goodness. Sidesig, a very active hitbox and a bad spot for Marckiemoo, who gets away with murder there. GCD light off the stage. Mounir just does not pull the trigger. That's going to be a big open up there, and the extension on that gets a full one there and gets the downer to KO off the top.
That was very clean on the side of Mounir. Recovery, gravity cancel, stomp into a down air. High enough in the sky that was the first KO in favor of Mounir.
Light into Nsig, another Nsig there, catches the landing.
Go for 3.
Sidesig coming out, and that's the 3 you wanted, and disarms Marckiemoo the 4th. Now in a GC breakdance will punish the jump out of the end lag from Mounir. You pick up a bow is the answer for Marckiemoo, who's found so much success here. Maybe the biggest X factor for this Zario pick so far is the fact that Marckiemoo has such a strong bow. But as I say that, speaking of strong, the down sig finds a KO there. Maybe the first one I've seen work out on this top 8.
Yeah, all the blasts of that down signature just launching Marckiemoo down. Mounir's hammer coming alive. Neutral signature going to whiff though as Marckiemoo just outside of it with his gravity cancel down light.
CD light into the nair, goes for the down sig there, trying to catch a dodge down from Mounir. Mounir will not give him much. Nsig coming out. Marckiemoo finally finding a way to land in the corner to avoid that Nsig. Going for the slam dunk, doesn't get it there. It's going to be an Nsig for Mounir instead, and that's the Nsig on the blasters to close out that stock. And Mounir swaps to the Cassidy and makes it work.
I know this is an oversimplification, but whoever has thrown out the most signatures has won each of the games.
Is that true?
Yeah, game 1,
Wow.
Marckiemoo threw out 9 to I think it was a 2 or a 3 on the side of Mounir. Game 2, I think it was around 7 to Mounir's 1. And this time it was 13 on the side of Mounir to the 7 of Marckiemoo.
Honestly, maybe that's just how Brawlhalla is. You know, maybe we just got to start throwing out more signatures collectively as we get into game number 4 here, Mounir versus Marckiemoo, and we got Western Air Temple for that nair there, looking to get anything going here for both players here, and this means so much. The end light and the side light puts Marckiemoo in a bad spot, going for the scoop with the down air there. A recovery gets punched with the Nsig, and Marckiemoo has been a fish out of water off stage right now as Mounir has so much control in the corner. Nsig coming out, side sig instead, disarming Marckiemoo in the process. Mounir stomp into the Nsig, does not KO, the nair will, and Mounir takes 1 hit from Marckiemoo and doesn't look back. You get a hit on me, I get a stock off you.
I was going to applaud the map choice. Oh my God.
Oh, the Nsig off the soft platform. Mounir is not letting up. He swaps to another hammer and another Nsig. He doesn't even need to do it because he's taken so much damage. He hasn't taken any damage. Sidesig coming out. Mounir now, and Marckiemoo, can you make it back? GCD light into recovery, and Mounir is on a complete tear in game number 4. He is unstoppable. He's taken no damage from Marckiemoo, who's hit him 3 times, maybe the most. Another 4-piece there for Mounir, and Nsig the wrong direction. Marckiemoo with a D-light into the gauntlet pickup here. Downsig coming out, Sidesig punishing for Mounir. Downsig this time as well. Ground pound coming out, ground pound reversal from Marckiemoo. Mounir gets the recovery instead. Weapon toss up into the unarmed side air. Mounir 1 hit away, and he will not be denied of a dominant 3 stock, and we go to game 5.
That's a 3 stock on our world champion Mounir, popping off in game number 4. He was getting hit after hit. He took less than 100 damage. He took 58 damage in game number 4. Holy cow, Mounir.
That is an incredible showing from him. And oh my, I mean, he did the Marckiemoo to Marckiemoo, dude. He did the weapon toss up into the unarmed side air, into the wall, into the pickup of the weapon, into a GC side sig.
That's wrong.
That is incorrect.
That's a lie.
It's the other way around. 453 damage on the hammer, 13 on the unarmed.
0 on blasters.
Okay, like, what? How do you lose the set from here? You can't lose the set here, right?
Yeah, a 3 stock in game 4, you have literally all the momentum in the world.
Marckiemoo like, I gotta use the restroom, I gotta have water, I'll be right back.
Oh, hey, something's wrong with the setup. We need to double check. Actually, can we just restart all of the machines?
Everything, all the time.
Actually, let's restart the whole broadcast.
Dude been working long, so let's give him a break. How about that? Let's stop. Let's just all take a moment. And just a Moonin
3-2.
a Moonin pick here for Marckiemoo in game number 5.
Okay.
So he says, you know what, the gauntlets weren't working. I want a bow, I want a scythe, and he channels an evil energy here and swaps over to the Rockstar Bird in the concert venue of Terminal West, a concert venue. Hopefully he can make some music happen right now.
He's trying to. Mounir gonna have to put out some damage on these blasters right now, more than he did in the last game. This is the down air. Marckiemoo in a good spot. Gravity cancel down sig, but Mounir manages to get past it.
I haven't seen this one in a long time. I don't know if I've ever seen him do this here, but taking some inspiration for sure. That's a down stick coming out there, does not connect.
Oh, Mounir was trying to go for that down air, but it was Marckiemoo's neutral air that actually ended up connecting first. Ooh, down stick in the whiff, neutral signature punish from Mounir.
Air coming out there, looking for this extension. Goes for the end-stick, trying to call it a landing, gets a side light instead. He's looking to line something out. It's a deck stance as well from Marckiemoo. The down stick will not KO, and it is incredibly close, and it is scrappy. No one's really pulling ahead in this spot. And the bow now with the signature kit looking to find something, and that's going to be it. The down stick, he makes some noise, and he strikes a chord, and he gets first strike here in game number 5.
Got him with that C sharp, the musical notes connecting onto Mounir. Can he get some more out of this song? Mounir, now he's got his signature hammer.
Scoop coming out there, the Nair just barely avoids. Whoa. That's going to be a big flip off stage. Mounir in the bad spot, has to dodge into the wall. Weapon toss coming out, ground pound, picks up the sight. That's a D-light into the down air, but it will not KO off the top on Fortress of Wolves. The Nair comes out as well. Mounir in the bad spot once again. Off stage avoids the end-sig is Marckiemoo, and he gets a side air there. Mounir in the bad spot avoids the ground pound, but a Nair continues this edge guard, and both dodges get expended from both players. Down air does not scoop. A weapon toss for Mounir there as he's trying to control this stage now and find a way to get back in this game because it's all in the Marckiemoo show, and it doesn't look to let up anytime soon. The hammer online, Marckiemoo, even without a weapon, doesn't need it. GC D-light into ground pound, and Mounir puts an end to that momentum with GC N-light to close out that stock.
Finally gets the first stock of Marckiemoo. All the momentum Mounir had completely stopped after the swap from Marckiemoo over to the Mugen.
Light there, going for the down air unarmed. Mounir just trying to swap over to his hammer, his trusty hammer, but that's an end-stick to find a KO off the top, and Marckiemoo is one stop away from making this Moonin pick work.
Marckiemoo, he wants that spot in the top 4 of things. If he can get the stock off Mounir, he will earn it. Just denying weapons from Mounir.
Recovery coming out there. Another Nair catches the top platform, moving and moving and slowly drifting away like the chances for Mounir in this game because the D-light connects. Waits for the D-light, gets a side light there, gets the end-sig. Mounir, a fish, a deer in the headlights right now as it's been the Marckiemoo show. The side air comes out. He's trying to make it happen on the blasters, but the ground pound comes in, and Marckiemoo with the game 5 counter pick makes it work and moves forward into the top 4.
Is there a button I can press that'll tell that answer?
3,
You'll have to look for it, but as we do so, we're going to get into it here. Lores on the Mandalorian, pick Flower on the Yumiko. Both of them utilizing the newest of Brawlhalla's meta in the Super Sanchez, and right into the 4-piece catch and the side sig, and Lores doesn't even have a moment to breathe or pick up a weapon even, and Flower starts the game off with an explosive start. Lores will try to regain some control of this match with the blasters, but the side air punishes the whiff D-light, and right now Flower is completely on a different pace, a pace I haven't seen from him. D-light into side air, and Lores right now is just another person falling victim to this Yumiko from South America. The side air comes in, will not KO off the stage, but Flower is South America's nightmare now.
Yep, all the South Americans, they're gonna go to bed and wake up with sweat thinking about Flower, because Flower is such a monster right now against the South Americans. Huge momentum here, goes for a wake up, gravity cancel stomp, doesn't connect, but Lores doesn't even want to pick up the weapon despite the fresh one being there on the left side.
Big down sig into Nair. That's a nice bit of damage. That's going to be a D-light coming out from Lores. Really trying to make anything shake. It's going to be a side light into N-sig to close out that stock. And that's going to be one of the many reasons why Ada has such strong signatures. A lot of them are very plug and play. They weave in and out of the light attack kit very well, but also kind of fill the gaps that Spear needs. An incredible signature kit here is going to need a lot of those signatures to connect if he wants to beat Flower right now.
Neutral light into the down signature.
Oh, the pogo, that's bad. That's in very low and under the stage, but Flower gets a sider out. Now he's waiting for the recovery, sent into the wall or stage, and he realizes that he gets a Nair for his troubles. The weapon toss comes out, but Lores having another spear online. Down sig coming out, side light into the side sig with no dodge online for Lores. Flower takes that stock and retains his stock lead.
He's so quick with that side signature. He's recognized twice now his opportunity to get it. Might go for it again. Nope, instead it's going to be gravity cancel side light, attempting to connect on the Lores.
Lores having some experience with his Two's teammate in Kyna, who also plays Yumiko, but the N-sig will close out that stock as Sara gets a little bit too close to the wall there.
No weapon spawn, Lores delaying it. Center stage, Flower. He took that stage control so easily.
And this has kind of been the story so far. Flower just in these early stock exchanges has been incredibly dominant so far. Racking up so much damage with punish on that side with the sideline of his own, gets a dodge in, doesn't find it, but gets a nair anyway. Flower now getting the party started with that nair, trying to get that juggle going, doesn't get it there, but a pogo is all Lores gets for his troubles, and if that's all you're doing every time you're getting 4 hits is getting a pogo, it's gonna be very tough to get in this game.
Zin tries to hit that down signature. The whiffs blocking off the path, the down air.
Weapon toss doesn't connect. Lores, one
Still
more chance to
touches.
make it back. Flower just gives him the space, but he retains the weapon, and the side air comes in, and Lores has to make another big trip, and does so with that unarmed recovery, and Lores will have free reign over that weapon, will pick up some blasters. Now down air comes out, and Flower's down air connects, and Flower takes game 1 over Lopez. I mean, or Lores, that's such a big swing of momentum, though, because Flower completely dominated stock 1, and Lores brought it back relatively speaking. So this could definitely be a chance for Lores to get himself back in the set, or Flower just slowly coasting to a win.
Yeah, that was a really explosive start on the side of Flower, like you said, but also Lores started to figure out what he needed to do, started to get that momentum. I also feel like he started to hold on to the spear a lot more. That's something that he's known for playing, and he was able to maintain that as we got into the second and third stocks.
Recovery from Flower, looking for the nair on the bow as well. Endlight comes out, landing side air, waiting the sidelight, trying to catch a dodge in place. Endlight, Flower just hovering around. The N-Sig comes out off that sidelight, and Lores finding himself in a similar spot to game number 1, where he's getting completely demolished on the first stock. Will fight back with these blasters. N-Sig comes out, no punish from the side of Flower, as that one does not connect.
Staying low, comes up, but Flower goes to the outside, hits him with another side air. Just wants this damage onto Lores, who burns a dodge for that gravity against the side sig.
And that hammer across the down air will connect. It won't scoop and score, but it's getting close to it. Landing side air there from Lores. Gets Flower in a bad spot. The down air trying to find these KOs. It's going to be a pickup off that D-Light into side air, and he's looking to close out the stock, but Flower continues to hold on with these nairs, and it is a battle of this defense right now, as they are somehow both holding on. The side air will not KO. Will disarm Flower, though. D-Light, side light, N-Sig. N-Sig doesn't connect. Unarmed recovery doesn't KO either. We are getting so deep into the red for both players, and they're just looking for anything to stick. Down-Sig does not connect for either players. The nair will finally do it. No!
Man, they're getting so much extension. The falling side air from Lores is not going to do it. The weapon toss it sends him deep enough down that he doesn't have the movement to come back up.
And first strike going to Lores, and a very hard-fought first strike at that. GCD light off stage. Flower inching forward, and that unarmed recovery will be enough to KO, and that was an incredibly long-winded way to save both of them now on their second stock.
Yeah, both of them fighting, trying to get anything they can. This is the down air, though. This is a bad spot for Flower. Still got the wall touch.
Pogo, that's a big deal. And yeah, as you said, Flower making it back to the stage there. That sweat meats coming out. Down 6 sends Flower off stage again. D-Light off the stage into it with a side air. Oh my goodness, right now Flower trying to get some damage in, but this spear is causing big problems. The wall that Lores is able to build, the D-Light into the side air. Flower off stage again. The Pogo's incoming for sure. Side sig whiz, but a side light connects anyway. Ground pound works for Flower. Now he regains control of this juggle state with punishing that down sig startup with a nair, but that down sig will not be denied, and that'll find a KO.
Yeah, just beat out the down sig once, but couldn't do it again. Lores now with that advantage, and again, when he's got the spear, he's just a whole different monster.
Like side air, will it KO? No, not quite. Lores with chances here. Weapon toss goes a little bit too far, and that's going to be a nair to make it back to the wall. Unarmed recovery as well, and the extra credit starts to rack on this stock as Flower is on his last and finally gets the KO there off the top.
Okay, juggles weapons, gonna delay the next spawn, sticking with the bow now. Wisp actually connects onto Lores there, but Flower not in position to follow up.
Right, big open up with the anti-air, and Lores definitely still in this game. Flower is as well, but that down is making it harder and harder. That's the charge up of the side sig. Nair's coming out now. That's going to be a big open up with the side light, but Lores immediately swaps away D-Light into Nair. That time for Flower. Another Nair now, and this is a great spot for Flower to be in with this juggle. And light there, Lores has to dodge downwards, does finally get back down. The down light doesn't connect. That side light does, but no open up after the fact. N-Sig into N-Sig, and oh, Lores punishes that perfectly and takes game 2.
Yeah, the big bet on the side of Flower, it would not have KO'd if he connected with that neutral signature. He was just trying to get that damage burst, and unfortunately for him, it didn't connect, and Lores had the easiest punish of his life.
This might be the closest set we're going to see so far. I mean, that's a 1-1 with very, very close games, and I mean, that first stock, a war of attrition to end up just losing the first stock took so long in that game, and Lores is so good in games like that. The longer they go out, the more patient it is, the better Lores is.
Okay, seeing some speed coming out from Flower as he hits multiple light attacks on top of Lores.
Flower's just so, I love that he's now so confident in just hitting the buttons, and you know, obviously you can lean into this game plan of these D6 and these whiffs, but you don't even need it sometimes. Finally that one fully connected, but not getting the full punish with an air. Pogo into side air, down coming out with punish with a side air. Flower now returning to game 1 form with a lot of confidence here. D-Light into recovery, will not KO outright, but one hit will do it. Lores will avoid it with an unarmed recovery, makes it back to the wall, side light, unarmed, another side light, puts Flower off stage. D-Light off the stage, does not connect, but that unarmed recovery does. Flower now having to land back down, avoids it with a GC D-Light into side air, and Lores has completely taken over this stock. The NSIG comes out, no punish, GC D-Light doesn't connect, the unarmed recovery doesn't either. Lores now trying to find something. Flower gets the N-Light and puts an end to that rain from Lores, but he gets the down air anyway, and it's anyone's stock now. Side air comes out, Flower loses his weapon in the process, unarmed recovery does not KO, and Flower finally gets a weapon here, so does Lores, and a side sig gets the end of that stock, and Flower opens up with a 6-piece, and Lores takes control of the latter half of that stock.
There's so many attacks on the side of Lores, just launching Flower. Flower trying to survive, but he eats that side signature. Now he's on that second stock. Can he take the stock off of Lores? No, Lores getting that extra credit.
The toss downwards for Flower, an option he's used quite a bit. That N-Light will find the KO off the top, even here on Demon Island. Just so much damage getting racked up, and finally Flower catching in off that very early damage from that stock number 1 exchange.
Down sig, not going to connect. Lores already on the other side of it. Lores doing a lot of jumping here, and Flower not taking the bait. He has not thrown out neutral signatures against Lores the way he was doing against Vem.
Coming out there, that's going to send Flower quite high in the air. The Nair continued. GC N-Light trying to catch Flower, potentially trying to get a bit of a punish. D-Light avoids the Wisp and then gets the recovery as well. Lore is now in a great spot for this game. D-Sig or Side Sig will close out that stock, and it's a clean 2 stocks to 1, essentially a 0 to KO for Lores. Bit of took a little bit longer than you might expect for that, but still Lores in complete control of this game.
Yeah, freshly bleached stock on the side of Flower and Lores. Flower is starting to get that one a little more damage now. Finally get some hits onto Lores' second stock, but full stock advantage for Lores.
Coming out, a lot of downlights and a lot of whips. That NSIG will connect. And this time it'll be Lores who comes out on top for it, and that's a game 3 2 stock from Lores as he completely flips the script and completely dominates Flower in that game.
Yeah, it felt like Flower tried to change up his game plan. In game number 2, he had a lot of time on that bow, put out, I think, 300 plus damage on it. This time, he leaned a lot more onto his hammer. You saw that a lot in the first stock, but after that, Lores kind of made the adjustment and then really shut it down. And Flower was only able to put out 181 damage on that hammer, despite holding it for 50% of the game. We're getting ready to go into the next one here. Lores 1 game away from knocking out the South American Demon, or the Demon of South America. He's not South American.
And this would deny South America an appearance in the top 4 of midseason if they can get it done here. It's a crazy thing to think about. We're here and right now, and Flower needs this game to force game 5. Lores just needs 1 more to move on into the top 4 of things. We go to Small Fortress of Wolves to start us off here.
No character swaps. We're going right here into game number 4. Hoping that the gameplay adjustments and the map change is going to be all that they need, but Lores starting to do some blasters work now. Spacing out Flower. You see Flower taking his time.
A good reaction to the stimuli that Flower's putting out in terms of like dashing forward here, and Lores is kind of mixing it up. Not wanting to shoot the blasters too close to when Flower's approaching. D-Light into recovery will connect, and Lores has coasted his way into a very comfortable lead here. Side air does not catch Flower, leaving the soft platform, landing side air from Flower. The weapon toss should break the mold. Side air catches the jump, and a D-Sig gets punished. D-Light into recovery, does not KO, but you're in a bad spot here, and the side air will catch your landing. Lores will swap over to a spear, and now the signature kit from the spear gets unlocked for Lores here as he needs a D-Sig or a side sig. It'll be a D-Sig to close out the stock. And 2 stocks away from moving on into the top 4 and keeping South America's hopes of this midseason alive.
Lores has such a good read on when Flower wants to stack up, and he's been able to punish it a lot of times with those side signatures, those down signatures. The spear as a whole has been working really well for Lores. Easy punish on his side.
D-Light side air, looking for some pogos. The recovery will be the option instead. Side light waiting. A down sig will connect and send Flower away. N-Light sends Flower away as well. This is tough because Flower really needs something, and that's the something that Lores will give. A whiff on that D-Sig and a D-Light side air for Flower to even up the stocks.
Lores is looking comfortable with that spear down signature. It's on Flower to make him uncomfortable. He's got to start baiting out that spear down signature and punishing it like he did on that stock.
Recovery. A little bit too high there from Lores as Flower is just really scrambling to find a way to get something big going. The down sig will connect and send Flower quite far off stage. Won't be close to KOing yet, but can't take many more of those. Side light coming in, whip punish down air from Flower, and then light continues to juggle. Flower makes a lot of the money on the juggles, but Lores does the same. D-light into side air. Flower in a bad spot, looking for the pogo. It's a weapon toss. The pogo avoids. A ground pound comes out from Flower. Lores looking to find the KO. Side sig is not the option. Side air into N-sig. N-sig doesn't connect. Down air whiffs as well. Recovery comes out from Lores. Whiff and a down sig will close out that stock from Lores. It's a big scramble on the left side of the stage, and Lores comes out on top.
So close, time and time again. They're so close to getting those hits.
Oh my goodness.
Double down light. Lores, he's looking to put this one away.
Flower's gonna have to make magic happen here on this hammer.
Nothing!
Yeah, no punish on that down sig. Might just be the sign of the times. D-light into side air. And just a couple hits.
no.
The Pogo King on top right now. The recovery unarmed, trying to set up into a nair. Avoids the side air with a GC D-light the other direction, but that's D-sig into a nair. And no weapon here from Lores. D-light into side air drops. That's an incredible drop. Weapon toss into the GC D-light down air though. A little bit of style there. And Flower with chances here. We've seen him do it before.
One stock left for Flower and Lores. Can Flower get that game 5? Lores has his comfort weapon of the spear. You know he's looking for the opportunity to throw out that down signature. Goes down for the recovery.
A nair there, and now the juggle. One juggle away, one signature away. Flower avoids the signature there. That's Lores' first miss and could be his last if he can find a way back into it. Avoids it again with a jump nair. Another nair catches Lores. Lores into the orange now. Flower with an opportunity to come back. Weapon toss down into D-light. Does not connect, but that's the D-light. That's the side air. And Lores takes the game 4 and moves on. And your mid-season champion still has chances to do it again here at 2026, and Flower will bow out at 5th place, and South America is still represented in the top 4.
So they're learning just like us, but we're gonna get into it right now. Flambeau, let's go, baby.
Okay, man, we're starting it off with winners finals here at the Mid-Season Championship. Looks like Ahmet's gonna be the one to get the first set of weapons. Has those gauntlets, BBBalloonBoy equipped with his signature blasters on the Diana, ready to make history.
See the movement already from BBBalloonBoy, trying to work those aerials, just sliding those down airs in, retreating off stage a little bit, trying to stay out of the way of those gauntlets. There we go, gonna poke away again with another Sarah, but Ahmet gonna try to go, and what? The recovery's gonna connect already. Sweat beads are out, but Ahmet's able to come back down the stage. It was not enough to knock out yet. Just now in a light orange. BBBalloonBoy being very careful at center stage. We're playing some footsies in neutral, Flambeau.
Yeah, doing a great job here. Disarms Ahmet with that side air. Is gonna go ahead, dash, and pick up that orb. This orb has been terrorizing everyone has come up against all day, using the active frames of that end light to push BBBalloonBoy into the corner. He's looking for that final D-light to get the stock, but Ahmet's making it so difficult and almost gets the stock himself with that recovery.
They called out that spot really, really well and got some good punish off of it. BBBalloonBoy fighting back unarmed though, has the bow in hand. Okay, the neutral light's gonna connect. Who is gonna be the first to strike in game number 1? It's not gonna be Ahmet yet, but he can get the pressure over on the right side. BBBalloonBoy does not make a backup recovery. We'll finish it off, and BBBalloonBoy is the first to fall to second stock.
Okay, but not trailing behind by too much here. He's gonna be looking for that weapon. Maybe even get an unarmed D-light. Nope, gets the unarmed side air, has the blasters in hand again. The side air pushes Ahmet into the corner, takes that first stock, and we're right back to even yet again, Sloma.
Right back where we started, Flambeau for sure, except Ahmet does not have a weapon, able to get the gauntlets dropped right there for him. BBBalloonBoy some more damage in the air, coming back down with the floating dare, but couldn't get the second one. That one's gonna connect. Is he gonna get some more? A little extra credit? No, Ahmet's gonna stay out of the way of the neutral light, get a 3-piece of his own, take him all the way up to the top.
Okay, BBBalloonBoy trying to get something started here. Good little side air, but needs to rack on more damage. Ahmet is slowly pulling ahead here. We need another sequence from BBBalloonBoy to make this feel a little bit closer. Ahmet in that D-light recovery range now, going to be fishing for that final blow. Nice retaliation from BBBalloonBoy. Picks up the blasters yet again. Good damage with the D-lights there as well, but that should be a punish. No, Ahmet too slow to pull the trigger.
Was Ahmet's doing a very good job calling out these side lights from BBBalloonBoy, being able to just hover behind him, get the hesitation, and punish him very easily. But the down light into recovery, not quite enough to get the top of Small Worlds in.
All right, now basically one hit for either of these players to go ahead and convert. BBBalloonBoy goes for a read with the side light into the N-sig, but it's not going to connect. Has to make it back to the stage. Off the wall, has to fade away. The weapon throw pushes BBBalloonBoy even further, but the exhausted recovery gives him the horizontal momentum he needs, and he turns it around with the recovery of his own and takes the penultimate stock off of Ahmet here in game 1.
It is absolutely crazy to me how BBBalloonBoy is just always able to find a way back. Oh no! Come back, the recovery's gonna go ahead and connect. Gonna continue the lead here. He's pulling away as he continues to get some more damage on Ahmet's last stock. Coming back with it, trying to catch some sort of lane. I thought I'd see the nair come out, but the Sarah is gonna go ahead and get rid of that second stock of BBBalloonBoy. We're all tied up on stock count.
Okay, and Ahmet's actually going to elect to go for the gauntlets here, going into the final stock of BBallonBoy. BBallonBoy does manage to pick up some blasters, but not without taking a good chunk of damage. Trying to hit Ahmet. Ahmet has him in the corner. The gauntlet's best spot. Going for the edge guard, goes for a double ground pound. The turnaround for BBallonBoy with a weapon throw keeps him alive. But for how much longer as Ahmet is trying to build this momentum? BBallonBoy finding these little windows to counter poke, and it's working. We're keeping the damage relatively even here.
He is. Ooh, let it go with that side sig. Not a big punish though from Ahmet though, sending him up in the air. Ahmet couldn't catch a landing. There it is, baby. That's gonna be enough. The bottom 45 secures it, and BBallonBoy goes up 1-0.
BBallonBoy has been so pinpoint with those down sigs today. We've seen across the top 8 has been able to close out multiple games with a well-timed Diana down sig right over the lip of the stage, always spaced perfectly enough that never leads to a ground bounce either, sends them straight to the blast zone and gives them the W.
Man, BBallonBoy better be careful coming into game number 2 though, because if you look at the stat line, Ahmet did outwork him. 541 damage off the Petra, 509 off the Diana.
That's true, but you gotta work smart, not hard.
That's right, that's right. See if he's gonna be able to continue that on, or if Ahmet has got some rebuttal here and gonna try and tie us up into game number 3. We're going right back to Small World's End, same legends, same battlefield.
Yeah, I can't blame the viewer vote. I mean, we were looking at this saying, we don't really know who's going to come out on top, and for good reason. We saw how close that first game was, but now it's up to Ahmet to put a little bit of retaliation on the board. There was a moment there toward the end of that first game where it felt like BBallonBoy was kind of pulling away a little bit. We're going to see if that same thing happens here, but once again, the damage is even. BBallonBoy tacking on so much pressure. I can never compliment enough how pinpoint he is with these blasters. It's a very hard weapon to use. You can't miss often.
No, blasters, I mean, me personally, it's very hard to be consistent on. See if he's going to be able to come off the side of the stage. He's going to put the pressure, just lay down the D-light. Ahmet runs right through it, catches him with a neutral light of his own, disarms BBallonBoy. Thought he was going to let the ground pound go, but he decided to be a little safe. Ooh, winded up the neutral sig, and that's going to hit BBallonBoy right in the chin and take him up off the top.
Yeah, that's one of those moves that you can never always be ready for. It's so fast, so potent. BBallonBoy trying to get the equalizer, maybe trying to force the issue a little bit too hard, but we're going to see how much extra credit Ahmet can build. Goes above, doesn't have the resources, gets forced out of a dodge a little bit earlier than I think he wanted to, and that stopped him from being able to recover. So good job from BBallonBoy to go ahead and throw that one out.
Absolutely, keeping things nice and even. Ahmet looking for the opener. Got one single side light with a nair. Oh no, finish it up, wait a second. BBallonBoy lets the weapon drop, come back down the stage. Couldn't catch a side light. Ahmet's doing so good, staying out of the hitbox of those and punishing them almost every single time. Again, peeling him off the side of the stage. Recovery from BBallonBoy. He needs to get some damage on this second stock of Ahmet.
Yeah, it's looking real rough for BBallonBoy right now. Ahmet going down there with the recovery, and then that end light's gonna seal the deal, looking way more confident in this second game. BBallonBoy hasn't really been able to hit his stride.
No, we haven't seen a whole lot out of the Triple B in this game number 2. Ahmet's kind of been running the show here. BBallonBoy, though, finally we're seeing some life out of those blasters, but as soon as I stay, Ahmet is right back, just throwing hands with those gauntlets. There we go. D-Light into recovery, not enough to confirm off the top of Small World's End. BBallonBoy still fighting to secure the second stock.
Looking for something there, was hoping to get a cheeky side tick to bring things back, but it's not working out. BBallonBoy is getting tossed around the stage. More end lights from Ahmet. This is looking harder and harder to come back from. Already in the red, Ahmet looking for that final blow, tries to get the D-Light to convert to the N-Sig, but it's not going to work, and BBallonBoy takes the little runway he gets to try to convert into something, but still has this and another stock to get through slow-mo.
I mean, we've seen him do some crazy stuff over the past couple of years, but this one's rough. He's going to have to play a perfect stock against this Petra. And so far, that is already not perfect, Flambeau.
Hey, it's all right, man. You are playing Diana. You get one good little setup. Down sig, side sig, end sig. Pick one, and it might be all you need. That's a great start. Tries to go for the Hail Mary. Does not work. Ahmet keeps it simple. Pummels BBallonBoy yet again. And then goes ahead and ties up the set 1-1. This has been an incredibly close fight so far.
Yeah, the damage numbers again. Ahmet coming out about 125 more damage output than BBallonBoy in that game number 2. Balloon only had 227 off the blasters, found 160 off the bow. Just could not really get any offense going, especially early in the game. He was starting to get a little success there when he was on his final stock, but by then it is too little too late. You just got to go next.
now we're gonna see we have been sticking with the same stage the entire time. Back to Small World's End. They're keeping it up close and personal. Great start for BBallonBoy as well, getting a little bit of a read, a little bit of extra damage there to boot. But Ahmet has been doing such a good job of finding these openings, coming in with those dash up end lights, and then really tacking on some extra bits of damage.
We're having a fantastic stock here for BBallonBoy, just playing patient, getting his little 1-2s in, coming down with another dare, but Ahmet trying to let those dares fly off the gauntlet, staying out of the way of the downlight, catches the nair. Wait a second, sidelight connects as well. BBallonBoy retreats off the side of the stage, Ahmet misses the stair. Oh no, the nair grabs the BBallonBoy at the very bottom, but now he's in the position he can punish Ahmet, and he does, and he converts the stock flambeau.
I don't know what happened over there. It looked like he had the right idea, then he got a little bit too low, and BBallonBoy saw the opportunity and carpe diem, right? He seized the day and made sure he got that stock, and now at this point, we have a bit of a lead for BBallonBoy, and he's running away with it. Already has Ahmet in the yellow, and you know the bow is a great weapon for racking up damage, but Ahmet not trying to let that happen for too much longer, pushes BBallonBoy into the corner, looking for that final blow. That's going to be a punish, but it's not going to be the stock. Great fastball from BBallonBoy to get under the weapon throw, but yet again that dash up end light has been such a strong boon in the corner of Ahmet.
Ahmet's so impressed with the way he's able just to keep this close. I mean, BBallonBoy came out so explosive at the beginning of this game, and Ahmet just makes it look like there wasn't even any elite there. Okay, another side light's gonna go ahead and connect. Reaches up with the nair, but BBallonBoy's there for it that time. D-Light in recovery, tried to go ahead and pepper it off with a gravity cancel neutral sig, but nobody was home.
Yeah, just no one at the door, but I mean, honestly, good for Ahmet, because I think he needs to kind of slow down BBallonBoy a bit here. And he's doing a decent job so far of trying to equalize some of the damage, but at this point, BBallonBoy one good conversion away from getting the stock, tries to go for a gravity cancel down sig, and Ahmet almost makes him pay for it with his stock there. Uh-oh.
Ahmet's very brave, going down low underneath those blasters.
Whoa. Okay, cheeky out from BBallonBoy there, but seems to work out in the grand scheme of things. Now we're basically tied up, so I think Ahmet actually did everything that he needed to do this stock. Even if he loses it now, you know, one conversion, we'll be right back at it.
Yeah, no matter who is able to confirm here, the extra credit is going to be very, very important. BBallonBoy getting a little ambitious over there off the right side. Doesn't seem to have any success from it. Ahmet has a power play here as he does have gauntlets in hand. BBallonBoy, though, strapped back up with the blasters, trying to make something happen here in the center stage. Sarah will get it done, and that puts Ahmet on his final stock of game number 3.
Let's see how long BBallonBoy can hang on to this one, though. Ahmet dashing in, tries to get the unarmed D-Light, gets the nair instead. Looking for one side light to close it out. Wow, again, BBallonBoy with the ground pound. The cheeky option, Ahmet not ready for it, bouncing on top of his head, but he still needs that final blow, and end light will probably be the name of the game again. I feel like Ahmet's gotten most of his KOs from that dash up end light. You can see the way he's kind of fishing below BBallonBoy. Wow, falls into that end light. BBallonBoy trying to space him out, but the side light could come as well. He's gonna probably have to go for a gravity cancel D-Light. That's what I'm guessing here.
It's definitely trying to fish out something here.
Ooh, that works too.
Yeah, that's going to go ahead and send all the way down to that bottom 45. And now we were all tied up. And there's only about a 35-40 damage differential here between BBallonBoy and Ahmet. So it is going to come down to these last couple interactions on the final stock. And this is all to have the advantage to going into game number 4.
Yeah. Let's see, BBallonBoy holding the corner here, a lot of pressure, and we have to remember this is final stock Diana. Those SIGs are particularly potent right now. There it is. He shows his hand a little bit too early. Ahmet could sniff it and manages to wade his way around it. But now BBallonBoy still putting on this pressure. I mean, at this point, the damage deficit is starting to be felt as Ahmet is in the red. BBallonBoy is going to be fishing for the final blow.
Yeah, but Ahmet is piloting Petra. She hits like an absolute freight train as he's trying to make his way back up. Wait, the dare might be enough. Pushes him all the way down. Ahmet does find a trail to get back up on the small world's end. BBallonBoy laying down the ground to keep the D-Light. Uh-oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Ahmet, are we going to see the ground pound? We do! Hit him again. BBallonBoy.
Perfect coverage from Ahmet there. BBallonBoy trying to get tricky with the recovery. He goes for the weapon throw instead of the blaster's recovery to try to mix up the timing and also have less end lag, but it doesn't matter. Ahmet is forever patient and manages to hold his poise and secure that game number 3.
Yeah, being able to have the strength from that Petra and, I mean, gauntlets and orb, I mean, you cannot go wrong. back-to-back ground pound, was able to go around the weapon throw from BBBallonBoy, played it absolutely perfectly. Ahmet, like I said, playing out of his mind this weekend. See if he can close it out and send BBBallonBoy packing down the elimination side.
Yeah, set point for Ahmet here, wants to be in the grand finals, guaranteed top 2. BBBallonBoy obviously wanting it as well, but he's gonna have to work a little bit harder for it now, because look at the way that Ahmet's starting things off here, putting a lot of pressure with these gauntlets off stage. BBBallonBoy doesn't want to be there, immediately gets back onto the stage and picks up a pair of blasters. And hold on the ground pound, he stuffs out the recovery, and that's a very strong lead for BBBallonBoy in game 4.
I mean, we've seen this before though, Flambeau. Every time BBBallonBoy has got a big lead like that, Ahmet is able to bring it right back to keep things close. So we're gonna have to see what BBBallonBoy is gonna be able to do on this extra credit situation. Sidelight Sayer, that's some big damage. He gets that first stock right there, catches a nair into Sayer, looking for another one. Ahmet needs to get back up on stage, but BBBallonBoy laying down the coverage, able to sneak on through to catch them with the D-Light. There we go, neutral light. Oh, the down air just barely missing.
Okay, and here comes BBBallonBoy trying to shark kind of inside of Ahmet to see if he can maybe set up for those grab cancel D-Lights, but it's not going to work as Ahmet finds the stock right there with the recovery. And considering how kind of early BBBallonBoy was able to get the first stock off Ahmet did not take a whole lot of damage.
No, that's what I'm saying. We've seen this time and time again, and here it is. That whole stock, that lead's completely gone. We got everything tied back up. BBBallonBoy starting, wait a second, he's starting to go ahead and chew away at this one on the second stock of Ahmet. Nice down air from Ahmet to go ahead and get a little more damage onto the second stock, but BBBallonBoy definitely pulling away on this one.
Okay, and the pummeling from these down airs going over and over and over again. BBBallonBoy having a bit of a tough time trying to find an opening here on Ahmet as well. It's hard to be pinpoint with these blasters for long sets like these, but he's trying, looking for maybe a downlight. Does it the wrong way. Huge opportunity for Ahmet to get a punish. 4 hits unanswered now as BBBallonBoy is slowly but surely starting to crumble a little bit, I feel, in this game 4.
It is. He's starting to feel these gauntlets for sure. Ahmet has been just juggling him up in the air with these powerful Petra attacks, trying to lay down the neutral light, but BBBallonBoy shut that one down with the serve.
No punish.
Staying out of the way of the neutral sig that time. That would have hurt. That would have been the stop.
Oh! Okay,
right, there we go. We'll take that.
I don't know how we found the turnaround there. That was an extremely scary situation. Got the perfect timing on the dodge and was in the perfect spacing to get the side air to retaliate as well. So yet again, a lead for BBBallonBoy, but as you've been mentioning, Slow-Mo, he's been having such a tough time, but that's a huge chunk of damage that just happened to Ahmet right there. Gotta be feeling much better for BBBallonBoy. Look at that. That's like 7 unanswered hits. The side air goes for the end-sig to close it out. It doesn't connect, but he still has the momentum. Ahmet not getting a chance to play the game right now, finally finding a hit, but is it too late?
I don't know. I mean, Ahmet, if he buckles down and plays perfect, that's a good start right there. That's a good start right there for Ahmet as he juggles. Is he gonna stay on the? He's
gonna keep those gauntlets,
yeah,
man.
absolutely.
Just get him off stage one time. That's all it takes for Ahmet. Get him off stage one time. BBBallonBoy, don't let it happen.
Get him off stage, get one dodge read, and it could be over. BBBallonBoy playing very smart, staying right smack dab in the middle.
Ooh!
Well, see,
Get away from there, BBBallonBoy!
No, he immediately retreats back. Very smart play from BBBallonBoy. Sidelight is going to connect from Ahmet. BBBallonBoy tried to punish him, but could not catch it with his. There we go. Sayer connects. Swap back over the blasters. Sayer fade away and tied up. Say it with me, Flambeau. We're going to game 5.
Bro. We're going to game number 5 in winners finals here. These two competitors are pushing each other to the absolute brink. I was scared there for BBBallonBoy for a second there, man. Ahmet pushed him off stage, and I was like, all it takes is one ground pound, one neutral air on a recovery, and that's your stock. But BBBallonBoy was able to stand resolute. Look at Red Mafia popping off, man. This is gonna be a crazy game 5.
No, it is. If you really think about all the game 5s you've had, I don't got time to break it down. We're just gonna get into the next game. We'll yap about it later. All right, Ahmet's gonna go ahead and get the orb. Starting in center stage, BBBallonBoy right on the blasters. This is what they both wanted. Nice. Right to work with the recovery. Try to get a little nair at the end, but the ground pound will work.
Okay, now let's see. Ahmet once again pushing BBBallonBoy into the corner. We played the entire set on this one stage right here, and we're gonna see if maybe they end up regretting that choice a little bit, but so far, I mean, they've both been able to win. They've been able to push to game 5. The neutral sig from BBBallonBoy, a crosshair, and then the recovery to close out the first stock. Look how healthy BBBallonBoy stock is here.
Absolutely, and I hate to say it again, but we have seen this before, Flambeau. We have got to, he's got to be calm.
This man.
He's got to be calm.
He got full fiber. He's eating his vegetables. He's looking healthy, man. I think BBBallonBoy's in a real good spot. Ahmet, you got to turn it up, man.
Drank his whole cup of milk, huh?
Oh, he's blasting him. He's got infinite bullets, man. He is not afraid to just pull that trigger on the blasters.
He's just now an orange on his opening stock. Ahmet got caught with the dare. This could be huge. Oh, so smart.
BBBalloonBoy!
10,000 IQ, waiting for him to come back up, not taking the obvious knockout option, taking the smart knockout option.
Oh, he is running away with this. Ahmet, do you have an answer for this? Because BBBalloonBoy looks like he's pretty poised to go ahead and have a potential shot at the throne here. Ahmet trying to slow things down, still has a fairly healthy final stock, but he has to burn through all three of BBBalloonBoy. And BBBalloonBoy almost gets the cheeky turnaround. Imagine if that knocked out slow.
Oh man, imagine. There we go. Finally, 7-1. Finally, we get the rebuttal from Ahmet there to finally send BBBalloonBoy on to his second stock. But it's looking real good for the Triple B right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at this momentum he has going on here. Probably going to represent a SIG fairly soon. Throws the weapon straight up, picks it up. Ahmet able to combo off of the chase. If he got that sidelight, would have been able to get a cheeky exhaustive recovery afterward, I'm sure, and that would have been the stock, but not going to work out for Ahmet. Doesn't have to find another opportunity. This edge guard looks like it might be it. No dodge on BBBalloonBoy for a while, and Ahmet closes out the edge guard. We're going to final stocks, get 5.
Man, Ahmet playing absolutely out of his mind. He was down 1 stock to 3. He's got the stock count, but he's got the stock count tied back up. You better figure it out. Fight back, Triple B.
Tries to go for the recovery to close it out cheekily. It's not going to work. Ahmet turned up, but that should be the game. The delay recovery, and BBBalloonBoy has blasted his ticket into the grand final.
It is
guaranteed top 2.
It's so important, Flambeau. All of these best-of-5 sets, so much energy has to be spent. The fact that he was able to get that winner side spot and now he can relax instead of having to go right back down to elimination side and fight his way back up. That is a huge, huge advantage he just got himself for grand finals.
Side of Marcky, he's gone through a lot of different legends today, right? We've seen Mirage,
Munin, bro.
the Munin, right? You know, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, starting this one off with the Devil Jin, which we did see in the last set as well, so I think that's a pretty safe pick to start things off with. It looked good, so I'm not upset with it, but definitely putting that Scythe in the backseat for a little bit.
We'll see how it works out for him. That was a goofy interaction over on the right side of Demon Island. Marckiemoo going to fight back with his bow just a little bit. Ooh, nice from Lores. Got him with the D-Light. Couldn't get much after it, though.
Let's see Lores on that Mandalorian, throwing out those blasts. Somehow gets the perfect timing on that dodge to not get caught by the arrows from Marckiemoo there. But Marcky going to swap over the gauntlets, gets caught a little bit by the D-Light, trying to cross through and get the weapon swap happening. But so far, I mean, it still feels like we're in those opening stages of the set where they're just trying to get a feel for each other, and Marckiemoo maybe with a slight advantage, but as I say that, Lores popping to the left side, and wow, he was able to get his dodge out in time there. Nice from Marcky, gives him another shot.
Ooh, Lores is going to be the first to strike. We see Marckiemoo getting taken off the top of Demon Island. Okay, fighting right back, going over there on arm. That was ambitious, but it worked out for him. He's able to pick up the bow. Lores caught the landing with the down signature. We've seen this all weekend long.
Yeah, there it is, down sig again, right? I mean, it's so strong. We remember what Orion used to do back in the day. Ada is basically the same thing, but better right now. And so you got to press that button. We love a stacked option on Spear, right? Even when Marcky or even Sandstorm would play it, they would always be hitting that down sig. Wait, Marcky, you're getting back. Oh, and the turnaround. Hold on, this could be a huge double ground pound, a triple ground pound, and that's going to be it for Lores' stock. Marckiemoo with the pinpoint accuracy to go ahead and snipe that lead.
Absolute devious work over on the side of Demon Island. Okay, bounce out, try to catch that neutral light. Lores wasn't falling for it though, but he went underneath that bow again. You would think that would be the last place he would want to be after what just happened to him, but he goes back over there nonetheless, catching the Sarah, coming back up on stage. Marckiemoo missing the neutral light. Lores able to punish it. There we go, recovery. That's going to finish the stock, and we're all tied up. The finals, the final stock of game number 1.
I don't think I've seen a Spear player better than Lores when it comes
because
to
it doesn't
those
exist.
downlights.
It doesn't exist.
Those downlights, it's like he's not even he's not anti-airing. He's reading the jump, right? He presses downlight and they're already hit. It's not like he's catching someone falling into him. He just knows his opponent's movement pattern so well and just calls them out for it time and time again. And it's so cool to watch. But at this point, Marcky has quite a bit of a lead. I think the D-Light recovery on either weapon will probably be enough. I don't know about unarmed though. Yeah, I need a little bit more juice there.
Ooh,
2 though? 2's enough.
Surely had to have been.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Mark, you see Marckiemoo gonna go ahead and confirm game number 1. We saw the nod of, yep, okay, I got this. So he's got to be feeling pretty good. And we're gonna see this again. The down sig into back-to-back ground pounds. Lores had no chance getting back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with the down sig. 2 ground pounds, man. Wow. Oh, that's tough. I mean, Zerial can really send you straight down, man.
Oh, yeah,
that's
absolutely.
unique to this guy.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Nobody's going to swap off the legends. Looks like Marky is going to go ahead and stay on the double Jin. And Lores, of course, on this Ada. Oh, my God, what a way to open it up. Immediately putting Marckiemoo in yellow.
All right, let's see. Hits him with the side light. There we go again. Great retaliation from Lores. Looking great on this Mandalorian. Trying to keep Marky in the corner. The down sig to cover the stacked option. Say, hey, you're not crossing me up. And then the end sig. And that might just be it. Yeah, I mean, it's very rare that you get hit by that sig and you come back. it's a sayonara.
It has a lot of force. It does have a lot of force. Lores, though, looking spectacular here at the beginning of game number 2. Marky trying to get underneath it with recovery. Lores was right there again. Wait a second. The spear is activated. The gravity cancel D-light miss. Marckiemoo taking it off stage. He went the wrong direction with the Sarah, and Lores right there, back-to-back nairs.
Oh, okay. Just gets like 3 or 4 nairs in a row and then just throws the spear away. Says, yeah, I did enough. Let me swap over to the blaster, try to close this one out. Marky disarmed, gonna go ahead and pick up a bow. So we get the punish? No, I feel like Marky's had a couple different moments where he should be able to get a whiff punish, but he looks just slightly uncomfortable at figuring out which move of the bow kit to use. But here we have a great sequence, a weapon throw off the noggin, secures the stock, and we have a tie battle stock-wise. But look at Marky's damage, man. He ain't here for much longer.
No, if he can hold on, though, maybe he just has a great stock. He stayed out of the way of the side sig.
Okay, I thought he had something there, but that's a great turnaround from Lores. Him with a pogo to the smack to the face to get off my stage.
Lores has a fantastic lead right now. Marky fighting back on arm, gets a 2-piece in, but nothing after that. Lores whips on the neutral air. Marky gets the gauntlets on. Downlight is going to connect. There we go. The Lores right back. I mean, it's literally just the pokes, the ones and twos here so far. As Marckiemoo going to go ahead and clean that one up, grab it, gets the D-light in the ground pound.
Yeah, it was a great call out from Marckiemoo there. Didn't even want to play the mix-up of what time is Lores going to dodge. He went out for an early D-light to catch him before he dodged into the stage and was able to secure the knockout. A bit of a timing mix-up there that really panned out. So now, once again, tied stocks. Marky does have the lead in the set. Gets a huge string there with the sidelight into the D-light conversion as well. But Lores swinging back with that down sig he loves so much. And then there's Pogo City. If there's anyone who can do it, it's Lores.
Man, he does not guess. He is just in your head every time. Super accurate with the pogos. Marckiemoo, though, trying to find his way. He's done a great job bringing this game back. If he can just close it out, but no, another down air is going to spell defeat for Marckiemoo. We're tied up going to game number 3, Flambeau.
That was a very, very valiant attempt from Marckiemoo there. Try to get that gravity cancel end sig. Probably, a little couple more pixels would have been able to got that touch. And there's part of it too. I wonder if Marky did a, what do you call it? An air dodge up to go for that end sig, because there was a patch at this point over a year ago that made it that you could do a directional air dodge and still gravity cancel.
Oh, yeah?
And scenarios like that, it can be the difference between whether or not you get the touch or not. But gonna go ahead and move on to the next game in the set. These guys, Lores just reads the jumps, man. He reads them. These are not reactions. He says, I know you're gonna do it, and he smacks you for it. It's so crazy.
He is very, very fun to watch on the spear. Nobody does it quite like a Lores here. Marckiemoo being very patient, letting him come back up on the stage. Kello, the sidelight's gonna catch the nair, gets a dodge though.
Okay, here we go. Marckiemoo with a chance for retaliation, almost had the spacing on that down sig wake up, just got a little bit too close to the tip of the spear, and now Lores really tacking on bits of extra damage. Marky hasn't really had too much of a chance to get an extended punish sequence, and I think it's starting to bite him a little bit in the butt because he hasn't been able to equalize this damage. But here we go, probably down sig coming from Lores. No, Marckiemoo works around him, swaps to some gauntlets as well, and a setup, no, nothing. Just a sidelight, and Lores just fast falls out of hit stun.
Got him with the blaster. Oh, the recovery had vision, but that Sarah definitely going to go ahead and take care of it. So much force coming off of that, taking Marckiemoo on a second stock. Lores trying to dig in for extra credit now.
Yeah, I mean, a great attempt from Marckiemoo there. Kind of went for a 50-50 read, guessed wrong, and ended up losing the stock for it. But had he gotten it, would be up a stock right now, and so it's okay. Just has to find it pretty quickly. D-light to that nair. Just the ceiling just a little bit too high on the Fortress of Wolves here.
And it's bow nair. Like,
yeah,
what can you do? Gonna go ahead and confirm it there, though, and bring everybody all even. Look like about 30 damage on that second stock of Marckiemoo, give and take. So to see if he's gonna be able, there we go. We're all even back up again. Now we're right back to neutral.
Let's see. Nice little scoop right up and over from Marckiemoo. Gets the end line as well, doing a great job with these anti-airs as well. Fantastic spot dodge from Lores, though, and then the meatiness of that down sig, the active frames, just really making it hard, and Marky can't get his dodge back in time. The perfect pogo yet again.
He does not miss dares, bro. Absolutely surgical work from Lores here. Off stage with the spear. Marckiemoo gonna catch him with a neutral sig though. Take it. Okay, weapon throw out. What a snipe. Lores doesn't have it. We saw the fastball. He knew he didn't have it. And look at this, completely tied up. No damage on either stock. Here we go.
Okay, Marky trying to get the lead, the advantage, going into game 4 here, and is looking pretty poised to do so. But Lores also in a pretty fantastic spot himself. Something I love about the way that Lores plays the game is that he can value damage above all else. Marky really just tried to end the game there. We saw him go for that actually earlier in one of the sets and have it land. And his ground pound might be it. Lores didn't actually get the wall touch. So Marky sneakily snags game number 3 and is sitting pretty. One more to have a shot to, well, not even have a shot, to be in the Elimination Finals. And then if he's able to get that, BBBalloonBoy
I want that rematch so bad, bro. I mean, I'm just from a personal level, I want to see it so much. It was such a good set at BCX last year, but we're going to take a look at these replays. We saw Marckiemoo finishing off that right there. We are all ready to go. Demon Island is going to be where we do battle. Marckiemoo needs one more win to send Lores out of midseason.
Let's see if Lores can make the adjustments here. Vamos, let's go. That's a great start. Gets the D-line to the down air. Has Marky in the corner. Lores trying to maintain the pacing of the game. Marckiemoo, a very momentum-based player. If you're able to control the pace of the match, you're able to control your win con of the game. The Pogos, again, almost gets the third there. That would have been pivotal, I think, securing that stock, but not quite going to be able to find it there. Now disarmed as well, and that leaves Marky in a great spot to catch these landing. Lores, though, not jumping, kind of keeping his stock.
Ooh, let that signature fly there. Oh, catches the recovery's not going to be enough. Marckiemoo still holding on to this first stock, stays out of the way of the down sig. Break dance is going to send Lores all the way out. Does he put the pressure? He does go with the dare, and don't know how he didn't get caught with another pogo over there, but Marckiemoo with the neutral light. Lores dancing, flying over off the side of the stage. Oh, come on, bro.
Great patience from Marckiemoo, though. You have to give it up. Whips one sig. Yo, bet he doesn't think I'll do another one immediately after. And Marky's like, you know what? It's Ada. I'm probably not even going to be able to punch that first sig you did. Backs up. The second one comes out, gives him an easy stock there.
We've seen the same thing on the Zafo this week over at twos. Let those down six fly. There we go. That's going to go ahead and bring it back all tied up. Lores trying to stay in midseason here. Marckiemoo 2 stocks away from moving to Elimination Finals.
Yeah, I want to see if Lores can force the game 5 here. I would love to see how far South America can push in this bracket. The last hope of SA in Lores trying his best to go as far as he can. But again, Marckiemoo with the backstep on these down sigs, refusing to try to cross through Lores anymore. Instead, much more willing to just back up and wait for the retaliation to happen. And here's a good setup for Marky. The gravity cancel side slide. That's a Sandstorm classic, man.
It was. He gets compared to the GOAT all the time, and we see that special right there. Lores 1 stock away. He's got to fight with everything he has to stay in this tournament. Marckiemoo misses the landing catch. Ooh, caught Lores looking the wrong direction that time, though.
Oh yeah, Lores starting to crumble here a little bit, like your favorite cookie from grandma. Hold on. Marky trying to end it here, the ground pound, and that's gonna be it. Marckiemoo sends Lores packing home at 4th place and guarantees himself a spot in the Elimination Finals, where he will have to try to take down Ahmet to get to BBBalloonBoy waiting in grands.
Saw there, he is locked in on the Devil Jin, Flambeau.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and rock it with this Zerial. I mean, it's worked out in the past set. I see no reason not to try it again. Can Marky finally get the dub on Ahmet, though? Because he's been making it so difficult. This is the cleanest orb play I've ever seen. There was a time where I would say, nah, man, Radish got that, but I think Ahmet has transcended. The crown is his.
I mean, you can't hold a Radish. You can't be too mean on him. He was in Japan for a while. He wasn't in the lab like he needed to be but that is neither here nor there. Marckiemoo reached up in the air. The Sarah is going to miss. The ground pound does not, though. Hit him again, and he does! Marckiemoo immediately going up 1 stock, and Ahmet now has to play behind in game number 1.
All right, now let's see. I mean, Marky, right, is riding off of that momentum of just getting that previous win and wants to continue that streak. Ahmet having a tough time getting some of these openings here, and Marky really punishing him for it. Has a pretty decent lead, a decent chunk of defense left to work with as well. Catches the N-Sig, looking to put more pressure on that down air, connects as well. Maybe a ground pound to follow. No, a cheeky turnaround actually allows Ahmet to get a touch. No, actually, I think he has 1 jump. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Marky can't close it out. Now let's see. Gets a falling neutral air. That's not going to lead to too much damage. A wake up from Marckiemoo as well is going to lead to even more damage. Trying to go for a side lights air. That's not going to get the stock. Finally, Marky drops that first stock. But look how much damage he's been able to rack up on Ahmet with just that 1 stock.
He's looking at, going to catch him with the neutral light. Marckiemoo right there with one of his own, sends him out, and that's going to go ahead and confirm the stock. Marckiemoo now is up an entire stock against Ahmet here in game number 1. He's got to fight back. He's looking for something. He has the gauntlets. I mean, this is Petra. There's so much damage to come off of these gauntlets, but he's got to be able to find the opening. Neutral light's going to get him started.
Let's see, he's racking up a good chunk of damage here. I mean, final stock for Ahmet. Never want to count out gauntlets though, but he hasn't really been able to get Marky off stage very often here in this first game, so he hasn't really been able to find those opportunities to maybe sneak out an earlier stock. Such good defense from Marky. I mean, look at the way he's spacing around those neutral lights. Those neutral lights actually were pretty brutal for him back in the winner set of this, but this time around, I mean, we got a different Marky in this game 1.
We absolutely do. I mean, he's so active in his movement. We've seen it since the second they said 3-2-1 brawl. He has just been active. He's been around the stage. He's been moving. He's been making Ahmet guess where the movement is going to lead. But just like that, Ahmet with the nasty ground pound off the right side of Small World Zen is going to go ahead and tie the stock up. And Marckiemoo very close to putting a bow on game number 1.
Okay, now let's see what is the retaliation going to be here from Ahmet. Good start. Nice guaranteed damage off of that true combo. Has to play immaculate defense because if you have 1 little exposure, Marckiemoo will capitalize. And that's exactly what we see with that recovery. Marckiemoo securing game 1.
500 damage even coming off of Marckiemoo's double gen, 103 off the gauntlets, 371 off the bow. Over on the Ahmet's Petra side, 418 with 269 of that being off the orb.
Yeah, I mean, I love Ahmet's orb.
It's nasty, bro. It's
so
nasty.
Cool. It's so cool. I feel like the gauntlets never really got to get online like we've seen in the previous games. Maybe this will go a little bit differently. You know, once again, back on Small World's end, the competitors seem to really like this stage, and I'm here for it, man.
It is, I mean, get those soft platforms out of the way. Just let them fight. Just old school. Brawlhalla. Okay, neutral light will catch. Looking for another one. Marckiemoo, the movement. He's so active, Flambeau. Where is he going to land? You don't even know how you hit him. He won't stand still.
Yeah, he's twitching, right? And there we go. Beautiful down air. Almost gets the double. If he managed to land that one, that would have been the stock. But Ahmet with great defensive movement, weaving in and around some of these hitboxes for Marky. Maybe a chance for a turnaround here. No. Marky's going to go ahead and run right back to center stage, saying, I'm not playing these offstage games. D-Light and air, not enough juice. But if he's able to catch the landing, nope, not quite. Could have been the stock.
Oh, nice re-entry onto the stage and gonna go ahead and confirm the stock with it. Marckiemoo looks like he is on cruise control in this set against Ahmet.
Yeah, man. He's in the Waymo right now.
That's what I swear.
He's in the Waymo. It's a self-driving car. He feels comfortable. Just taking him directly to his destination, which right now is that grand finals. We're going to see if Ahmet can maybe slow it down, but so far hasn't been able to show, you know, that gameplay we saw on the winner's side set.
Oh, what a weapon throw from Ahmet. That saved his stock because Marckiemoo was absolutely locked in with another ground pound. Well done from Ahmet. Now see if he can make something happen from it. Make something break loose. Another Sayer from Marckiemoo. Ahmet cannot get any offense going. Where is the opener? He just keeps eating arrows.
Okay, there we go. Finally, a read from BBBalloonBoy that doesn't work in his favor, but Ahmet still so far behind, ends up disarmed. Marckiemoo rather, tries to go for a gravity cancel down tick, but I don't really, you know, maybe a bit ambitious on that one. It gives the stock away, but he has so much of a lead at this point. I don't know. I feel like Ahmet seems lost this time around. A sidelight recovery is going to be the name of the game for Marckiemoo. And just like that, he looks really poised to maybe potentially close the set out 3-0 even.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate. I mean, you kind of called it out. Ahmet looks a little confused, and that's not the place you want to be in game number 2 of a set. So he's going to try and have to figure this out in real time against the literal best in the world right now, the defending world champion, finishing off with the recovery there. Sidelight's going to whiff, but the side air from Ahmet found its home. Marckiemoo fighting right back to neutral sig. That's going to send him way down. Weapon throw goes a little low, but Marckiemoo is locked in. D-Light? No, trying to let the neutral light go. Ahmet going to head and get over it and punish it.
Yeah, Ahmet trying to get something going here. That's a great start. Goes for the D-Light into the recovery. Not going to be enough to KO off the top. A bit of a trade. That should be the stock. Yup, it is. And Ahmet forcing it down to a final stock situation. Are we going to go for the gauntlets here? The answer is yes. It's going to give him the highest potential to go ahead and snag the stock early without having to rack up a crap ton of damage. This is a start. 4 unanswered hits. Manages to get around the landing. He's tacking it all on at this point. Marky has to be careful. Catches the nair. Not high enough to quite be the stock, but Ahmet is making the damage deficit slighter and slighter.
Yeah, I mean, there's a disarm. Can you keep him off the weapon? No, Marckiemoo with the neutral air is going to go ahead and get the space that he needs. The Sarah will whiff. Grounded nair is going to throw him back down a small world's end. Marky is sharking at that stage, looking for the landing on Ahmet. Can't find anything. Look how even the damage is. What do you say? Nobody wants to go ahead and pull the trigger. The neutral light will connect. He dodges right through the neutral sig. Is that going to be enough? Not enough force. Is Marckiemoo going to finish it off right here? The recovery will, and there you go. Marckiemoo up 2-0 in Elimination Finals.
Oh, you could feel the tension, man. You could have sliced right through it with a butter knife. They were just looking at each other, sizing each other up, puffing up their chest at each other by the end of that game number 2. And Ahmet, I really thought was going to let that N-Sig fly a little bit earlier, or maybe even a dash up side sig, but I could tell there was that feeling in the atmosphere. It was like, I'm going to test his reactions, right? And Marckiemoo, just with the perfect timing, was able to get around that one and really capitalize. But really, considering where that game 2 started, Ahmet did bring it all the way back.
No, it was almost at the moment that we said that he looked confused. It immediately changed the rest of that game. He sat up in his chair and went to work in the final half of game number 2. But it comes down to this. Ahmet needs 3 games in a row against the defending world champion.
And you know, when we were talking to Marckiemoo earlier, y'all heard it in the interview. Wait, hold on, pause. That's just gonna be the first thought, just like that. And a down 6 just to send a statement. He wants to go to grand finals. And Ahmet, do you have anything to say about it? Because right now it looks like Marky wants it more.
Oh man. Marckiemoo indeed looks like he wants it more, and you can see the confidence in his movement now. There is a pep in his step, Flambeau.
So who does Caspian, man? Who does Caspian? You think this is going to be the pick? You think this is going to be the pick? We better find out, because right now Ahmet has so much work to make up for here. We haven't even had a chance to see the Qatars come out, really. And Marky just pretty much an entire stock ahead. We're going to get the gauntlet still. Another side sig, the eruption, the explosion. And just like that, the stock count is even. People forget that this boy Caspian, he can play games, man.
Yes,
He's a
he
thief.
can. Yes, he can. A very unique signature kit, and it catches a lot of people off guard, especially. I mean, how often do you Caspian in Elimination Finals in 2026? What is really going on right now? But we're seeing it happen as Marckiemoo whiffs on that neutral air, but the side air, I mean, the side air will connect. He throws it all the way up. Oh, the weapon throw is going to go ahead and connect on the way back down. Marckiemoo whiffing on the recovery. Weapon throw out, trying to get the spacing he needs. We're seeing some Qatars in effect for, I think, the first time all weekend on stream. We have not seen a hint of this weapon, and it's not going to be enough to carry the recovery to the top 45. Marckiemoo is able to live. Continue on the stock. Oh, that was absolutely disgusting, Flambeau.
Tournament point for Ahmet. Has to bring it back from me here. You do not get any more chances. Drops the D-Light recovery. Tries to set up for another D-Light recovery, this time with the Qatars. Throws the Qatars away. Has the gauntlets here. What's the answer going to be? A down sig maybe? A side sig? Any sig? No, just goes for the standard gauntlet setup. A side light weight into the recovery, unscathed as well. Completely healthy stock going into the final of Marckiemoo.
All right, can Ahmet make a stand here? Or is this going to be his last stock of mid-season championship? Marckiemoo holding down, showing him lots of respect, lots of space to re-enter the stage there. Neutral light's going to connect, a little more damage against Marckiemoo. You see how you guys can see how the tempo is slowed way down. He went for it with the side air. Wait a second, and the punish, and Marckiemoo is going to grand finals.
Turns it around with that ground pound. Ahmet play, but Marckiemoo able to do it with the timing yet again. We saw a similar play earlier where it was just like, wow, these perfect timings on the dodges slow-mo are just absolutely phenomenal to get these turns around. But you know what this means? This means that EU is no longer in the conversation. No matter what happens tonight, it's going to be a North American victory. Here we go, we're starting up the grand finals.
2-1, brawl! All right, we are in it. We're going to start out with the Diana. We're going to start out with the Mordex. A tale as old as time here in the Brawlhalla community. Brawlhalla Esports, this is the matchup you all have been waiting for. Marckiemoo and BBBalloonBoy starting out in neutral here. Marckiemoo getting some good neutral lights. BBBalloonBoy bringing his health back up with recovery. She's using that soft platform. The movement is spectacular right now on both these players.
Yeah, extremely even at this point. And this time we're not on Small World's End, right? We're on the Fortress of the Wolves here as Marky forces BBBalloonBoy off stage, scoops him back up, and then throws him back down. Pretty much using the entire stage to his advantage here to get these extensions. BBBalloonBoy trying to find a moment to riposte, but hasn't been able to get through this immaculate defense of Marckiemoo. Almost gets the setup there for potential recovery. Nope, sets it up for the NSIG instead, and commanding lead taken from Marckiemoo here in game number 1.
Yeah, what an absolutely crazy way to start off for this Mordex from Marckiemoo. Definitely being the first to strike, having a fantastic momentum here, beginning of game number 1. BBBalloonBoy whiffing right there on the neutral light. Marckiemoo able to go ahead and scoop it up with a couple off the side. The dare will connect into a neutral light. Nothing after that. Very, very patient from Marckiemoo, not trying to push the envelope too much yet.
Let's see, nice little sidelight from Marky, doing a great job of corner guarding BBBalloonBoy, trying to take his time getting back to stage. Burnt a lot of resources there, but a good turnaround. Maybe the stock as well, and Marky will get his dodge back, and he doesn't cover the dodge back to the corner, so he gets another chance here to extend some extra damage with his first stock. BBBalloonBoy severely struggling to find the knockout, and Marckiemoo is running away with it.
I don't know about this Diana against Marckiemoo here. It is definitely struggling in game number 1 as Marckiemoo is opening it wide open here as BBBalloonBoy sent up to that top 45 and onto his final stock of game number 1. Still unable to get that first stock away from Marckiemoo. There we go, the unarmed Sarah going way low with the bow, but Marckiemoo's right there to shut it down with the neutral air.
Let's see, all right, this could be the first stock. Maybe BBBalloonBoy really needs it, but he can't find it. Still, Marckiemoo tacking on more and more and more damage. I don't know what's happening with BBBalloonBoy right now, but he's not able to make the connections. Finally getting the first stock. Way too late into the game, though, I think, but we'll see. We've seen people be in the exact same position before and still get the full turnaround.
We've seen both of these players be in this exact position before and get the turnaround. So we're going to see if BBBalloonBoy can kind of buckle down here, or if it's just going to be a go next situation, he's trying to take it to game number 2. He does have that winner side advantage, so he does have a little wiggle room, a little cushion to kind of play around with here. So shouldn't be a whole lot of pressure on his shoulders yet. He's still got plenty of time.
Okay, BBBalloonBoy trying to go ahead and wiggle his way back into this one. Gonna get caught by the end light, gets disarmed by that as well, which is gonna make it even more difficult to come back into this game. Marky tries to close it out with the unarmed break dance. It doesn't connect, but he does find another hit following that one. At this point, he's really just adding on extra damage for the sake of adding on extra damage. BBBalloonBoy recognizes, you know what, this game's kind of chalked. I'm not gonna burn all my energy on game 1 when I'm on the winner side of things.
I mean, and it's very smart going off of what we've talked about.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing blasters. The time spent in these games does take a toll. It is a long time to keep those blasters online, especially when he's favoring that weapon. Now, he didn't get a whole lot of offense in game number 1, only 246 coming from the Triple B, 186 of that on bow, and 47 of it on the blasters. On the other hand, though, Marckiemoo using both weapons in his kit almost evenly to get that first opening win.
Yeah, I mean, really, where the issue kind of arose from, right, was BBBalloonBoy just couldn't secure any stocks, right? We didn't see any D-Light recoveries on those blasters. We didn't see any D-Light recoveries on the bow. He just couldn't seem to find the opening. Marky was just a little bit too pesky. And even every set up until this point, we've seen Marky kind of rock a few different characters. Oh, my God.
Wait.
Okay, we're good. We're back. We're live. I was sweating for a second there, but we live. But he's rocking the Mordex into BBBalloonBoy, right? Everyone else got this aerial. You know, they got the Munin. But he said, you know, BBBalloonBoy hasn't been able to deal with this Mordex, so I know exactly what to hit him with that'll make him struggle. And look at him struggle right now.
BBBalloonBoy had a good opportunity there, but played the safe route, didn't let the dare go. What a dodge. Caught him with the down air. Playing it very safe. A lot of respect being given to Marckiemoo right now.
Oh wow, and that NSIG has enough juice on it to take the first stock of BBallonBoy. And honestly, this is a similar situation to the last game. Marckiemoo was around the exact same damage when he got the first stock last time as well. So it's starting to make me a little bit worried for BBallonBoy because now Marky's starting to get some of this side stuff going. But as I say that, BBallonBoy finds that ground pound, says, yo, stomp that out real quick.
All right, he was able to go ahead and confirm that one, keep things nice and close, and now we're seeing some offense from BBallonBoy as we got like 5 uncontested hits, 6 against Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo's gonna have to fight back. He's now been disarmed. BBallonBoy is laser focused in trying to take the advantage here.
Okay, nice little opening from Marckiemoo, gets a good chunk of damage. BBallonBoy again with the ground pound at the light orange, but can never be said enough. That's the strongest ground pound in the game for that exact reason. Never sleep on that one.
You have to be accurate with it. It has a lot of force, but it is, you earn it. It's a very high risk, high reward situation trying to pull that ground pound off stage. Marckiemoo, though, fighting back, trying to dig in and get the stock count closed to back up. BBallonBoy staying out of the way of the neutral light. We got the clash over on the right side. Marckiemoo not coming off of that platform at all, keeping his feet on the stage. Side light, trying to get the grab to get the side light. Nobody was home.
All right, now let's see. BBallonBoy with a chance to turn around. Not gonna be able to get it. Marckiemoo instead gets the turnaround with the ground pound. Yeah, BBallonBoy kind of overextending a little bit, but recognizing, hey, I have a stock to work with. I could potentially just close the game out right now, but now Marky has Scythe, and you know what Marky's Scythe can do. We saw it in game 2 versus Ahmet in the winner's side where he was able to get that 0 to KO and basically just win the game from there, and it almost looks like that. Great retaliation from BBallonBoy, but he keeps getting sent off the stage. Get back on the stage, BBallonBoy, for your own sake, because Marky's not gonna make it easy for you. Is there enough juice? Not yet. Needs one more D-Light, and he finds it. He drops the combo, though.
Marckiemoo fighting back on. He's not afraid to do it. Wait a second. Bad position for Marckiemoo. Sweat beats out. BBallonBoy hovering, lurking. Got it. Got to get some D-Light in the Sair. BBallonBoy ties it up. He's 2 games away from being mid-season champion.
2 games away. But for some reason, those 2 games seem so far. They seem so far. You got the last stop on the train ride, but for whatever reason, between your previous stop and the final stop is like 30 minutes. You know, every other stop was like 5 minutes in between, but this one, you got the extended scenery. So we'll see if BBallonBoy can do it. 2 more to go, but I don't think Marky's gonna make it easy. I think we're going to a reset, but we'll see if that ends up happening.
I think we're definitely at least going to a game number 5. I mean, we see it time after time when these 2 players come to fight each other, that it always goes down to the last few interactions. Okay, nice fadeaway Sair from BBallonBoy. Another down air, down air. Sair, wait, big damage coming from the triple B here in the opening of game number 3.
Let's see, I mean, BBallonBoy getting a lot of unanswered hits here, getting some great soft reads with those jump down airs as well to really tack on the damage. There we go again with the down air, almost gets a double Sair, just a little bit too stacked for the hitbox to hit Marky there, but in such a good spot. A D-Light recovery should be enough. Not quite, maybe like 1 to like 5 damage off, but at this point, BBallonBoy's just gonna fish for an NSIG.
Absolute flow state. Are you seeing this kid right now? Barely took any damage at all in his opening stock. He just got the win in game number 2. He sees the light. He sees the finish line. You can see it in his movement. Look how confident he's playing Flambeau.
He looks extremely confident, Slow-Mo. I'll give you that. He looks like he's ready to go ahead and beat a champion, but he's still got more work to do. Oh, Marckiemoo barely doesn't get that ground pound. Oh my God, BBallonBoy almost deleted his stock right there. But he's doing a great job of just punching back quickly and succinctly, right? He doesn't go for these elaborate long extensions. He just says, you punch me in the face, I'm gonna punch you back harder.
He definitely needs to be conservative here. He needs to keep things slow. Nothing crazy, 1-2 hits, just use the blasters, use the zoning that your weapon does so well. Neutral sig right in Marckiemoo's face, top 45.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you would think he's playing Isaiah with the way that he got a laser dot sight right to Marckiemoo's head with these NSIGs. But we'll see Marckiemoo bring it back. That's a good start. The down air to throw, the weapon throw to secure. The stock still has to do a reverse 3 stock here, though. But he has that scythe. We know what this scythe can do. Marky, it's time to put it online. Activate X Factor.
Absolutely. Okay, caught the landing there. Now we're seeing Marckiemoo's movement kind of step up a little bit. BBallonBoy going to catch a recovery up right atop that soft platform. backing all the way up, giving Marckiemoo the room, waiting for that opening so he can punish. Great job moving this bow around. Oh, the recovery's gonna come up a little low, but Marckiemoo really couldn't get a punish off of it. The down air will be punished though. Using that soft platform again, another dare lands against Marckiemoo. Somehow getting him in that gravity cancel D-Light. Marckiemoo has no weapon, but he's continuing to fight back. BalloonBoy whiffing on the Sair, there it is. Gravity cancel D-Light into Sair.
Oh, that double ground pound from Marckiemoo. He said, I may as well. I may as well. What do I got to lose, man? I'm already last stock red. Let me make sure that I do something that will guarantee get me that stock and potentially give me a shot here. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna shark, bro. He's gonna shark.
I mean, you have to. He's got to get against stock here. He's got to catch BalloonBoy slipping off stage and be able to capitalize on it with that side. BalloonBoy, though, being very careful, and you see how he's staying in the center of the stage. He knows not to press the issue off stage against Marckiemoo, especially when he had that sight. Sair will do it. There it is. He's up 2-1. One game away for the second place curse to be broken. One game.
One game. And BalloonBoy will have finally done it. Finally overcome his demon in Marckiemoo to win a tournament, taking a, oh my God, 634 damage done by BalloonBoy compared to Marckiemoo's 347.
Yeah, he was on demon time. He went to work in that game number 3, and now Marckiemoo, we see he has swapped over to the Mirage. It is time to try and make something break loose and happen here.
Okay, I mean, I get it, man. You got to try something. Your back's against the ropes. You need that one final push, something, because the Mordex wasn't working, and BalloonBoy really just trying to close it out here.
I don't know. I mean, we see the success when he slows down on the blasters and the way he's been able to zone Marckiemoo. We don't see that same effectiveness on the bow per se, but he's still trying to make it work. There we go. We're swapping the blasters. Now it's time to dig in. We're looking for knockouts now. Letting the down air fade all the way down to the stage. Side sig, gonna let him rip. The down light in the wrong direction, allowing Marckiemoo to come back up on stage.
Okay, Marky needs to land. Manages to do a little bit of a Brawlhalla wiggle to get down there. Gets caught by the last shot of that downlight and ends up losing the stock for it. BalloonBoy 2 stocks away from being the mid-season's champion.
Say it one more time for me, playing
2 stocks away from being the mid-season's champion, and he's looking quite poised to do it. 2 unanswered endlights, gets a follow-up, tacking on all this extra damage. Marckiemoo looking for the stock, hits the Spinaroonie with the down sig, but doesn't have enough oomph to it.
BalloonBoy, extra credit is so important. You look at him moving. The neutral sig is going to go ahead and whiff Marckiemoo with the pogo on top of it, trying to do the Lores special there. Okay, Sair will connect, looking for another one. BalloonBoy staying on the stage. Ooh, nice to Sair from Marckiemoo. Going to go ahead and swat him away.
I'm worried for Marckiemoo here. I would love to make him have the Game 5 happen. I believed in it. But man, I mean, Mirage is a pretty low defense legend, and he's already in the orange. BalloonBoy could set up for a stock right here if he gets the edge guard. Not quite able to do it, but Marckiemoo's still in a precarious situation. He fights back. The side six gonna be represented. Tries to go for the double, just narrowly doesn't get it. I respect the vision. I saw it in a different timeline, but it's not the one we're in today.
BalloonBoy trying to get that weapon drop. Oh, he gets on it, and it's going to be the blasters that he had primed. Marckiemoo holding down the center of the stage. Side light's going to go ahead and connect. Got the down light into Sair. There's a stock. Say it for me, Flambeau. How many more? How many more? One more, Flambeau.
One more. Come on, Marckiemoo. Let's see if you can bring this to a final stock game here. We want to see you fight your heart out. But BalloonBoy putting on a lot of pressure, and he's adding up a lot of damage as well. This Mirage is taking blow after blow. You can't be going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with him right now. You got to get something unanswered.
Although we're seeing it, though. There's a nice Sair. Oh, what a way to interrupt the pogo. But BalloonBoy got hit by the second one. Weapon throw down. BalloonBoy still has the options. Can he find it? Sweat beats out. Marckiemoo so patient.
Are we going to Game 5? Are we going to Game 5? BalloonBoy is so close. You said it yourself, Slow-Mo. He can see the light. He can see it. But can he be embraced by it? That is the question, because Marckiemoo is trying his best. Huge damage. Tries to close the game right there, but it's not enough. BalloonBoy is so close, but is he going to be able to do it? Is Marckiemoo clutch? Is Marckiemoo clutch? The answer is no. And BalloonBoy is your mid-season champion, finally defeating the curse and taking out Marckiemoo and winning. Finally, embracing the light of victory. Red Mafia Pub
know we all at home and in the crowd are so excited for you in this big moment, Balloon Boy. But how do you feel? Not only winning your first ever in-person LAN in 2v2s, but also 1v1s. How does it feel, man?
Feels great. I knew once Mark got into Grands, I knew we were going to have a great set. We always have a great set every single time we play against each other. It was a lot of fun playing against you, Mark. GG's, bro. He's awesome. Mark is an awesome competitor. He's one of my best friends, too. We've known each other for a very long time, so it's awesome to see both of us come up like this and be able to compete like this in person. It's a really awesome thing. And, yeah, sorry.
You deserve it, man. All the emotions, man. Embrace it. This is your big moment. You've got it done. This bracket has meant so much to all of us, but to you, you took out the person that eliminated you at midseason last year in Lores. Then you did it versus Marckiemoo, who took you out at BCX, beating your demons not only in the bracket to make it here. How much does that mean to you that not only did you do it, but you did it beating everyone who's beaten you in the past?
To me, it's like every opponent that I lost to last tournament, I was able to come out on top against this tournament. So I think that just shows the progression I've had over the past year, and I think that's really awesome that I was able to come here and take both 1s and 2s. And yeah, I'm just so happy, bro. I'm just so happy.
What a special victory, Balloon Boy. You get into grand finals, and I know you said that you knew it was going to be a great set, but you see Marckiemoo win the elimination side, final side, and you see him sitting down next to you. What was going through your mind? Were you thinking about all of the sets in the past, or were you saying today's a new day and today it'll be a different story?
It was the first time where I was actually on the winner side and Mark was on like the elimination side of the bracket. So as soon as I knew that I was in Grands on winner side, I already knew it was going to be a different tournament. All I had to do was just play my game with the Diana. Honestly, the Diana was the last minute pick too, so I'm really surprised that I was able to do like this well and like actually win the entire thing. But I played my game and we won the tournament.
All right, man. I got a question. I got a big dog question for both of you. Are we going to be getting round 3 at BCX this year? I'll start with you, Marckiemoo.
Well, that's the goal. I can't really say, but you know, I hope that's what happens at least.
I would love to play against this guy. He's an amazing competitor. Mark, GG's once again, man. GG's. Great set, man.
And before we go, Balloon Boy, anything you want to say to all your fans in the crowd, at home, all the people that have supported you and got you to this moment?
Thank you guys so much for cheering me on for this entire weekend. It really means a lot to me. My family at home, thank you guys for supporting me. You guys have been messaging me all weekend, so I really appreciate it. I love you guys. And to everybody who's been messaging me on Discord, Twitter, like literally every social media app possible, and everybody here in the crowd, thank you guys so much. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. And Red Mafia on top! Red Mafia on top!
Make some noise for your 1v1 and 2v2 mid-season champion, Balloon Boy.